Buongiorno a tutti, ben arrivati.
Good morning and welcome. It is a great pleasure for us to welcome you together with our president for this starting day of our reflections around the topic of inequalities that will be the very theme of the 24th International Exhibition that will take place here at the Triennale from May to November. We are very enthusiastic and thrilled to start this reflection. The exhibition has been promoted by the Bureau International of Exhibitions in Paris together with the Foreign Ministry, and there is also the participation of the Bocconi University and the Polytechnic of Milan this year. And we thank them both for their availability to contribute with the Triennale with their critical and important considerations. The exhibition will be scientifically coordinated by President Stefano Boeri as General Commissioner, and the scientific committee that will also be in charge of today's event and will be collaborated with many experts and collaborators. We'll have a series, an extraordinary series of projects. Today's event will be organized into halves, the part of the morning and of the afternoon, and accessibility is ensured by the fact that we have the language of science available. Our guest will speak either English or Italian, whereas we at the Triennale will speak in Italian, and a streaming service is provided in both languages. I would like to thank all our partners who have been supporting Triennale for years, especially Lavazza Group, and also the Salone del Mobile, and we would like to wish you very good proceedings. At the end of the day, we'll also give information about the various events that will lead us to the international exhibition that will be opened in May. I'm now giving the floor to the president to introduce the various contents for the day. There's still some chairs that can be taken here in the front. Come up to the front. In his most recent book, History for Tomorrow, philosopher Roman Kranitz addresses the erasure of the past, amnesia regarding history, and increasing difficulty in overcoming what he describes as the tyranny of the present, a condition seemingly imposed on us by rapid developments in contemporary geopolitics and the dominance of social media. In his book, Zdaric offers a list of major challenges for the future, from overcoming our dependency on fossil fuels to moving away from the habits of consumering, restoring faith in democracy, and managing the genetic revolution in an informed manner. Well, the philosopher suggests that we seek solutions to these challenges by exploring human events over the last millennium, focusing more on social than technological innovations. For more than 100 years, since 1923, the Triennale di Milano, thanks to international exhibitions also, every 3 years has provided an opportunity to view the world from a unique thematic perspective. The various international exhibitions since the beginning in Triennale have been a barometer of the major challenges humanity has faced over the last century. Well, post-war to reconstruction in 1947, or the relationship between art and craftsmanship at the 12th Triennale in 1960, mass production in 1951, and the extraordinary exhibition on environmental issues in 1992. As unlikely as it may seem for an institution to be imbued with the collective intelligence that enables it to build up cumulative knowledge and grow, well, gradually adding experiences and memories to its archives, the chronological sequence of the themes at these international exhibitions has always followed a logical sequence. We've chosen inequalities as a topic for the upcoming exhibition theme because we think that it offers the most relevant perspective for maintaining a focus on the significant challenges posed by our last two exhibitions. In 2019, many of you were here. We had Broken Nature, Design Takes on Human Survival, curated by Paolo Antonelli, who will be here in the afternoon. And there we explore the potential for repairing the damage our species has inflicted on the living environment. And then in 2022, shortly after the COVID-19, we had Unknown Unknowns, an introduction to mysteries curated by Ercilia Vauda and Francis Quire. And there we tackled the increasing unknowns that pervade our lives and knowledge, starting with the challenges posed by the sudden emergence of artificial intelligence. Over the last few months or years, we've become aware of a substantive risk that is policies regarding ecological transition and also rapid development of artificial intelligence, if they are not properly managed and directed, may not just fail to reduce inequalities, they may actually intensify disparities between the wealthy and the poor, between individuals with different access to resources. That's why we believe it is vital for us today to explore the nature, origins, and potential solutions to the inequalities and divisions that are tearing humanity apart. The outcome of these attempts and an awareness of the structural nature of this topic is a sort of precondition for addressing all the other monumental challenges humanity faces. By viewing the world through the lens of inequalities, as we intend to do for the international exhibition set to open in May 2025, confirms Triennale Milano's role as a censor of what is happening now. This institution reasserts its function as a collector of ideas, projects, and theories on the major issues humanity has been facing in recent decades. Choosing to focus on inequalities highlights the stark disparities, and therefore we focus on suffering and poor people who are less responsible for climate change but have to endure its most severe consequences. It also entails reflecting on the widening gaps between wealth and poverty. If we consider that the wealthiest 0.001% of people control 7% of global wealth, while the poorest 50% own just 2%. It is to be noted that in the global cities, there is an increasing number of human residents who live in absolute poverty and a decreasing number of citizens who possess the highest concentration of urban wealth. It would nevertheless be a major mistake to assume that viewing the world through the lens of inequalities should result in a binary approach, dividing the world into two halves. If we consider how artificial intelligence is likely to shape our lives, we come up against not only alarming questions about the role of major digital corporations in controlling the creation of images and the global information market, but also new and to some extent exciting questions regarding whether the potential for advancements in technologies for representing and simulating reality may provide us all, and I would underline all, with a powerful new platform for verifying and managing human interactions. A binary perspective would fail to help us understand how, in the life trajectories of millions of young people, gender differences are now becoming choices that are taken freely from any form of biological determinism of rigid sexual codifications into pre-established sexual spheres. Rather than merely splitting the world into two halves or a handful of recognizable social classes, viewing the world through the exacerbation of inequalities enables us to perceive the vast cultural, faith-led, lifestyle, and individual preference differences that enrich and diversify contemporary urban societies. We are totally aware that the potential for freely expressing choices and life paths in today's metropolis is still heavily impacted by individuals' socioeconomic and geographical origins for all of us, if not the specific places where they're born. In the world's poorest cities, individual life expectancy is often largely predetermined and codified by the dramatic absence of any social mobility, access to better conditions or opportunities for improvement. The truth is that today the primary measure of inequality may be found in the varying degree to which individuals have access to resources throughout their lives, resources not available in their original biological, family, socioeconomic, and cultural circumstances. Education, healthcare, knowledge, information, employment, emotional and social relationships, sexual freedom, quality of housing, nutrition, and expectations of a healthy life are just some of the resources that make up the individual capital every human should be able to access freely. It may be argued that when inequalities hinder individuals' free life trajectories, represent a perverse and negative version of the differences geography and history have imposed within human communities. The inherent differences and diversity that distinguish every human being, things like gender, geographical location, traditions, beliefs, cultures, and family resources, are indeed a tremendous asset to human societies, but only insofar as they can be transformed into flexible, modifiable, and adaptable resources in support of every individual's intentional choices and free life trajectories. Inequalities, differences, diversity, distance, and imbalances are not synonyms. They're alternative and parallel ways of interpreting the contemporary world. To better understand this rich semantic field, we have decided that we are dividing today's event into different sections, two consecutive sections, gathering our presentations under two broad thematic umbrellas. The session this morning will focus on the theme of inequalities viewed primarily from a political standpoint, addressing the current dynamics of formal and informal relationships within human societies and our institutions at an international level as well. This afternoon, the focus shifts to the themes for the most part related to major currents in biopolitics, investigating vital behaviors operating on very different scales, ranging from the microscopic, i.e. bacteria, to the planetary, i.e. evolutionary theories in today's world. We are well aware that this division is largely artificial, though, even if it does help impose at least a little logical order. And this is why we asked two distinguished thinkers of complexity, Richard Sennett and Tim Ingle, to introduce the two sections. The rhetoric power of their insights will make sure that we do not take this division between the geopolitics of inequalities and the biopolitics of inequalities too seriously. This said, I'm delighted to open this morning's session by welcoming Richard Sennett, who is a great friend of Triennale. He is a sociology, a literary critic, and a writer. And he is going to talk about the right to the city.
What I need is a clicker. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. My Italian is terrible, so I'm going to have to speak to you in English, but I'll try and speak slowly. And what I thought might be useful for us is to look at the question of how much design is capable of reversing inequality, social and economic inequality. And this is not an original theme to me. It goes back to Henri Lefebvre and the notion of the right to the city. Now, I click this. I'm terrified of these things. I can see it here. Oh, wonderful. Technology is so good. The two principal theorists in the last century about the relation of the political economy of inequality to questions of justice were Henri Lefebvre and Le Droit à la Ville, and David Harvey, who wrote much later the important article, The Right of the City. And the essential idea of them is, as you can see here, that the right to the city is far more than the individual liberty to access urban resources. It's the right to change ourselves by changing the city, which may seem very vacuous. But what they meant about this is that to the extent in which inequality resides in the political and economic arrangements of the city, that capacity to work together as a community and to actually change one's experience in life is diminished. What they were trying to get at was a notion that inequality is not something that is a material experience separated from the culture of the city, but that without doing something about the conditions of political economic activity, people can't become themselves. That's the theory. The problem with it, and what I'm going to speak to you about today, is the role of design in this very noble conception of the right to the city. And the problem is quite simply this, that for both Lefebvre and for David Harvey, design is mostly viewed in terms of a representation of inequality. That is, that design has no mobilizing force in and of itself to do something about inequality. It's a phenomenon that there is no liberty really for the designer once he or she is working in the city. They are prisoners of forces of inequality. And there's very little they can do to alter this condition. I don't believe this. I have a greater faith in the power of design to deal with the problems of inequality and to enable the right to the city. And this is an argument I've been having with David Harvey for 40 years. I guess we'll die, both of us, before it's resolved. But I thought today I'd show you three of the issues where I think design of a sort that we don't usually think, three issues in which design can do something to counter inequality and give people a right to the city. So that's my introduction to this talk. Let's see, how do I make this thing work? Where do I point it? Green. I press the green, what happens? Nothing. Okay. Okay, thanks. It's the green. So I'm going to, perfect. I'm going to talk about porosity, informality, and adjacency as three ways of, by design, mobilizing the right to the city. Porosity is embodied in a typical street scene like this in Demography, in which, is there a pointer here? I'm so worried. Aha, great. I'm always worried I'll put somebody's eyes up. No, go back. This is a classic image of porosity in which people, the street is at the second level where people live, they shop here, and this happens to be a basket-making center in Demography where production goes on here and the food that's distributed throughout the city is cooked here. That's usually what we think about as porosity. And the problem with it is that this is not something that we have made by design. It's something that we think of as naturalized. But this is a form of porosity. I took this very early in the morning. This is 3rd Avenue in New York, just so you can see the street, where porosity is man-made at the ground plane. There are many entrances in and out of these shops, and during the day, the movement of people moves towards the center as these become, people go in and out of these spaces. That's something done by design and killed off by something like this. So our question is, how can we make, particularly at the level of the street, much more porous environments that enable people to move in and out of space? Now you may say, what's this got to do with inequality? What an environment like this in New York has done has privileged people who don't have much money to engage in business and in commerce. Whereas this reform, so-called, has increased inequality in the city. This is actually an industrial plant on the top. But it's a building which has, by becoming sealed, has diminished the opportunities for people to do something in a modern city, which is this equivalent, which is that poor people can engage with the spaces around them in a way that that gives them a toehold in the city. And I think this is a general issue about porosity, that the more porous spaces are, the more they tend to diminish inequality. When we see a sealed object like this, we are building an object which increases inequality, no matter what its function. So that's the first issue that I think we want to think about. The greater the porosity, the more the equality in space. Second thing I want to say about this is how you might design. I'm not sure this is going to work. This is my friend Hashim Sarkis created a school in Lebanon just after its civil war in the 90s for children to feel safe during a time of great violence in Lebanon with both Israelis and the Phalange there. And he devised a way of thinking about porosity, which is really quite interesting to me, which is to take units of a school and pull them apart when conditions of violence diminish. So this school was originally, let me see if I can put it back, was a fortress, and the UN, we helped pay for this project, I'm happy to say. And then when conditions of peace came, all the elements were pulled apart in the school so that it was more porous to the outside. And that is another way. Porosity also is a way of dealing with the notion that it's peaceful, that there's a condition which is a kind of ontological security between the inside and the outside. So it's an economic problem, but it's also a problem in the experience of space as something that it's safe to go out, to be out. And this was the school is still going. It was shelled 2 weeks ago by the Israelis. And these elements have been retracted somewhat because the children are at risk again. But that's the principle of making a porous building which gives people a more peaceful, which gives people a sense that they're more secure in an environment going in and out. So that's one way of designing porosity. And I think it's something that's, given the current conditions in Gaza and in Lebanon, we're not going to see many buildings like this anymore. The right to the city is being denied by buildings which, if they exist at all, are going to be in this fortress form, given an unporous form. So that's the second issue I want to talk to you about is informality, which it seems to me is a key to making a physical environment which is more egalitarian. The argument I'm going to make to you is that informality in the arrangement of an environment is a way, again, to diminish inequality. And I'll show you here an example of this, an old one, which is the walls of Avignon, which seem very, very formal. And that's what's become of them. These walls have been colonized by mostly African migrants who have set up small shops along them. That's a very typical story. What I want to show you, however, is something that's less typical. This is Nehru Place in South Delhi. It's a space at the UN we've worked with a lot, and I'm going to explain to you about it. This is not, below this is a 4-story parking garage. And originally when the building was designed, these were government offices. This was an open space. There was nothing in it. It was colonized when the government offices left. It was colonized here by little small tech startups. And that led to an informal market set up here in electronic goods, both legal and illegal. There are lots of, if you want to buy a stolen iPhone, go to Nehru Place. It's the place that's sold by many, many different people. Many of these different shops mixed in with other kinds of sales. So this is not by plan. It's something to developed informally, which again gave the people who are selling out here a kind of economic opportunity they would never have had before. They literally colonized the roof. As a sociologist, what interests me about this, and the reason we were so concerned about it in my shop at the UN, was that this is one of the most peaceful places in the relations between Muslims and Hindus in Delhi. As you know, there have been terrible ethnic race riots there, but not here. These people are all working, selling things. They're competing with each other, but they're competing rather peacefully, unlike the rest of the city, because this space requires people to self-organize. There are no spaces here reserved for Muslims or for Hindus. And that kind of informal mixture has led to a kind of live and let live condition, which has preserved peace in the city. It's being destroyed a bit by planning. Now it's being gentrified. All of the informal activities are being pushed away, and a street is being created again. And these buildings are being renovated for tourists to come and buy their illegal iPhones. But you can see what the result has been: an increase in tension over here, but it's also been a diminishment in the ability of poor people in India to profit from the high-tech sector in the city. Most of these are now being refurbished as offices and so on. So this is the virtue of informality. And it can be designed, not by us, not by Stefano or me, but it's designed by the people who are using this, and designed in a very sophisticated way so that people are able to coexist with each other. So the third thing I want to talk to you about is adjacency, which is the most subtle form of dealing, I think, with the problem of dispossession in the city. And I'm going to show you a classic instance of how adjacency works to give people a right to the city. I don't know how many of you know the parks that Aldo van Eyck made after the, what was 47, 48, something like that, after the Second World War in Amsterdam. He took big open spaces and he filled them in to create these kind of mini parks here. And I'm going to explain to you what this has to do with adjacency. Any modern planner looking at this space would go, my God, this is terrible. This is a highway, and here are children playing without any walls. They're adjacent to this traffic. They're in danger. And this this is a gin, this particular place is a gin shop, and so often you have people who are not in particularly good state in terms of inebriation here mixed in with the children as well. The thing about this, which is amazing, is that there have been very, very few accidents to children here. And the reason is that because of this unshielded adjacency. Children learn how to play, how to keep their bodies safe from the street, and people who are driving learn to watch out for children because there's no barrier with them. Similarly, here with the gin shop, it gradually became a place where grandmothers and grandfathers in having a gin or two in the neighborhood will come and sort of watch over the children. The idea about this, which is true of all adjacency, is that an adjacent condition is one which is unresolved except by use. The more we plan out territories which are defined by use, the less people are learning to do what these children did, which is how to keep them safe, how to move so that they wouldn't be hurt. As a planning principle, and I've tried to do this in my own work as a planner, the idea is to remove the kinds of barriers which would impede people learning about their environment. The fewer functional separations you make at something like this, at this edge, the more you stimulate people to actually become cognizant, to think about where they are in space. And that's a fundamental right to the city, which is that you know how to navigate it. You learn how to navigate it. And we have regimes which are, I think, in my view, taking away that kind of urban intelligence, what in New York we call street smarts, from people by trying to erase the phenomenon of adjacency. So the question is how it could be planned. This is a clear way to do it. It means having an ambiguous border, right, rather than a well-defined territory. And it's something that, following Van Eyck, we could and should be doing. Now, you may say this has nothing to do with economic inequality. That's in a way true and in a way not true, because the more capable we have people of negotiating these kinds of amorphous edges, the more capable they are of making a life for themselves in the city. The argument I'm making to you, in other words, is that the more adjacency and the less definition we have, the more we are empowering people. That's what this is all about. So, my final slide has gone away. No matter. So coming back to this notion of the right of the city, I think what I hope we can do is find ways to model physically ways in which design makes a difference in giving people a sense that that the city is something that belongs to them rather than something that they just use or that they fit into. But doing that is slightly counterintuitive. It's a matter of thinking of ways of spatializing the environment which make it more complex and in a way less easy to read. Another way to put this is that the right to the city is something that depends on making space problematic rather than clear. And that problematizing, I hope that we can achieve in the course of this work. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. We want to thank Professor Richard Sennett for his wonderful speech. I'm Nina Bassoli, and I'm curator for architecture, town regeneration, and town of Triennale. And together with Damiano Gulli, we had the pleasure to present to you the different speakers of the morning. We will be listening to thinkers and researchers coming from all over the world, and they're going to help us to discuss on the geopolitical issues relating to inequalities. And they will present us their different perspectives and intentions. And of course, everything will be very, very important in order to allow us to get ready to our exhibition, and also because these meetings and discussions are certainly a very rich source of thoughtful considerations. So we shall be starting with geopolitics, just to try and understand how different structures are intertwined and by accelerating, sometimes decelerating inequalities. So the idea here is to highlight existing paradoxes. That's all for me on the side. We're going to be very short because we have many, many speakers this morning and this afternoon too. So, Damiano, you have the floor. Yes, let me introduce to you our first speaker online, Gaia Vince, science writer and a popularizer of sciences. And her contribution will be onto the nomad century.
Buongiorno, buongiorno. Sorry that I don't speak Italiano. Okay, buongiorno. So I am going to talk about il secolo nomade, which is essentially what we are facing as we move forward through this century. So sorry, 1 second. I'm just going to take this off while I talk because it's slightly distracting also hearing the translator, but I will put it back on if there are questions afterwards. Apologies. So I'm going to talk about what we will face this century, and just to start with what we're already experiencing, a reminder that the temperatures that we've experienced already have exceeded 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial average for one full year already, and that's really extraordinary if you think about the international agreements that all countries have made now to keep below 1.5 degrees by the end of the century, and well, to keep below 2 degrees and to try and keep no more than 1.5 degrees. Well, we are going to overshoot. And just another quick look at how extraordinary the last year or two has been. These temperatures have been so extreme that we are now becoming used to conditions which have not been experienced in this regularity, and certainly to such concentrated populations, human populations, ever before in human history. The last 2 years have been very extreme. If we just look at where we live in Europe, we've just had such a hot summer that the forests, we talk a lot about deforestation in the Amazon, and of course that's horrifying, but we're also seeing enormous amounts of fire damage to the forests in the north, which scientists were not expecting to experience for several decades. Just to have a look at the temperatures last week in the cool, cold part of Northern Europe. Okay, this has never happened that we've had temperatures this hot in September in recorded history in Scandinavia. So, and if you look further down on this picture of the globe, you see that very, very hot those very, very hot temperatures further south, and that's largely what we're going to experience. So just not to keep banging on about this, but this is so extraordinary. I really feel that it merits more attention. This is Svalbard, right? This is a place in the Arctic, and just have a look at this vertical line we're experiencing here. These temperatures are so extreme that scientists they're confused about what's happening. Have we started to pass a tipping point? Are we going to see an unraveling of the norms that we are expecting, this kind of gradual change? And what we're seeing at the moment is quite horrifying. So, of course, the bulk of the extreme temperatures have been, this is a forum on inequality, they have been unequally experienced. Most of the, as we head north, most of the unlivable conditions are going to be happening on that equatorial, that tropical band. Australia is in winter at the moment. This is last week in Australia. Again, extreme temperatures in their winter. And this affects people's health. Heat directly impacts people's health. We had tens of thousands of people just in Europe dying of heat alone. But the other conditions that we get as we raise the temperatures, the other, what I call the four horsemen of the Anthropocene, we get these extreme conditions, which are fire, flood, heat, and drought. And all of these make places increasingly unlivable for people, either directly, the direct conditions that they and their infrastructure affect, or because, especially in the case of drought, because agriculture becomes impossible, and that pushes up food prices, and that exacerbates all kinds of things. So climate change really is a threat multiplier. When the food prices go up, we get a directly corresponding increase in conflict in those regions. People finding homes with extremist parties and extremist groups, because if you're, you know, the primary role of governments is to provide security for the population. That means enough food, homes, those sorts of things. And if the government cannot provide that, people will seek it elsewhere where it is promised. And we're seeing that everywhere, from Yemen to parts of the Middle East, across the board in Latin America. This is also affecting countries in Europe, as we've seen. Italy is one of the most impacted countries, the most risk from climate change, both in economic terms, particularly in the north, and the effects of tourism, but also in terms of agriculture, in terms of human health, across the board. We've seen fires. We've seen these fires reaching all the way up. This is Poland on fire. A week or two ago, and we're seeing the experience of wildfire massively increasing. Now, that's whether you're talking about the far north, so if you're talking about Canada, that's been on fire basically almost continuously for the last 2 years. I mean, this is really, really shocking, the amount of fire. But also parts of Africa, and this hasn't been recorded much, but hasn't been reported much, sorry. Parts of Africa have been experiencing incredible fires this year, with direct costs to human health. Now, if you look at, for example, the Canadian fires, which have been burning, you know, incessantly, particularly this year, have a look at the smoke plumes that have drifted across to Europe. So this is the aerosols, the particulates that we are breathing in thousands of kilometers away in Europe from fires burning on a different continent. These are planetary problems. So when it comes to livability, we are going to see a direct change, whether we're talking about within countries inside Europe, which are flooded. Northern Italy has been experiencing increasing floods. Italy, of course, is also on a fault line, so it also experiences geological hazards like earthquakes. But Floods, as it here in Emilia-Romagna, particularly devastating economically, also destroying infrastructure. So people can't get trains from Milan to Rome. That has a huge economic impact as well. All of this makes people question where they're going to live. It pushes up insurance prices and costs for different places. This is Germany. It affects Italy's agricultural yields have been heavily affected by droughts. In the last 5 years, we've seen drops in some crops of 40%. This is unsustainable. Sicilia is already becoming, increasingly unlivable. But of course, where it affects people the most is in the global south, where people are living, displaced people are already living for months or years. In some cases, children have grown up in displacement camps because of disasters, and they haven't been resettled. We're going to see increasing numbers of these, and how people respond to this, how governments respond to this, depends on how well we plan and how we distribute the financial means for governments to actually rehome people. And the point that I'm trying to make here as well is that if people are being evacuated because of disasters like floods, like fires, huge storms, that is largely a failure of planning. It means that most of these places that are going to be heavily hit are already identified. We know where they are. And so there should be strategies in place. There should be strategies in place at the city level, city mayors, to help during disasters. And that is, we're not talking about, there are already in Europe, for example, disaster response plans for the case of, I don't know, an invasion or something. But we need to start talking about much, much more seriously about the kind of extreme events which thus far have only really hit the tropics. Do people know where to go? Do people know how to respond to those? And then that also needs to move up to a state level and then across regions, so the European bloc, but also neighbours, how to respond, because these disasters don't affect political geography of where borders are, and people will have to move between borders in the case of a disaster, but also much more long term, and that's what I'm going to start talking about. So just very briefly, let's look at what we're talking about. We're talking about emissions, carbon emissions. We are not following the emissions pathway of 2.6, which would keep us nicely below 2 degrees by the end of the century. We're also not following the business as usual extreme 8.5, which is good news. We are decarbonising, but we are somewhere between RCP 4.5 and 6.0. And as you can see, there is a strong likelihood that by the end of the century, we will be experiencing global temperatures somewhere between 3 and 4 degrees above the pre-industrial average. What does that mean? Well, it means parts of the world, parts of our European world will be increasingly unlivable. But largely, if we look at 4 degrees, if we look at what the world will be like, these multiple impacts, and we expect cascading impacts where one thing leads to another. So where, for example, in Pakistan, there were months of drought, followed by a terrible heat wave, followed by terrible deluge of flooding, where 33 million people were displaced within days. And then that's followed by landslides, destruction of infrastructure like essential roads and bridges so that you can't rescue people. And this displacement then has knock-on effects to the industry and economic output of certain regions, which exacerbates the life difficulties that people in those regions face. So this is essentially a climate apartheid in which people in the most hit places, and you can see where they are the global south generally, that we're looking at across the tropics, all the way up to the Great Lakes in the United States, but largely around South America, but down to Patagonia. We're looking at the continent of Africa, the entire continent essentially, but all the way up through southern Europe, including Spain, Italy, Greece, and across much of Asia. Home to some 3 billion people at the moment live in this this very heavily exacerbated area, which we're going to see multiple impacts occurring at the same time, which pushes people, pushes resources, and means that people cannot respond in a way to save lives. So, you know, what we're going to see is that people are going to have to move from these increasingly unlivable places. And where are they going to go? Well, you can see from the map the places which are, you know, nowhere will escape the negative impacts, but they will have lesser impacts. They're more adaptable. They're generally wealthier places. They have better institutions so far, and they're better able to adapt to the conditions that we expect to see. So people are going to move north. We're already seeing a progression north. Most climate immigration is within borders at the moment, but we are increasingly seeing that across borders and even across regions. If you look just at 2 degrees, this is just looking at heat stress alone, which which already causes enormous amounts of of excess deaths. And again, you can see the regions most affected. These people are going to move north. Now, this, in terms of, let's look again at 4 degrees, in terms of what we expect to see moving forward. We're not talking solely about individuals and families moving. This is also a migration north of skills, of expertise, of industry, of capital, of resources, of agriculture. Everything is going to move further north. Now, this is obviously a tragedy for everybody involved. And we have, I would say, a humanitarian necessity to respond as fellow humans to the people who find themselves unlucky enough to live in the unsafe parts of our planet, to share out the safer parts. But also, this is actually an opportunity for places in the north who are facing declining birth rates, stagnant economies, with a great wealth of young, motivated people full of potential to help revive these economies. But it does mean totally changing the narrative around immigration from this toxic populist-driven narrative to one where we understand our fellow humanity and we work together in a pragmatic fashion. Okay, this is, you know, when I talk about not just humans moving, this is disease moving. This is invasive mosquitoes, leishmaniasis, which is, again, a skin disease. We also see, this is just looking at heat deaths. And this is conflict. So there is a direct correlation. For example, this is just one study looking at drought in the growing season in Central America, and the correlation to migration at the United States border. Now, we have different ways of dealing with this. As I showed you earlier, scientists have a very good understanding of where we are headed in terms of temperature rise and in terms of impacts and where they are. This is not coming out of the blue. This is not completely unexpected. We have choices here in how we respond, in how we plan, and how we make this work. You know, do we help people who are moving? Ideally, not through very, very dangerous means, but help them into finding new ways of working, new places to integrate into our societies, or do we continue to make border crossings very, very hard? That's a choice for all of us, but it's a choice the rich world has to make, because the poor world has no choice anymore. I'm going to stop now because I don't want to overrun my time, but there is a lot more to say, and I talk about how we might manage this whole transition and how we might manage these impacts in my book. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to you, Gaia. Maybe you okay. So we can say goodbye and thank you.
I can't hear. Sorry.
Thank you so much for your intervention, Gaia, and see you very soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gaia, for your speech. We'll meet soon again. Let's invite Mr. Alessandro Balducci to come to the podium. He is a full professor of urban planning and urban policies at the Polytechnic of Milan, and he's been a city planning counselor of the city of Milan, and he is a scholar in all those topics about cities and urban areas. He's dealt with the city as a theater for inequalities that have over time accelerated and also become slower according to the various periods of time.
I gave to this very short speech the title The City of Theater of Inequalities. Until the 1980s, the European city was the place for social integration and emancipation. And in the glorious 30s, people moved from the countryside to the cities in search of economic well-being that affected all social groups or classes, as we said then. Milan, until that date, was the least unequal city in Lombardy, which was the least unequal region in Italy, precisely because of the integrating role that the city exercised. At the end of the 1990s, according to a research done by the Chamber of Commerce, Milan was the most unequal city in Lombardy, that was the most unequal region in Italy. And today, Milan continues to be the most unequal city. What has happened and how much of this change depends upon the general evolution of the economic system and how much it is linked to the urban. Certainly, globalization has produced an acceleration of inequalities between an elite linked to finance and governance of decentralized production of goods, and what some scholars define as a neoplebe, so an underclass made of poor immigrants and those employed in poor services, logistics, and the most humble jobs. For different reasons, both of these groups, which are the extreme manifestation of inequality, have their place in the city. But this has to do with the evolution of the economic system more generally. Instead, there are some aspects, I will touch two of them, of inequality that are produced precisely by the evolution of the urban system. Cities have spread across the territory, have transcended the boundaries of municipalities, provinces, and even regions and nations. There is an obvious inconsistency between the de facto city, with its regionalization processes, and the city of institutions. The city of the 21st century has government conceived in the 20th century and built upon boundaries of the 19th century. All indicators of urban distress, right to mobility, access to good services, tell us that what was once peculiar to the inner periphery, low education levels, low incomes, inadequate housing, aging, immigration, has now extended to the suburb of the urban regions. There is thus a specifically urban inequality that stems from the fact that these territories are not represented by institutions and are consequently not treated by policies. And their inhabitants, those of the suburbs or in-between part of the urban region, think that cities are in the hands of an elite who do not recognize them. Institutions are in fact the locus of recognition and also of containment of conflicts. Phenomena such as the Gilets jaunes, the Brexit, and the success of populist movements all phenomena that oppose the central city against its surroundings, put us face to face with the revenge of the territories that do not count, as it has described, to an untreated conflict related to the failure to recognize new and old peripheries. Of course, this is not a legal problem of redesigning boundaries, redrawing them, but the ability of the political elite to creatively address the problems produced by the inconsistency between the de facto city and the arrangement of its institutions. A second aspect deserves to be treated as inequality produced directly by the urban phenomenon. It is related to the transformation of the urban planning and the financialization of the urban. It is worth mentioning, by the way, that the biggest economic crisis in recent years was urban. That was 2008, was triggered by the subprime of the mortgage crisis, the loss of control of the labyrinthine transactions of home loan financing. But today, thanks to the continuous penetration of finance into the real estate sector and the crisis of the local public finance, entire cities like Berlin, London, or even Milan have housing excess costs that are incompatible with the bulk of the population that aspires to become a part of the urban community. So this transformation intersects with a symmetrical and partly dependent transformation of the urban planning all across Europe. The possibility of building public facilities, affordable housing, and the like is increasingly dependent upon capturing some value produced by private real estate initiative. And for this reason, public administration is increasingly pushed to practice planning in support of private initiative in order to be able to obtain some benefit that are, however, incapable of addressing structural issues such as the cost of housing for large segment of population. Again, the processes of exclusion and inequality production depend on one of the few activities fully in the hand of the urban and of the public action. As the city fills up with housing and services aimed at the same middle and upper classes of the population, it becomes prohibitively expensive for a population pushed to the margin of urban regionalization, with a series of consequences on several fronts: aging, congestion, pollution, limits on access to talent and young populations that constitute the lifeblood of the urban dynamics. So, these are some reasons to hold that the city is more and more the theater of inequalities. But unlike what can be said for the economic system in general, in the theater of the city there are actors who may be able to deal with the problems of inequality that are specifically produced in the urban realm. They can do it experimenting new forms of governance capable of addressing the problems of inequality at the scale of the large urban regions. They can do it reorienting urban policies and urban planning by putting social needs at the center instead of the possibilities of capturing some value from private initiative. Thank you.
Grazie, parlo anch'io in inglese. Sometimes we say that demography
A volte affermiamo che la demografia è il destino. Sarebbe positivo questo per chi studia la demografia, perché significa che saremo in grado di leggere il futuro. Mi potreste quindi chiedere dove ci sta portando il futuro, ma in realtà questo è dovuto al fatto che ci sono dei cambiamenti a lungo termine nella nostra società, persino a livello globale. Pensiamo ai cambiamenti a lungo termine degli ultimi anni. L'aspettativa di vita nel 1960 a livello mondiale era di 50 anni, 51 anni per l'esattezza. Oggi, dati 2022, siamo a 72 anni di vita. Quindi qui, a questo forum, vorrei dirvi: non fate l'errore di pensare che il passato è stata un'epoca senza disuguaglianze, senza povertà, perché certo, per quanto riguarda gli esseri umani, noi siamo nati nel momento migliore della storia. Ma anche in passato c'erano problemi legati alle disuguaglianze e alle disproporzioni. Quindi vediamo l'aumento che c'è stato nell'aspettativa di vita anno su anno. Direi che è aumentata di 4 mesi all'anno, 8 ore al giorno. Questi sono i dati legati all'aspettativa di vita, con la riduzione della mortalità infantile. Al contempo, parlavamo di 5 bambini per famiglia all'epoca, oggi siamo a 2,3 a livello mondiale. Quindi la popolazione a questo punto di vista ha raggiunto una sorta di equilibrio. In questo periodo gli esseri umani naturalmente si sono spostati sempre più verso le città, e quindi negli anni 60 la città non era così centrale o non così essenziale come lo è oggi. Il 34% della popolazione mondiale viveva nelle città. E oggi parliamo del 57%, quasi 60%. Pertanto è vero che quando parliamo di umanità, quando parliamo di demografia, dobbiamo parlare di città, sempre più, mentre questo non era vero in passato. Vorrei inoltre ricordare qualche dato economico base. In passato pensavamo che la demografia, il destino demografico, fosse tale che le risorse si sarebbero ridotte sempre più. Parliamo ad esempio del cambiamento climatico. La popolazione è passata quindi in realtà da 3 a 8 miliardi negli ultimi 60 anni. Il PIL pro capite, secondo i dati della Banca Mondiale, è passato da $500 a $13.000. Quindi l'incremento demografico non ha in realtà ucciso o stroncato le possibilità economiche. Poi è anche una questione di contrasti e di disuguaglianze, certo, e di politiche. Quindi non possiamo parlare di destino, questo non è il destino, parliamo dei contrasti. Le disuguaglianze basiche per me sono legate proprio alla durata della vita. Se noi non viviamo, non possiamo chiaramente guadagnare.
So first of all, how long do we live? So we said we moved from 50-something to, at the global level, to 70-something. Today, where we are born is still a crucial determinant of our life prospects. The latest data, in Chad, life expectancy is 53 years. Chad is like the world in 1960, okay? Japan is 84. Japan is like the world of the future, okay? Italy is not very far from Japan, good news, but I will go back to Italy. The second point is number of children, reproduction, which is also a matter of inequality, but I will go back to that. Today, we still have areas in which fertility is high. You remember, it was 5 average in 1960. Today, Niger is 6.7, so above the average of 1960. Korea is 0.8. South Korea, very wealthy country, urbanized. This is a contrast that is important, calls for inequalities and policies. I conclude with Italy, because we are here, I'm from Italy. If you are born in Treviso today, the province of Treviso, you are like being born in Japan, 84 years of life expectancy. If you are born in Naples or Syracuse, which are the lowest provinces, life expectancy is slightly above 80. So this is on average. Of course, if you take the poor people in Naples, in the areas, deprived area of Naples, this will sound like, almost like Global South. But there is 4 years of life of difference within Italy, and 4 is a lot. There is increasing evidence that access to reproduction is tied to inequalities. So in Italy and in the rich world, but increasingly more also in the Global South, people who cannot afford to have children do not have children. So becoming a parent is a matter of inequality. There is great evidence that it makes there is more importance to have a certain income now than in the past when becoming a parent. You need more income now for becoming a parent than in the past. You need to think long term. The third issue, and I'll go connect to the cities, is migration. Of course, migration has been there for human history forever. In some areas, it is new. For instance, Italy is a new country of immigration. 9% of the population is foreigner. In the wealthier areas of these countries, we have more foreign citizens. Some of the foreign citizens are born in Italy. Actually, many of them, increasingly many of them, and this is true around the area of Milan. This is bringing new inequalities at school, in cities, with institutions that were not built for this kind of fast demographic change. So demography is not destiny. It's not only about births and deaths. It is about births and deaths, but it's also about policies, migration, welfare, cities, and what we think about the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Francesco Billari. It's very important for us to work with Bocconi and with Politecnico Milan, with universities which actually constantly enrich our research. So let's move on with the next speaker. The time has come to listen to Alessandra Casarico, who is associate professor at Bocconi University, and she works with us on this research, and she will share with us a mapping study on inequalities at a local level in Milan. But of course, this is a case study that is of interest to all.
I'm
Thank
excited
you.
to be here, and I'm going to use some slides, so I don't know whether they are ready. So as she was saying, I'm going to talk about mapping inequalities, and this is a research that we are undertaking at the Social Inclusion Lab at Bocconi University. We are a group of diverse researchers, so not only economists like me, with the ambitious goal of doing research related to inequalities and specifically to local inequalities with an interdisciplinary approach. And when we talk about local inequalities, we are at the moment focusing on local communities, and Milan is our, say, first target. Can I have my slides? You don't have them? Well, I think I need them. So, because I was going to show you some maps, so without the slides it's a bit hard. So I don't know whether we want to move to the next, and then I send them actually. So I think I can do it. I'm gonna send. I think that we can do it after maybe someone comes, and I'm gonna come back. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
Allora invitiamo invece sul palco in questo momento
So I shall now call Seble, Volde-Bjorkis, and representatives of Black History Month, Milan. So Seble, strategic consultant of the next international exhibition of Milan. Seble is working on inclusivity and attention to be paid to policies. She works with public and private entities, and we shall be talking, therefore, about the new Milanese generations and how we can force some walls and some barriers which still exist. Exactly.
Damiana, grazie Nina.
Thank you, Damiana.
Good morning, everyone.
Damiana, thank you, Nina.
First of all, I'd like to thank President Stefano Boeri for giving me the opportunity to be part of this first forum of inequalities. I acknowledge the President's courage in bringing such a crucial and complex topic to the 24th International Exhibition, and in finding a great challenge on translating it into an artistic and cultural language. So kudos, Stefano, and thank you very much, Triennale, for having me here with you today. When I was thinking about what topic to share with you today, I spent a long time considering which aspect would be the most appropriate for us to address together. Inequalities, in fact, touch various segments of the population, and their impact is set to grow if we don't try to find solutions to reverse the direction in which our societies are heading. However, in my opinion, there is one aspect that connects all the areas where inequalities have an impact, and is access to opportunities. Opportunities to receive healthcare, to get a proper education, to migrate in search of a better life. And if we come to nature, the opportunity to flourish without being stifled by the human intervention. The future of cities and societies in general will be shaped around the great challenge of creating these opportunities for all. Starting from this consideration, I'd like to delve deeper into a specific segment of the population that I believe will become increasingly crucial for the future, the so-called second-generation youth, the children of immigrants. Some argue that a true capacity of a society to welcome new citizens is measured by how they empower the children of immigrants and make them realize their full potential. If you think about it, those who come from another country often start from zero in terms of information, connection, assets. So who better than someone starting from scratch can tell us how much a society is able to open up to new citizens? My perspective is inevitably Italian because it's the country where I live and where I have the most experience. But as the Dean of Bocconi mentioned, the debate on how much to open to new citizens is common throughout Europe. Italy is relatively new to a conversation that other countries have started much earlier. But before getting into some data, I'd like to share with you a picture because pictures often help to better frame an issue. Do you have this? Yeah, this one. So this is a photo of my class back in the early 90s, and this was considered, this is Bologna, Italy, sorry, I didn't mention it. This was considered a quiet international class because we were two children of foreign origins. And you can easily spot me. And this is also why when we were running away after mischief, I was the only one to be identified. And they were like, you know, we saw you. And I said, I bet you did. So anyway, the numbers were small. And also outside school, we're talking a very few of us. And this was just the beginning of a trend that would grow year after year. Fast forward from this picture, today I have a daughter who is almost 5 years old, and in her class of 19 children, 10 have an international background. So this means that we moved from my class, where we had a 6% of children with parents with a foreign origin, to a 52 in just one generation. And this is a quite strong experience. And also, if, of course, we are talking about a personal statistic, but a statistic that reflects the data that the Minister of Education in Italy shared, that we have almost 1 million students in our schools that have foreign origins, and 65 of them were born in Italy. And it's no coincidence that I'm talking about schools, because schools are the place where paths of emancipation and growth can be built, or conversely, where barriers and closure can be established. In fact, data also tell us school dropout rates are dramatically higher among second generation. 30.1% of children with foreign origin compared to a 9.8% among students with an Italian background. 30%, 9%. I think this data is mind-boggling. It's quite unacceptable. And it's not me stating this, it's also the Minister of Education who is saying that this is a dramatic situation that must be tackled. But what is that? If we focus on this last data, what is happening there? Who is losing and what are we actually losing? One might be tempted that this is a personal problem, the personal family, the single family, the individual person. But in reality, who is losing is the entire society that can't rely on the talent, skills, and aspiration of younger generations. This is a major challenge that must be tackled, as it will be crucial for the future of Italy, but not also for Italy, but also for an aging Europe who cannot afford to leave anyone behind. Talking about ethnic minority youth does not mean talking about a minority to be included, but rather about a new idea of community in which we all strive towards a common destiny and a better future for all. But to do so, we must break down the walls and mental and physical that block the growth of a part of the population and build more ladders. And this is why I titled my speech, Walls and Ladders. Coming to the 24 International Exhibition, this vision led to a collaboration with an organization based in Milan who is called Black History Month Milano, which is focused on Afro-descendant, Afro-Italian artists and cultures. But before leaving the stage to Black History Month Milano, I'd like to highlight that this collaboration is something for me really important, because it's not about hearing the voice of a minority, as is often the case, but rather about recognizing that in the evolution of the Italian and Milanese society, we now have artists with an international background who are capable of interpreting contemporary life, understanding the present, and helping us tell the story of today. So with this, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I invite Germaine, Michael, Gabriel to the floor, which is the president of Black History Month. Thank you very much for your attention.
Can you hear me? Okay, I'll be speaking Italian. Well, first of all, I would like to thank Sebli for her introduction. Thank you, Damiano, for this opportunity. I represent Black History Month Milan. We started 2 years ago. We are one of the two. The first took place in Florence. And it was funded by one person who's a mentor. Then we had Bologna, Turin, and now Milan. What does it mean today, being a group of artists and question society today? Can we be Black Italian artists? Or because I'm Black, because we're Black, we have to specify and justify that we're Italian? It is quite amusing, because when you go abroad, our US colleagues define us Afro-spaghettis. And we should actually sort of question the Italian canon. When you refer to Black people, you actually say if they are first or second or third generation. So we should question what happened during the Roman Empire. All saints who are patrons in many cities in Milan well, where do they come from? Or the Medici family, you know, or the influence that black people had in southern Italy. And we tend to forget what is the relationship between Italy and the colonies. And there is if there is no progress in acknowledging all this is a problem, because colonialism from Italy started in 1882, and this is something to be questioned again. And the arrival of Italians in Assab, is it more important than the colonial thought that took place later? So how do we consider all those canons? So we should actually review all this. Black people are not a small minority, telling the truth, but we are part and parcel of the society, of the artistic scene. So we bring our own vision. Well, I'm sorry, because people talk about second generation, but there have been so many Ethiopian and black soldiers who were part of the Mussolini's army, and then we also have some other witnesses. You know, we have many resistance during the war. Marco Valerio actually wrote a very important book on this, and many of them were black. So when we talk about history, we should question that. Also in Rome, Rome was also a scene for black protagonism, and the process is very important for us. We always talk about singularity. We do not know what the process is. We do not know what the aim is, and we're not interested in that. We are interested in the process, what we do every single day. And I would like to conclude by this, because the time allotted to me has come to an end. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Germain. I would like to thank Black History Month. And now we have solved the problem of Professor Casarico's slides, and I would like to welcome you back again to the podium.
Okay.
So let's start again with your speech.
I've tried to just recast what I was starting from. So I said that we are doing some work on mapping and monitoring inequalities, and that we have a focus on Milan. And when we look at Milan, we are particularly interested in what happens at the neighborhood level. So what we know is that, it's already been said today, inequalities in opportunities and inequalities in outcomes are strictly intertwined. And the reason why this is the case is because inequalities in income today can reflect into inequality of opportunities tomorrow. And the context we live in influence our trajectories, and we have evidence, abundant evidence now, that this does not hold only across countries, but also within countries, and then even within cities. And inequality, especially urban inequalities, may manifest in different areas, in different realms. Think about education, economic participation, access to services like healthcare or schooling. So in doing this mapping, we are trying to cover as many dimensions as possible. And we certainly have the intuition that not all neighborhoods in Milan are the same, but we want to know to what extent and in what dimensions, and especially with what implications. And to do this mapping and monitoring, we are using open data, and we are trying to look at some objective measures of inequality, but at the same time, we think that it is very important to combine this more, say, hard data with subjective measures of social inclusion or of social cohesion. And we actually have very little systematic evidence at the local level on how, for instance, inequality in access affects the perception of individuals of whether they are included and what opportunities they have access to. And this perception of inclusion can have important implications on, say, trust, altruism, and these are at the basis of connectedness and meaningful participation in society. So we have done, let's say, the work on the hard data, and we are heading towards the collections of primary survey data on perceptions, but since we are heading there, before getting there, let me show you some data related to Milan, okay? So this is a map of Milan. I'm sure you recognize it. And here the variable that we are plotting is income, so gross income. It's just one of the basic variable economists look at. And you clearly see that there is a gradient center periphery, okay? So this is not maybe surprising to any of us, but maybe we can take some further steps and look at what has happened over time. So on this side of the screen, you see different neighborhoods of Milan, and they are ordered according to where they are in the income distribution. So the ones that you see here at the bottom are the poorest neighborhood in Milan, and these are the richest neighborhood in Milan. This is 21 to 1, okay, in terms of zip code, if you just know the zip codes of Milan. And what you see here is that over time, so we are plotting here about a decade, so average income has gone up in different neighborhoods in Milan. But even if you focus on the richest one, you see some growth in some, but in some others, there has been actually a decline in gross income. And for some zip codes, you see them listed here, the increase in income has been much more muted. Then we can compare Milan and also the neighborhoods of Milan to, say, Italy, right? So here you see that average income in Milan is above the mean in Italy. Again, this may not be very surprising, but it is also above big cities like, say, Rome or Turin, but also above smaller cities like Bergamo or Verona. And if you actually take the poorest neighborhood in Milan, the mean income in that neighborhood is actually the same as the mean income in Palermo. Or, for instance, we have a zip code in Milan, it's this one here, where the mean income is the same as the average in Italy. So somehow we can also get a sense of how the city is faring by comparing, let's say, what happens within Milan to other areas of our country. And it's not only a matter of income, if you want, but it's also a matter of different populations. So maybe I go back to the demography issues that my rector was hinting to before. So here you see how different types of population are spread across the neighborhoods in Milan. So you see where the young people are. You see that there are many more, say, in the outskirts. And this is where population over 65 is more likely to be placed. And this is where the foreign population lives. And again, I mean, we may expect that they are more concentrated in the outskirts, but even if you look at neighborhoods in the periphery, you have some of them where the foreign population is around 10%, which is the average, like in Italy, and some others where it is above 30%. And these different populations have different needs. And so this brings us also to the question of, do our services and do our policies map the type of heterogeneity that we have in the city? Some examples related to socioeconomic characteristics. This is how unemployment is distributed across neighborhoods in Milan. And this is tertiary education, okay? And here you may find again the type of gradient that we show when we were looking at income, okay? And you see that the share of individuals with tertiary education is much more concentrated in the center. And actually there, so in the central neighborhoods, the share of individuals with a tertiary education is around 40%. That's twice the Italian average. But we also have neighborhoods where the share of individuals with a tertiary education is around 3%, okay? So the town shows a lot of heterogeneities or inequalities or differences or segregations, if you want. And this is just another example related to services. This refers to lower secondary schools and how they are spread across the different neighborhoods. And this is related to, instead, secondary schools like licei or istituti tecnici. And you see that, again, they are much more concentrated in the city center rather than in the more peripheral areas. This imposes different costs to students, different commuting costs to students, but at the same time, it gives the opportunity to people coming from different neighborhoods to mingle in the city center, and this, again, may be a useful thing to happen or a good thing to happen. So let me close. We think that reading the city at the scale of the neighborhood allows us to identify inequalities at the micro-territorial level that are interesting and that are important in order to understand, let's say, or have a detailed view about social dynamics and needs of each neighborhood, and can orient, if you want, policy action in a much more detail than if we just think of Milan as a, let's say, just a unique or just a single place. And we also would like to, or I would also like to add that our data are not enough in mapping these inequalities, so we think that it's important also to collect data on subjective perceptions of inequality and social inclusion and opportunities, because this is also going to help, let's say, us understanding when there are some transformation within the city, how different people feel about what's going on. And we think that this is just an area where there is a room for a collaborative and interdisciplinary effort, and I think that this is perhaps the most heterogeneous audience I've spoken to in the last years, rather than talking mainly to my fellow economists. So I hope that this will be also a chance to start some dialogue with you. So thank you for your attention, and I'm done.
Per l'invito ad aprire il dialogo, che è sicuramente una delle intenzioni maggiori di una giornata come oggi. Allora invito Guido Alfano a proseguire il ragionamento sulle disuguaglianze. Peraltro Guido Alfano è docente Università Bocconi di Storia dell'Economia, e sembra interessante in realtà che poi
Professor Alfani teaches economic history at Bocconi University, and he will offer us a historical perspective and not only a geographic perspective. Thank you so much, Mr. Alfano. Thank you. I also have a pack of slides.
So many thanks. As it has been announced, I will tell you something about history, building upon a lot of research which has been done in the last 15 years, which of course is about the past, right? It's history. But this is a kind of a new research which speaks very directly to some recent concerns, and which also has tended to change the way in which we look at current, today developments in terms of economic inequality. So here you have a graph showing the wealth share of the richest 10% from around 1300 till about 2020. So it's like 7 centuries of history. This is the slide which I usually use to conclude my presentations, and then I tell the people there, you know, this is the most depressing slide I'm going to show you today. So you get this at the very beginning, you know, so it can't get worse, because you can give a very negative reading of this, right? So this seems to suggest that along the long run, you know, that in the long run of history, wealth inequality or economic inequality more generally has always tended to grow, you know, as you see here, except for phases of decline triggered by major catastrophes. So the Black Death in the 14th century, the plague killing half the people of Europe, the world wars in the 20th century. And then the point is, okay, so maybe wealth inequality growth is something like natural, it's kind of a curse. We have to live with it because the cure is worse than the illness. We really don't want to spread a little pandemic to reduce inequality, right? Now, hopefully, luckily enough, there is a more optimistic reading of all this if we look closer. So let's focus on the last couple of centuries, 1800 to 2020, the 1%ers in countries for which we have relatively good data, France, Sweden, United States. You see this phase of inequality decline in the middle of the 20th century, sometimes called the Great Compression of inequality. This period can actually be split in two phases. The first seems to be more directly connected to catastrophe, so the world wars, reduction of inequality because of physical destruction of wealth, so World War II, or destruction of capital, in particular financial capital, World War I, and the war-induced hyperinflation. But after the end of World War II, we have other 20 years and more of inequality decline of both wealth and income, by the way, which usually we consider to be the consequence of the development of the welfare state. So more provision of equalizing services, or the build-up of a more even playing, starting a more equal level for everybody, also allowing for kind of upward mobility, funded by means of very progressive taxation. And if we think about taxation, we actually have to remember that the beginning of the increasing progressivity of taxation is World War I, again, also in connection to the war. So this is kind of a development which leads actually to a big degree to the overall great leveling, and which is clearly the outcome of the human agency. So it's kind of an intentional process. So the point is, this phase is quite clearly shaped by the choices made by human beings. But if we go to the earlier period, to the early modern period, this phase of inequality growth, it can't be easily explained with something independent from intentionality. This is not the consequence, say, of economic growth, because we find inequality growth in the early modern times, even in phases, in areas and periods where we had economic stagnation or decline. So something which instead was common across the board was the increase in per capita taxation in this phase. Why were all European states increasing taxation in this phase? Well, because war was becoming more expensive. So they had to play the same game. Everybody was taxing more just in order to defend themselves or to be able to project power outside their boundaries and so forth and so on. And then, why this matters? Well, because if you look at how fiscal systems were organized in the pre-industrial period, they were not progressive, they were regressive. So the poorest population was taxed more in proportion to their income than the rich. So this is actually producing more inequality year after year after year. So pushing inequality up, right? But that's still due to how society is organized, to human agency, and to how human agency shapes institutions, in particular fiscal institutions. Now, why does this matter? Well, let's look at this other graph. This is the 1%ers plus the top 0.1%, so an even smaller group in the last century or so, 1900 till today, till 2020 actually. The two red lines here are mark the beginning of two major financial crises. So the collapse of Wall Street in 1929, triggering the Great Depression, and the financial crisis at the end of 2007, triggering the Great Recession, and after, of course, we also had other crises. Particularly lucky countries had the sovereign debt crisis later, right? 2010, 11, around that. After that, we had COVID. But the point is, if you look at the wealth share of the richest, the dynamics are pretty different. So after 1929, there is a very substantial reduction, which then continues also for other reasons, but not after 2007. So, the first thing you can say here is that the patrimony of the richest part of the population in Western rich countries has become exceptionally resilient against crisis from an historical point of view. So, we could say, okay, what's the problem? Good for them. Yeah, but the problem is, how was that resilience achieved? Because something which happens after the stock market crash of 1929 is that the rich, for example, under the Roosevelt government in the United States, the rich and in particular the financial elites, are considered to have been kind of the culprits in the crisis, right, to cause the crisis. Maybe that wasn't really true in that case, but the point is, in general, the richest hadn't been asked in that moment to pay a substantial part of the bill of the crisis. How? By means of more intense and more progressive taxation. Now, the 2007 financial crisis, which can quite clearly be connected to some responsibility by the financial elites, especially in certain countries, has not been followed by the same kind of change in fiscal policies. We know this well because we have important broad surveys of fiscal reform in OECD countries in the last 20 years. So nothing happened. There was a request across society for making the richest population help to foot the bill of the crisis. Not only the Great Recession, but all the other crises until COVID-19. We remember this very well. But if we look at the service of fiscal change, of changes in fiscal policies, nothing happens. So the point is that this resilience in the patrimony of the richest in recent years has been achieved also avoiding to play a role that arguably, as I actually argue in this book, has been given to the richest population from the end of the Middle Ages in Western culture. This is not something which I could discuss here for reasons of time. I'm already kind of beyond the time I was given by a few seconds. But the point is, given all these, if we are concerned about growing inequalities in our societies today, there is no reason whatsoever to believe that the problem is going away. There is no reason whatsoever to think that inequality will decline on its own. History also tells us very clearly what to do if we want to reduce inequality, and it's kind of do something similar to what was done in an earlier phase in the 20th century. And I talked too much, I'm sorry, and I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Alfani. And we shall now move to London with a video contribution by Hans Ulbricht Obstricht, the artistic director of the Serpentine Galleries in London, who will tell us about a project that the Serpentine Galleries have been proposing, Radio Ballads. It is a project which involves communities, cooperation works, and so there's this idea of working together, of intertwining several levels that can be a way to tackle through art the inequalities. So let's see if the video is ready.
Hi everyone, artistic director of Serpentine, and when Stefano Boeri, my dear friend, called me and was telling me about the topic of the Triennale 2025, one of the first things I thought about was our long-term Barking-Dagenham project, Radio Ballads, and this project is very much grounded in the legacy of another project we've been doing in our civic projects called the Edgware Road Project. We started the Center for Possible Studies with the Serpentine in Edgware Road, very much at the intersection of art, of spatial politics, and also community practice, supporting artists actually to work with people across London. The Radio Ballad project began in 2016. It was a seed really planted in 2016 when curator Amal Khalaf worked with political theatre maker Francis Rifkin and composer Patrick Farmer to produce towards a radio ballad songs of the journey, very much resonating with the original BBC radio ballads. So maybe that's the moment to talk a little bit about actually the history of the radio ballads, because it takes its name from a series of radio programs broadcast on the BBC from 1957 to 64. It was a time of rapid change across the UK and created by Evan McCall, Peggy Seeger and Charles Parker. These 8 programs combined song with music and sound effects with the stories of different communities who would usually not be listened to. Each original ballad focused on the lived experience and very much also resistance of workers and groups whose voices would be rarely heard in the media. And the idea was really based on these beginnings in 2016 to then, over a much longer time range, commission 4 new Radio Ballad Commission based on this history. And it's very much a project about shared stories, about shared songs, because ballads can describe poems or narratives set to song, which were traditionally passed on from person to person, meaning that they were usually changeable and actually would not have individual authorship. So emerging in medieval Europe for centuries, ballads were a primary and also highly accessible source of information, sharing newsworthy events across divisions of class, of education, gender and age. Ballads were closely linked to the process of grieving and also sharing grief publicly. They were usually written and performed in the first person, offering also a framework for their singers to interpret the world around them. So to kind of summarize it, ballads and radio ballads as a project would ask how we can, in a way again, start to understand, to listen, and also to heal through collective storytelling, which seems a very, very urgent topic in a way in relation to the Triennale's 2025 topic. How we can also illuminate structures of care and allow us to reflect on conditions of life and the effects of labor within our communities. Singing has transformed the experience of work and change since history began, but the question really is what kind of collective songs are needed now. The Radio Ballads project was a partnership between the Serpentine and Newtown Culture. Newtown Culture is a pioneering program of artistic and cultural activity taking place in adult and also children's social care across the entire borough of Barking-Dagenham. So from the very beginning, the idea was that artists would spend time, much more time than they would usually spend on an exhibition. It's really about longue durée, it's a long duration project. And then we will present the findings, the films, the results of these new radio ballads, both in Barking-Dagenham and also at the Serpentine in an exhibition which was curated by Amal Khalaf, Elizabeth Graham, Leila Gatens, and also Natalia Grabowska. This idea of actually going beyond Kensington Gardens and work in an archipelago way in London is something we also did with the pavilion of Sumaya Bali 3 years ago, when Sumaya created a pavilion as an archipelago in many different parts of London, creating in that sense many exchanges. I'm going to give 2 examples of these residencies of Radio Ballad. Sonia Boyce's Yes, I Hear. Many of you will know Sonia Boyce from 2 years ago's Venice Biennale, when she won the Golden Lion for UK Pavilion. For Barking-Dagenham, Serpentine, Radio Ballad, Sonia Boyce's project Yes, I Hear You has again to do with this idea to listen. It's underpinned by processes of sharing testimony and engaging actually in deep listening, asking how different people and systems can witness complexity in interpersonal relationships. Presented as a 4-channel video installation, accompanied by 8 digital prints and also wallpaper, Yes, I Hear You was the culmination of this long-term research involving many interviews, workshops, reviews, and performative sessions with people who identify as survivors of domestic abuse, those who have perpetrated harm, but also care workers, harm reduction facilitators, and therapists who support people directly affected by domestic abuse. With Rory Pilgrim, who was with a project about a raft addressing the question how in moments of change and transition, what actually supports us and what keeps us afloat. A raft, according to Rory, is of course the simplest and most fragile vehicle of survival on open water. Ancient as human language, rafts are still needed during urgent crossings. From the Abrahamic story of Noah's Ark to the idea of the earth as a lonely life raft floating in space, the symbol of a raft has often represented the ultimate preserver of life. Amid the COVID-19 pandemic, when actually this residency happened, artist and composer Rory Pilgrim developed rafts as the second chapter in a body of performance, film and sonic work, exploring how the climate crisis relates to support structures in our everyday lives. The commission was narrated by the voices of 8 residents in Barking-Dagenham from different communities who each in their own way reflected on what the symbol of a raft means to them. At the heart of Rafts is a concert broadcast that interweaves stories, poetry, and reflections around a 7-song oratorio that makes connections between work, mental health, home, recovery, and also our environment. It's very much about new possibilities for us to navigate the future together with care. So these are two examples for projects from the Barking-Dagenham Serpentine collaboration on Radio Ballads. This idea of working on longer duration projects, kind of Fernand Braudel's notion of longue durée, to go beyond event culture, is something which happens not only in our civic project, but happens very much also in all the projects we do with ecology at the Serpentine, all the projects we do with technology, the new experiments with art and technology, but of course also in our public art projects in the park, such as recently with the Garden of Alexandra Daisy Ginsberg, where we for 2 years developed a garden for pollinators assisted by AI. Thank you so much for listening, and see you all very soon.
We shall thank Hans-Ulrich Obrist. And now I shall invite Nazanin and Kimia to join us to the podium.
Terribile incendio del Grenfell Tower in West London provoca 72 vittime.
And that caused 72 victims. And from that moment onwards, Nazanin Aladia and Kimia Azabian, activists and advocates and great researchers, started some separate paths, which they met. So they started to search and to aiming at actually unveiling the total failure of the system that led to that arson, to that fire, and to that tragedy, and to convert that into the search for a better life. Thank you.
Thank you for having us here today. Good morning. Today I want to talk about the Grenfell Tower tragedy, not as just a devastating fire, but as a harsh exposure of the deep inequalities within our modern urban society. Grenfell wasn't just about poor construction, but about deregulation, systematic neglect, and injustice in one of the UK's wealthiest boroughs. I'm not here today to focus on construction failures alone, but the deeper systematic issues that fueled this catastrophe, issues that the public inquiry shied away from. Grenfell was a devastating moment of complete system failure that claimed the lives of both my mother and aunt, along with 70 others. And if we're to prevent such tragedies in the future, we must confront these uncomfortable truths head on. Consider this: out of the 72 people who lost their lives that night, a staggering 85% of the victims were from ethnic minority communities. This isn't just statistics, it's a reflection of how ethnicity, socioeconomic status, and vulnerability interconnect in ways that profoundly influence the outcomes, human rights, and outcomes during disasters. It promotes serious questions about how charity and greed play a role in determining the protection given to minority communities, and whether our response in times of crisis are shaped more by self-interest than by genuine care and concern. To truly understand the scale of this inequality, one must have a good understanding of the tower's geographical location and social position in society. Grenfell Tower was located in the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea. I'll refer to it as RBKC from now on. One of the wealthiest areas in the United Kingdom, often associated with significant affluence. This small 4.6 square mile borough has the most expensive real estate in Western Europe. It's home to several prestigious museums, art galleries, iconic parks, and Kensington Palace, where the future king and queen reside. With 57 embassies and high commissions, it's a miniature world in itself. Between the 50s and 70s, population growth and war damage created a demand for affordable housing, and the urban development and planning policies of this time were vital in creating the poor-rich division we witness today. In RBKC, much of the social housing, including Grenfell Tower built in 1974, was concentrated in the historically cheaper northern corner of the borough called North Kensington. While segregation in the sense of legally enforced racial separation was of course not practiced, there were various factors and policies that effectively led to social and economic marginalization of immigrant communities within the borough. One of these was the discriminatory practices in housing allocation, which were used as a tool to concentrate the black and ethnic minority immigrant populations in North Kensington. Although some great social housing was built in the richer south part of the borough, these were largely given to people of British white ethnicity. Years later, the reinforcement of the segregation by the council was justified by the authorities as thoughtful and as if they were doing people a favor. The explanation given was that people just prefer to live in their own communities, and they like to be in areas where facilities and like mosques are already established. Over the years, immigrants arriving from devastating conflicts as a result of destabilizing American and Western policies, such as the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, have been consciously placed in North Kensington, further feeding into this segregation to maintain the desired socio-political landscape. This pattern of de facto segregation by the council meant that the marginalized community also faced significant barriers to integration and equal access to resources and opportunities. The new demographic of immigrants, different to those who had come from the years before from the Commonwealth to fill the labor shortages, were treated as though they shouldn't be here and that their housing was already a big favor. Any particular requirements were simply too much to ask. In 1998, like many other immigrants, my mother and I were allocated social housing in North Kensington. There we came to realize that inequality was the cultural norm in this corner of the borough. The council's discriminatory action exemplify a broader issue of social justice, where vulnerable individuals like my mother were disregarded despite clear evidence of their needs. Despite having various disabilities and requiring accessible housing, she was placed on the 18th floor of Grenfell Tower in 2015, after 16 years of waiting, as direct contradiction to the council's old assessment over a decade earlier, which determined that she should not be housed above the 4th floor of any lifted building. She was knowingly put to live in a death trap. This neglect of a basic human right highlights the deep-rooted systematic inequalities that disproportionately impact marginalized groups, stripping her of her dignity and dehumanizing her in the process. These inequalities were tragically evident during the Grenfell Tower fire, where a disproportionately high number of disabled and vulnerable residents lost their lives. Of the 72 people who perished, 41% were disabled or had limited mobility, underscoring how these systematic failures mostly severe those affected, people that are able to protect themselves the least. Although society's attitude to disability has evolved and our built environment has become more inclusive and supportive of disabled people, institutional discrimination and neglect are still highly evident in our social systems. To governing bodies such as RBKC, people with disabilities are often seen as passive recipients of aid rather than active participants in society. They're treated with pity or as objects of charity rather than equal citizens. There is an immense force of charity and greed at play between these rich corporations with duty of care and the vulnerable individuals. This neglect and institutional prejudice that treats disabled people like my mother as inferior takes away their human rights. In this case, her very right to escape in an emergency. The way our institutions and infrastructure have set us up to think of disability has created immense injustice in our world. A subconscious picture has been painted in our heads, in all our heads, that a person's disability is the individual's own burden and its consequences are unfairly seen as deserved. This disregard was evident in 2012 when regeneration works began around Grenfell Tower, focusing on a new school and a leisure centre. The council aimed to modernise the tower's exterior to match nearby developments, calling it a poor-looking cousin in internal emails. Aside from fixing the boiler and converting community spaces into flats, no other much-needed internal upgrades were included in the refurbishment. The council set a small budget for the project and directly hired Studio E, the firm working on the nearby school and leisure centre. Studio E, a firm specialising in education projects with no prior experience in high-rise buildings, lowered their fees by half to bypass the threshold that would have triggered a formal procurement process. The public inquiry revealed that the architects selected the building purely based on the appearance. I'll start again. The public inquiry revealed that the architects selected the cladding purely based on its appearance and that the new decorative crown on the top of Grenfell Tower played a significant role in the horizontal spread of the fire to all four facades. As an architect, I cannot help but feel a deep sense of disappointment and responsibility for the actions within an industry that I've long admired. In 2014, when the non-combustible cladding zinc was downgraded to aluminium composite material, labelled as value engineering, it saved the council £293,000, bypassing all safety regulations. Programs like value engineering and sustainability were often used as a smokescreen for exploitation and profiteering during this social housing refurbishment. The public inquiry revealed that manufacturers like Arconic, Celotex, and Kingspan were fully aware of the combustibility of ACM cladding and the installation long before Grenfell's refurbishment. Despite catastrophic fire test failures, they concealed their results and pushed their products for high-rise use through manipulated tests and lobbying. Previous fires involving ACM cladding had already raised many concerns, but both manufacturers and authorities downplayed the risks. A profound professional and ethical failure occurred throughout the process, with those involved consistently prioritizing profit over safety, ignoring repeated warnings. This conscious professional failure was in fact made very easy for all parties involved in the refurbishment at Grenfell. Firstly, deregulation, coupled with insufficient resources and a lack of commitment to enforcing safety standards and ethical practices has led to dangerous, loosely regulated industries. Secondly, social housing tenants often belong to a vulnerable population with less power to advocate for their rights. So those responsible for managing and maintaining the housing just don't feel enough pressure to adhere to high standards of safety and care. This was undeniably the case at Grenfell, where numerous concerns raised by residents' action groups before the fire were repeatedly silenced and ignored. The Grenfell tragedy highlights how deregulation in the UK led to a deeply flawed system where excessive power was handed to manufacturing companies, allowing them to self-regulate unchecked and exploit loopholes for financial gain. By having full control and complete confidentiality over the testing of their products, they're ultimately allowed to be in charge of our human rights. This system of self-regulation and globalization of our built environment has brought about a financially convenient culture that not only dangerously lacks supervision, but also completely lacks any sense of ethics and liability. This is perhaps one of the darkest sides and the greatest injustices of our built environment culture today. The Grenfell refurbishment used sustainability as a selling point while ignoring safety and quality. Although promoted to improve energy performance and reduce carbon footprint, these so-called improvements came at a catastrophic cost. While we often associate the negative impacts of sustainability agendas with underdeveloped regions, a new form of consequences has been taking place in the wealthier cities. Driven by EU demand, sustainability has rightly become the priority for many governments. However, in places like the UK, deregulation and poor oversight have allowed large corporations to exploit these agendas. The push for energy-efficient products has often overlooked their impact on safety. In the name of the environment, human rights and safety have been neglected. We like to think of sustainability as securing the continuity of life, But at Grenfell, sustainability as the lived experience was contrarily fatal. What started as a progressive environmental initiative has spiraled into a cycle of environmental abuse and deepening social inequalities. As I stand here today in this multidisciplinary room, I know deep down that much tougher and more comprehensive building regulations and laws are needed to protect us all, especially the most vulnerable in society. However, I also believe that true change will only come when we see a transformation in the integrity of individuals in society, particularly in the built environment professions. In a world often driven by ambition and profit, restoring ethics and humanity in individuals across all disciplines and hierarchies is not just important, but essential. Had just one person chosen to break the chain of deceit and irresponsibility during the Grenfell refurbishment, perhaps I wouldn't be standing here for this reason today. In the end, it's individuals who come together to shape the larger systems. And so the flaws in the system must be addressed not only from the top down, but also at the individual level. If we are to honor the memory of the people who perished at Grenfell, we must commit to real change in discriminatory attitudes, ensuring that safety, dignity, and respect are the rights of every individual, regardless of their background and wealth. Let Grenfell be a reminder that we cannot afford to look the other way ever again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nazanin. It's very brave of you. And thank you for inviting us. It's been really fascinating hearing all these different people with so much knowledge and realizing how much of that knowledge hasn't been captured in the aftermath of this terrible tragedy. We had a Zoom meeting the other day, and one of the next of kin said, "Thou shalt not kill." And that's really the bottom line. If you forget that principle, it doesn't matter, as you said, how many laws and regulations there are, if there aren't individuals who have a certain sense of responsibility, moral duty, integrity. What we found in Grenfell Tower, as you can see, 72 people lost their lives. Nazanin's mother and aunt are in this collage of beautiful faces, but you don't need words to explain. As you can see, 85% of those who perished were from ethnic minorities, and as Nazanin explained, fairly new communities as from the diasporas of the world where conflict, as a result of Western hegemony, had really been created in those parts of the world where insecurity led people to leave, and they ended up in North Kensington. We just had a public inquiry report published last week, and we had a press conference where we gathered the immediate families of those who died, the families behind the faces on the posters, and it was very powerful. But we also weighed the actual inquiry report, as you can see on those scales, a different scale of justice. Because these were very expensive words. We spent 7 years, and the public purse paid for £173 million to produce this report, a forensic report that looked at all the different aspects except the issue of race. That was the one thing that was not part of the terms of reference. I worked out that per kilo, this costs £23 million per kilo of words. Very expensive words. But those words won't mean anything if it's not actually translated into action. And inquiries don't produce action, they produce recommendations that in our country the government may or may not act upon. Between 2009 and 2017, there were 68 public inquiries costing £638 million, producing 2,685 recommendations, of which only 6 move forward to select committees. So inquiries themselves have been weaponized, although they're a great idea for society to explore things in a forensic manner, but it's almost become weaponized as a way of dampening something down, making it look like you're doing something, kicking it into the long grass, and exhausting people to the point where no one really cares anymore. One of the reports I thought was interesting said, Grenfell report risks of holding everyone to account is no one actually gets the blame. And that's actually what's happened. One of the graphics that Nazanin showed has become known as the infamous web of blame, where all the companies are linked to each other, and therefore no one is responsible. This actually produces a problem in terms of criminal prosecution. So what did we do in the aftermath? It was really interesting to listening to the opening remarks by Mr. Sennett, where he talks about communities and adjacencies and porosity and so on. And I would really love to read more about that, those issues, because in the aftermath, the authorities were actually missing. It was the community itself that came together to help each other, because there was really nothing in the structures because of systemic racism where there was appropriate response. So Grenfell Next of Kin came together around 2019. Very organically, the families of the deceased felt that they were not being seen or heard. And it really made me very cross because, you know, I'm much older than Nazanin, but we came from the same country. I came to London in 1974, and it really broke my heart to see that so little had changed and so little had, you know, how little kind of participation there was from different communities in all the structures, from the lawyers to the authorities, to the civil service, to the social workers, the mental health therapists that came in. It was all handled from very much a white, British kind of perspective or European perspective, and yet the people that we were responding to in that moment were already very marginalized. So we just came together, and we've just been doing various campaigns really to give agency to the families of the people who were killed. You know, from flying off to the Emirates to ensure that the Kingspan sponsorship of Lewis Hamilton's Formula One race in Abu Dhabi did not have the name of Kingspan, which are one of the corporates involved in the criminal investigation and the civil litigation and the inquiry emblazoned on his car. But it required us literally to go there, to fly there at our own cost, to go there and demand. Everything that's happened has been us demanding it, people demanding it, and demanding it from the perspective of the most marginalized. Because of course what the government did in the immediate aftermath, the morning after the fire, they announced the inquiry. And so it was all very controlled. Everything from the beginning was extremely well choreographed and controlled. So the marginalized were also marginalized in the aftermath, despite having suffered this great loss. We did some projections on the tower, which have been very controversial, actually, because some people feel that because the tower is a sacred site, that it should not be used to project political messaging or any kind of messaging. That in itself is sort of quite problematic. Who decides? Who decides that this shouldn't happen? Because of course, where you've got people who are very angry and want to be seen and heard, surely they should be allowed to use whatever means necessary to be seen and heard. And it brought to mind the phrase that we heard a lot in all the 999 calls at the end before everyone passed away, because most people were on the phone to their families as they were taking their last gasp, it was repeatedly, we can't breathe, which of course echoed the George Floyd I can't breathe moment. And we also projected the demand for justice on the tower. But it brought to mind that famous case of Emmett Till in the civil rights movement, when Emmett Till was killed by white supremacists. His mother very bravely decided to have an open casket coffin. And this was extremely brave, but it was that singular courage of that woman that really changed everything, changed the narrative, and also changed the way that people were responding to what was this sort of crisis, really, in the United States. So I think it's important to think about who decides what is appropriate action, in such cases. Should society be confronted with all of this kind of cruelty? Or should we sanitize it, with a white shroud and a green heart and a, polite message that you might get in a sympathy card? I guess that's a debate that we're not even allowed to have amongst ourselves. The families are not even allowed to have that conversation to reach some sort of consensus. So we just do the best we can. We've stopped doing the projections out of respect. We do take vans at the anniversary and, drive it right outside Downing Street. We sort of basically taking the fight out onto the streets. The van drives around Parliament, messaging. Very kindly, people that own the bus stop shelters gave us the site so that we could, talk about Grenfell, billboards and so on and so on. And it was all donated by some very kind people who wanted to support the campaign. And then all of a sudden, we heard about the fire in Milan 3 years ago, the Torre de Moro, and it was exactly the same cladding. And so we came out here and we met with the Milan survivors days after their devastating fire. And beyond that, 6 months ago, another cladding fire in Valencia, where 10 people died, including a 2-week-old baby. But we are taking those actions. We are making it happen with the support of some people that just help us, whether it's with facilities or, communication support or whatever. It's literally us. If you put the three fires side by side, the three towers, sometimes I can't even recognize which one is which because they're so exactly the same. Cladding fires where the fire takes over the tower within minutes. And this is just to bring you to the reality of what this deregulation has meant. In the inquiry, the judge said, or the chair said, with some exceptions, we have not attempted to apportion blame. We have in general asked ourselves whether a particular act or omission contributed in some way to the fire, and if so, to what extent. This lovely lady is very, very much dear to me. Her name is Flora Nedda. She and her son are the only survivors from the top floor. Her son carried her down. The top floor is where they found the majority of the deceased. Her husband stayed behind trying to help some women that had taken shelter there, including Nazanin's mother and aunt, and told his wife and son to go and that he would follow once he was able to get the ladies to, leave. But of course they didn't leave. It was too late for him and he jumped. This is Mr. Saber, who Flora and Saber had been married for about 25 years. They were from Afghanistan and they had fled Afghanistan after the first takeover of the Taliban. When we went to the tower at the anniversary last year, I was with Flora and she looked up at the tower and she said, imagine how brave he must have been to jump through those flames. And it really got me because I don't think that in all the discussions about the whys and wherefores, that human impact has really got across, actually, in terms of the people that are living, that are the immediate families of those who died. Flora was actually in a coma for weeks, and she was just very, very lucky to survive in the end. And then you know, it's that sort of the moments of chance, the what ifs, because actually this is a photo of Flora and her son and Saber arriving at the tower just 2 minutes before the fire started. And she told me that if only they could not been able to get parking space near the tower. Normally parking was really bad around that area, but that night they were able to find parking near the tower. And that difference of 2 minutes was the difference of life and death for her son and her life, and her son's life being shattered forever. This woman is just incredible. Her courage is just remarkable and really motivates me. But there is a shrine to her husband in her living room to this day. And I don't think that will ever be removed until she finally has some sort of closure. One of the items that was returned to her from the devastated inferno of her apartment was this metal heart. And it was really curious that it had survived, as where everything else had been destroyed, the whole life, and of course her husband. So she keeps it, and every so often she takes it out and feels it. So objects became really important in the aftermath. And the headline in the Telegraph this year was, "Wife of Grenfell Hero says final inquiry report is not justice for us. No one is going to jail." And that is the problem. There are no consequences. These companies can do whatever they like, exploit weak regulatory markets, and there's never going to be any consequences unless we can come together and make sure there are uniform standards across the world for ACMP cladding, and that, most importantly, as there are in pharmaceutical cases, set precedent where you hit them in their pockets and you ban the products, or you introduce a uniform standard. These fires will continue to happen. And we come full circle. The report, costing £173 million, concluded that everyone is to blame, so no one is to blame. And it's ironic that even though that's where we're at, and the lawyers don't really come out and say it. We had to kind of, after our press conference, the Metropolitan Police was forced to talk about the fact that manslaughter charges will be extremely unlikely because they will not be able to meet the bar of probable prosecution. But they say it between the lines because, you know, the English language is wonderful. You can really hide a lot with words. And so they say we seek these charges. Well, I said, well, you know, I seek to be a size 10. It doesn't mean that I'm going to be a size 10. Seeking something is not delivering. When we come together, it is so powerful. These families speaking to each other, talking to each other, very well informed, picking up information from each other, questions that they have, they take back to their lawyers. Often it's not answered. I'm very, very proud to be with them and stand with them shoulder to shoulder for as long as they want me to. And it's a privilege, an absolute privilege to serve. Thank you.
Following this truly touching and powerful moment, let us now move on to another online talk. We are now connected with an internationally famed director, Amos Gitai. Are you connected? There is some direction problem. Mr. Gitai is not speaking to us at the moment. So the topic of the talk is displacements. Amos?
You see me? I don't hear you from the Zoom. Do you hear me? Because I don't hear you. Hello? אז קח את הכל לשם, אני אצטרף אליך. קח את הכל, גם את שלי. יותר מסיים את זה. But I don't, but you hear me?
Yeah. You can start your intervention.
Okay, because I don't hear you.
Yeah, we hear you. You can make a brief introduction.
Okay. So, Stefano, darling, I'm delighted to transmit to you from my hometown, Haifa. And it's, as you know, it's a dark moment here, but cinema writing is a way of putting questions. This piece that you're going to show to your public is strictly based on the biblical text of another Amos, not me, the original guy who lived 3,000 years ago next to Hebron. And when I was asked by Universal to do part of a collective film about religion, and since I'm not religious, I took his text. In a way, it's an amazing text because he speaks about contemporary. And we hear the echoes of the questions that you are all concerned, which is inequality, politically savaged regimes, etc. And we know that 3,000 years ago, maybe when this particular Amos wrote the text, it was much more risky even than today. It could have been decapitated, but we have this great text. I decided to divide the text between 7 actresses and actors in Hebrew and Arabic. The texts that are directed to the Arab world are read in Arabic. I'm sure not all of you speak both languages. So you will see that it is in Arabic, and it is shot in one shot, 10 minutes, without any cut. I wish you enjoying Milan and its beauties, and I look forward to the beautiful project of the Triennale, and regards to all the friends, and we will be in touch. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you.
דברי עמוס, אשר היה בנוקדים מתקוע, אשר חזה על ישראל בימי עוזיה, מלך יהודה, ובימי ירבעם, בן יואש, מלך ישראל. 2 לפני הרעש. ויאמר, אדוני מציון ישאג, ומירושלים ייתן קולו. ואבלו נאות הרועים, ויבש ראש הכרמל.
هكذا قال الرب من أجل ذنوب دمشق 3 و4 لا أرجع عنه لأنهم داسوا جلعاد بنوارج من حديد فأرسلوا النار على قصور بن هدد وأكسر مغلاق دمشق وأقطع الساكن من بقعة آونة وماسك القضيب من بيت عدن ويصبى شعب آرام إلى قيرة قال الرب هكذا قال الرب من أجل ذنوب غزة 3 و4 لا أرجع عنه لأنهم سبوا سبيا كاملا لكي يسلموه إلى قيرة إلى أدومة وأقطع الساكن من أشدودة وماسك القضيب من أشقلونة وأرد يدي على قيرة فتهلك بقية الفلسطينيين قال الرب هكذا قال الرب من أجل ذنوب يهوذا 3 و4 لا أرجع عنه لأنهم رفضوا ناموس الله ولم يحفظوا فرائضه وأضلتهم أكاذيبهم التي سار أباهم وراءها فأرسلوا نارا على يهوذا فتأكل قصور أورشليم هكذا قال الرب من أجل ذنوب إسرائيل 3 و4 لا أرجع عنه لأنهم باعوا البار بالفضة والبائسة من أجل نعلين
הבאתי אתכם מארץ מצרים והולך אתכם במדבר 40 שנה והקים מבניכם לנביאים ומבחוריכם לנזירים ותשקו את הנזירים יין ועל הנביאים ציוויתם לאמור אל תנבאו והנה אנוכי מעיק תחתיכם כאשר תעיק העגלה המלאה לעמיר ועבד מנוס מקל וחזק לא יאמץ כוחו וגיבור לא ימלט ואוחז הקשת לא יעמוד וקל ברגליו לא ימלט ורוכב הסוס לא ימלט נפשו ואמיץ ליבו בגיבורים ערום ינוס ביום ההוא נאום אדוני
שניים יחדיו, בלתי אם נועדו. הישאג אריה ביער וטרף אין לו. הייתן כפיר קולו ממעונתו, בלתי אם לחד. תיפול ציפור על פח הארץ ומוקש שאין לו. היעלה פח מן האדמה, ולמקוד לא ילכוד. אם ייתקע שופר בעיר, והעם לא יחרד. אם תהיה רעה בעיר ואדוני לא עשה. לא עשה אדוני אלוהים דבר כי ממש גלה סודו.
أم تحدث بلية في مدينة والرب لم يصنعها إن السيد الرب لا يصنع أمرا إلا وهو يعلن سره لعبيده الأنبياء الأسد قد زمجر فمن لا يخاف السيد الرب قد تكلم فمن لا يتنبأ نادوا على القصور في أشدودة وعلى القصور في أرض مصر وقولوا اجتمعوا في أرض السامرة وانظروا شغبا عظيما في وسطها ومظالم في داخلها فإنهم لا يعرفون أن يصنعوا الاستقامة يقول الرب أولئك الذين يخزنون الاغتصاب والظلم في قصورهم
שימוע הדבר הזה, פרות הבשן, אשר בהר שומרון, העושקות דלים, הרוצצות אביונים, העמוד לאדוניהם, אביה ונשתה. נשבע אדוני אלוהים בקודשו, כי הנה ימים באים עליכם, ונשא אתכם ואחריתכם בצירות גבעה, והנה נבים, ויהי אשריכן הארמונה, נאום אדוני!
השמרנים בציון והבוטחים בהר שומרון השוכבים על מיטות שן וסרוכים על ארסותם המאכלים קרים מצאן ועגלים מתוך מרבק הפורטים על פי הנבל כדוד חשבו היו להם כלי שיר השותים ממזרקי יין, ונשמנים המשכו, ולא נחלו על שבר יוסף. לכן עתה יגלו בראש גולים, ושר מזרח צרוחים. נשבע אדוני אלוהי, נאום אדוני אלוהי צבאות, מתעב אנוכי את גאון יעקב, בארמונותיו שנאתי, והסגרתי עיר ומלואה.
שמעו את הדבר הזה אשר אנוכי נושא עליכם קינה בית ישראל. נפלה לא תוסיף קום בתולת ישראל, נטשה על אדמתה אין מקימה. כי כה אמר אדוני אלוהים, העיר היוצאת 1000 תשיר 100, והיוצאת 100 תשיר 10 לבית ישראל. כי כה אמר אדוני לבית ישראל, דרשוני וחיו, ואל תדרשו בית אל, ועד גלגל לא תבואו, ובאר שבע לא תעבור. יחד ולא יגלה, ובית אל יהיה לאבן, דרשו את אדוני וחיו. לכן יען בושסכם על טל, ומשאת בר תיקחו ממנו, בתי גזית ניתן ולא תשבו בם, כרמי חמד לקחתם ולא תשבו את יינם. כי ידעתי, רבים פשעיכם ועצומים חטאותיכם. רבים פשעיכם ועצומים חטאותיכם. לכן, המשכיל בעת ההיא ידום, כי עת רעה היא, דרשו טוב מעל רע, למען תחיו. ויהי כן אדוני אלוהי צבאות איתכם כאשר אמרתם, שנאו רע ואהבו טוב והציגו בשער משפט. אולי יחנן אדוני אלוהי צבאות.
במים משפט וצדקה כנחל איתן. הזבחים ומלחה הגשתם לי במדבר 40 שנה בית ישראל. והנה אדוני מצווה, ויקרא הבית הגדול רסיסים, והבית הגדול מקים. הירוצון, עשה לסוסים, אם יחרוש בבקרים, כי הפכתם לראש משפטים, ומרי צדקה ונענה. אני אדוני, הנה אדוני עומד בחומת ענך, ובידו ענך.
ימים באים, נאום אדוני אלוהים, והשלכתי רעב.
ענך!
לא רעב ללחם, ולא צמא.
הנני שם ענך בקרב עמי ישראל, לא אוסיף עבור לו. ונשם ובמות ישחק, ומקדשי ישראל יחרבו.
הנה ימים באים, נאום אדוני. וניגש חורש בקוצר, ודורך ענבים במושך הזרע, והטיפו הערים עסיס, וכל הגבעות תתמוגגנה. ושבתי את שבות עמי ישראל, ונטעו כרמים, ושתו את יינם, ועשו גנות, ואכלו את פריהם. ובנו ערים נשמות, וישבו. ונטעתים על אדמתם, ולא ינטשו עוד מעל אדמתם, אשר נתתי להם, אמר אדוני אלוהיך.
Very powerful images, and this text is disquietingly current and topical. I don't know whether Amos Gita is still connected. See you soon, Amos. We have to keep up with the schedule. Now it's the turn of Carlo Ratti. Please come over here. He's a scientist, researcher, designer, and inventor. He deals with technology and its relationship with living creatures and spaces. He's going to tell us about a project today, Liminal Ghettos. Thank you very much.
Yes. Should I use this one? Okay. So thanks everybody. Great pleasure to be with you here in Milan. So I want to share with you some of the work we've been doing at MIT and now in Milan as well on liminal ghettos. Now, when we think about cities, it's always quite surprising to think that cities are quite a recent invention of humanities. Cities started around 10,000 years ago, and since then, they've been primarily what the great Lewis Mumford said, like a magnet for us to come together. So that together, we can be more than each of us individually. But there's another side, a darker side to cities. And the side is the ghetto. And the ghetto is Richard Sennett defined as an urban condom, I think in one of his earlier work. And if the ghetto comes from Venice, the ghetto in Venice, where Jews had to spend the night until little over 200 years ago. You see it in an image here. And the ghetto, at the very beginning, is also very physical. You can see there's a big door on the other side of the Ponte delle Guglie in Venice. Now, if you look at the 20th century ghetto, then it's not anymore a physical part of the city, but it's still very visible. Now, we would argue that today, we still have many ghettos, and they're even more insidious today because we cannot see them. Or we used to see them before, but we can see them only with an augmented eye. If you use the augmented eye that looks at flows, at people, how people communicate, how people meet, think about a broader definition that's almost like an entropy-based. If you got familiarity with entropy measures in physics, and an entropy-based metric that basically tells you what's your probability that you're meeting somebody who's different from you in your daily activities in the city. And then at that point, you discover the city in a way that we couldn't see just 10, 20, 30 years ago, but we can today. That's the first paper we did 5, 6 years ago. 2019, it was published in the Journal of Royal Society. But actually now it has become a big line of investigation both at the lab and in many other groups globally of using data to really see this kind of ghetto. Imagining ghettos that you don't see anymore with the naked eye, but you can see through the lens of data. And actually, Richard and I also wrote about this. I think this was in a San Francisco Chronicle a couple of years ago or more, but actually, yeah, a couple of years ago. But basically, also again, to start a conversation about this and how this lens of looking at cities can help us to mend some of this kind of invisible fault line we have in the spaces we inhabit. So let me tell you how we've been starting doing this. We started in Singapore. And in Singapore, we looked at what you see here. For instance, here you see all the communication in Singapore. You got mobility data, you got cell phone data. And then when you look at that, then again, you can start asking the question, are you communicating with people who are very close to you or people who are very different? That's real data in Singapore from around 2 million people. You see it here, actually the place where people are based. So, they're socioeconomic. You can infer it from home location. All of that is a slightly aggregate anonymized data, but you can still tell at the neighborhood level, those people to which group they belong. And then you look at that, how they talk and how they move. That's, again, how people move in the city. And somehow that's a way to look exactly at that thing, that invisible urban condom that was very visible in the Venetian ghetto, but now you can only see by looking at this. And you see them. You see them like invisible fault line in the spaces we inhabit. Incidentally, they almost look, when you look at this, you almost look at bacteria. Bacteria do similar things, the way they come together, the way they segregate, and so on. So we started looking at this in Singapore, and then we started working with Stockholm. And actually, in Stockholm, the same analysis is being used to decide action at the level of City Hall. Let me show you briefly. Here we have a bit of audio. Could we put a bit of... So this is what we started looking in Stockholm, again with similar data, where we use actually data anybody can use. It's social media data. Social media data, you can also see where people are in actually different communities. So anyway, here's just a little 1 minute on the analysis in Stockholm. So you use geotag tweets. Again, you can see communities, how people move. And that's something, again, is public data. Anybody can use. You need to pay attention to how representative it is of the broader community. But again, you can do that by looking at the census and mapping your sample on the census sample. Now, the interesting thing in Stockholm actually is that working with the mayor's office, we've been using some of this, you see the things here, in order to see what was discussed at the very beginning of today, so how the city could become an antidote to this. And for instance, the city is thinking about what you're seeing. It's interesting that you look at schools, they become places of integration, or parks, where different communities come together. The interesting thing, if you look at schools, yes, of course, you can say, well, you force people to integrate, but that integration happens also during the holidays, happens also when there's no schooling. So somehow when you're creating those links stay in the city, make it stronger, even when that necessity to be together, say, in a school or so is gone. And so we're working with the mayor's office in order to see what are some of the actions. There's interesting literature in New York that looked at the role of parks, again, as integrators when you got different communities around. So somehow that is being turned into action. That leads me to the final thing I want to share with you, again, along the same lines, but that was a project we did almost accidentally. We did accidentally during COVID. And during COVID, as you know, something happened. It's an experiment that normally you can never do. The sociological experiment you can never do is that basically you take one variable, which is physical space, exactly what we are talking about, and you remove it. And you see what happens to people networks. Now, we had been discussing at the time with the MIT office, it's called COIS, but basically the ERB, internal ERB office, Ethical Review Board. It had taken like 2 years in order to get anonymized data, again, about the structure of the MIT community. So a few months before COVID, we started analyzing the structure of the MIT community. And as I said, almost as an experiment you can never do, which actually happens because you take one variable, and actually COVID removes physical space, and you see what happens to the community. And so what we did is here, it was, if you're interested in the article, you will see in Nature Computational Science a year ago. We worked also with Robin Dunbar. Some of you might know Robin as a professor at Oxford who came up with the Dunbar number and actually looking a lot from an anthropological point of view at how we communicate and interact. So in this article, what we looked at is actually what was the impact of removing physical space. If you want, it's like take a city and you remove it, as it happened during COVID, or the effect of the city. We were all in our homes, but you go back over 10,000 years and actually look at what happens on the way we communicate. Well, I will not get too much into the details. We started a few months before COVID. March 23rd, 2020, the MIT campus goes on lockdown. And so basically, physical space is irrelevant in terms of how we communicate. And then we go back in 2021, either in a hybrid way. And the interesting thing we discover is actually there's something very important to avoid networks, to avoid ghettos, to avoid assortativity, is actually that there's something sociologists call weak ties. Think about your friends. You can put them into two buckets. One bucket, you call it weak ties, one strong ties. So what is a strong tie? Well, a strong ties is you know someone, you're person A, you know person B, you know person C, and they're also friends with each other. So if you draw it, it's a triangle. That's just a definition. We call it a strong tie. And you've got another type of people you know, and they're weak ties. And weak ties is somebody you know who's not a friend of your friends. Just to define weak ties. Well, weak ties are very important because usually they bridge to different communities. They're a way to bridge diversity, to mediate with diversity. For a lot of the things we're discussing, weak ties are the antidote to segregation because they actually expose us to diversity. In strong ties, it becomes these kind of little bubbles where information keeps going around in circles. But weak ties are bridges to another community. Well, what we discovered, just you now figure it out, is that weak ties disappear. As soon as you remove physical space, the space of the city, the square, the agora, the park, you name it, the school, when you remove that, actually weak ties immediately disappear. But the beautiful thing is that you put it back, now we go back to work at MIT in presence, 2 years later, and actually they magically come back again. And I think there's also a beauty of events such as this one. I think today the beauty is the people. Of course, yes, there's a bit of ghetto here as well, to know each other, and there's a lot of assortativity. But also a beauty of event like this is we also discover what we're not looking for, the serendipity that the city, the space, physical space brings upon us. Now, I will stop it here. When you look at this, actually, when you look at that at the level of the MIT campuses, the whole MIT campus as it evolves, it's almost like a shrinking network, a shrinking brain over time with the lack of physical space. So somehow they want to say, and by the way, we're working on this. This is with Ed Glazer. It's a op-ed we had in the New York Times last year. We started advocating for something we call the playground city. The city is a playground. Can we be part of this antidote, especially now that we've got so much office space empty in our cities, in New York and elsewhere? It becomes an antidote, again, to bring us together and to go against all these invisible fault lines. Those ghetto, they're not visible as they were in the ghetto in Venice. They're not visible like in the 20th century, but they're still there, and we need to mend with different urban action. I'll stop here. I wanted to show this as a part of ongoing research about how big data can help us understand cities so we can, from that, look at design. Thank you.
Thank you, Caloratti. And now the time has come to listen to the Dean of Politecnico di Milano. I shall invite her to join us here to the podium, Donatella Sciuto, who will be dealing onto a very important topic, naming AI as a tool through which innovation and critical thought can really be of help to overcome these inequalities.
Thank you very much.
So AI against inequalities.
Artificial intelligence is more than just a technological advancement, which has been in the field of computer science and engineering for many years, for more than 50 years, so it's not something new. But basically, it's a force today that transcends borders, industries, and societies, and that is already invisibly embedded in our lives and actually impacts and influences most of our life. It will reshape, it has the potential to reshape most in a profound way the way we live and the way we think, because of the fact that it can impact and can reinforce our biases. It has an impact geopolitical, social, and personal. The way we will manage this transition and the way we are aware of this transition as individual, communities, and even nation is very important to make sure that this will reduce the inequalities. But remember, AI is a set of algorithms and data. Algorithms are developed by humans, and data are actually generated, most of the cases, by human, or are deployed, devices are deployed by humans who will take the data. And so you can also bias in this case. Everybody of us has unconscious bias, and therefore these biases will be embedded in our systems. In any case, even if we try to think about it. If you look at the level of geopolitics, well, on the global stage, Europe has already taken the stand with the AI Act, which has an aim to protect democratic values and individual rights, trying to avoid that these systems, these tools, are delegated to take decisions in critical ways, and especially in ways in which impacts the human beings. This approach is totally in contrast with what is done in China, where the development is heavily driven by public investment and the public government, and with a focus on control and surveillance. And in the US, which is on the other side, the investment has been led by private companies, which has pushed the boundaries of innovation. But obviously, it has created some issues in terms of accountability, in terms of privacy, and in terms of the social impacts of AI, since private companies, obviously their main driver is profit. So this different approach will also have an impact in the way which we have access to technology. And if we consider today generative AI, which is the last development since the 2022 with ChatGPT and OpenAI, the 80% of the financial investment which is required and is huge for these systems is in China and the US, all over the world. Europe has only 4% of investment in this. This is obvious that the primacy, the technological primacy, will be from China and the US. US is trying to spread these technological advances to the rest of the Western countries, but you have to be able to afford it. It's not for free. And furthermore, this possibility aims to the US companies to receive data from everybody else, for those who access this technology. There is a technological divide in terms of access to technology, considering Western country with respect to Africa and other countries. There is an AI divide related to the fact that we have countries which will not be able to use this tool or to be aware of the fact that these tools are used against them or for them, whatever you can think of, and this will also provide a problem. What can university do? Well, universities in general try to drive innovation, but also they must provide affordable, high quality, high level education for all of those who are able to get this education, independently of their gender, their cultural background, or their socioeconomic background. Higher education is costly. Not all the people can afford it. And I think this is something, it is a role of the university to be able to support the students that can can develop their studies, because only through knowledge and through the study you can access to this critical thinking that is needed today to be able to manage the transition towards artificial intelligence. Cities also have a role. Cities are those who generate most of the data that are used by these systems in very different area of deployment, from healthcare to industry to social, to human resources, to logistics, mobility. All these industries are impacted by artificial intelligence, and therefore we need to be able to also consider the way we get the data in cities. The work that is done on Milano is very good, but if you consider the data that are monitored by the city of Milano or by the agency, these are not uniform. They are only in different areas. So the result will be biased, because they will be driven by from where you get your data. So this is, but I want to be optimistic. AI can also be a powerful tool for the good of humanity. We just need to be able, as human, to drive this push. And this is why I consider that AI can stand as an acronym not only for artificial intelligence, but also for against inequalities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now Federica Frangapane's turn. Federica Fragapane is an independent information designer. This means she tries to give a shape to data, to make highly complex data visible. And this is something that's highly required in order to figure out deeply complex dynamics. She is in fact helping us out in our work very much, and she's going to tell us about the shapes of inequality, I guess, in this way.
Buongiorno a tutti. I want to show you a few examples of projects of mine dealing with the topic of inequalities, but before all that, I'd like to quickly introduce my job and my personal approach to visualizing data. So this is basically what I do. I visually translate the numbers and contents into visual representation with the aim of helping their reading, their comprehension, and also letting people discover something new. And when I think about designing data visualization, this design act for me is really similar to the writing one. I'm writing with visual alphabets, and often I'm experimenting also with new visual letters, and I think that as in writing, the choice of words is essential. I think that the same concept can be applied to my role. I work with different visual words. I work with very conventional and classical graphics, as these examples that I'm showing you that are for the European Union, one of my clients. And I work with very classical and minimal representations. But I also work with very soft, organic, and experimental shapes. This is a piece, for instance, about environmental land defenders that have been killed in Brazil. And when the client, Atmos Magazine, commissioned me this piece, asked me to use my organic visual languages, this kind of look and feel to talk about the topic. And the reason why I do it is because, first of all, for me, it's like an invitation to the reading. Most of the data I deal with are complex, unpleasant ones. And I use aesthetics to invite people to look at them, and therefore to read the stories that I'm telling. And there it's because also using organic shapes for me is a way to remind, first of all, myself, and then hopefully the readers, of the living presence, of the organic presence that is often hidden behind the data. And when I have to work on a new topic, I often think about myself as a sort of a photographer. The topics I work on, for me, are not flat figures, are like very irregular 3D shapes, very complex shapes, and I'm there with my metaphorical camera trying to take in pictures from different angles and with different lenses. And the lenses and the angles that I use in this case are the data that I select and the ways in which I decide to give them a shape. And I want to show you 3 examples in which I try to photograph the inequality topic. Let's start from the economic inequality, that is something that we have already seen before. I collaborate with La Lettura and from Corriere della Sera, and for them I design a piece about the richest 1%, and more specifically the share of national income held by the richest 1% of the population. This is the original page from La Lettura in which I compared a set of countries, the data for a selection of countries. And I want to show you how I build up this visualization. Because I often, when I work on these projects, I overlay different layers of information, and I want to show it to you. So first of all, the length, the vertical length of this for each country, the vertical length of the lines shows the GDP per capita. And then I draw this sort of spiral-like shape whose size is proportional to the share of national income held by the richest 1% of the population. In this case, the source was the World Inequality Database. And I visualize this data for all the countries. In the United States, the richest 1% own more than 20% of the national income. At least. In Italy, at least, the richest 1% own more than 13% of national income. And in Mexico, more than 26% of national income. And this is, again, the complete visualization with all the comparisons. A topic I worked on a lot is the migration one. And I've done it in different ways, and this is one of the ways in which I've done it. It's part of an ongoing collaboration with Lago Collective. And it's a work about visas inequality. In particular, in the graph I'm going to show you, we visualize the rejection rates of short-term visitor and tourist visas to European countries in the Schengen area. So here I'm not talking about people who are trying to change their lives or to save their lives, because that's another universe. Here we are just talking about people who need to travel for work, for tourism, or for visiting dear ones. And we analyzed a set of data, a set of countries, and we plotted this country along two axes. On the vertical axis for the percentage of application rejected, and then on the horizontal axis you can see the GDP per capita. And we plotted all the countries, and each country is a dot whose area is proportional to the number of applications. And as you can see, plotting all the data, there is a high concentration of countries with low GDP and with a high rejection rate. So summing up, the poorer your country's origin is, and the higher the possibility of having your visa rejected. And then we focus on African countries, and as you can see, African countries are disproportionately affected by the topic. And again, here we are not talking about people who want to move to change their lives, because again, this is another topic, but we are just talking about people who need to travel for work or for visiting somebody from a family member or for tourism. The last topic I want to talk about is gender inequalities, and one of the many, many faces of the gender inequality topic. And I often work with data that have, with complex data, with relatively complex tables, but sometimes I think that one number is enough. And there are single numbers that in some cases obsess me, as this one. This is the number of days that have passed since the Taliban banned teenage girls from school. This is the project I'm going to show you. It's a project that I periodically update. I first published it when the number of days went 500. Now the latest update that I published in June, in the latest update, the number of days was 1,000. And 1,000 days without access to education, it's a number that I think deserves to be counted. And this is why I designed this spiral made of words, because I wanted to count this number of days using words. Reading, writing, counting is what we learn at school, and it's what gives access to education and to knowledge. And this is why I designed this spiral made up counting the days to show this violation of basic human rights. Those were just 3 examples, but I wanted to show how data visualization can be one of the many tools to try to portray the different many faces of inequality. Thank you so much. Grazie.
Thank you. We come to the last speaker of this morning's session, namely a major voice. He's someone who actually was one of the main player of Known Unknowns, Francis Kéré, architect, founder of Kéré Foundation. He was awarded several awards during his career, and he will conclude this morning's session with a keyword, hope, because indeed, in his professional career, from Uganda to Berlin, he certainly met different inequalities and difficulties, but they were seen as a sort of challenge by him. Hence, everything can be transformed into an innovation opportunity and in a way to overcome inequalities. Welcome, Francis Kéré.
Hello, Francis. Do you hear us?
Wonderful, great.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Complete house. I was complete. The Zoom thing. Sorry. So it's on.
Thank you. You can start.
I'm in. Can you hear me?
We hear you very well. Welcome. You can start.
Exactly. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. You cannot imagine how sorry I am not to be able with you guys today. I have wanted, really, but I can't because I love all of you, but because of the Triennale, you know. So I had the chance to work with the Triennale and its president and all the board member on the great topic, unknown unknowns, where we have been given the chance to explore things that we don't know, but sometimes we think that we know about them, but we know that are causing a burden to our world. And now we have this great topic again that to me is so important, and I love to congratulate the Triennale for that kind of kindness to find topics that are keen to our world today. The topic is inequality. I have chosen to talk about hope. Inequality can be seen different way. We have the political, the economical, we have also access, we have the gender, and this is everywhere in the world. But as I said, for me, it will be important to try to talk about myself and my journey, just to really contribute to this great gathering. Access. I was born in a little village, Burkina Faso, and this is already showing you inequality between village and cities, and also between smaller cities and bigger cities, if you're thinking about access. Later, if you compare my country to Germany, where I have been given a chance to study, then you will see another equality, another level of equality. So this is talking about access. It's about talking about the inequality that exists, strongly exists, between the economically so-called South, so from where I belong to, and then the North or the West, talking about Europe, talking about America, and all of these nations in Asia that are being seen as part of that. So to ease my presentation, I just wanted to talk because 7 minutes is a lot of time to say stupid things, but it's a short time to tackle those kind of great issues because inequality has been all my life part of my journey. Starting to build a little school in Burkina Faso and later being able to travel to Montana to create a structure in the US, but also having had the chance to work also in many places in Europe, one of the key one being asked to design a Serpentine Pavilion in London. It is telling you, so if we have to create hope, we have to first create an access. It is about education. And I am privileged, because I had the chance to attend education. And then I have become architect. And so during this journey, navigating through many places, so it's from Gando and then to Montana or London or Berlin, I have realized that through dialogue, if you speak to each other, and then through access, if you open access, you create opportunities, then we will be able to, let's say, close a gap, talking about inequality, or let me say, to eradicate systems that are just getting or keeping our world divided apart. How can it be that Africa, being the closest neighbor to Europe, this huge continent full of talented people and resources, is seen as poor? How can it be? But I'm talking about hope because I want to say through my work, I have tried to not to complain, but to work, to find ways how I can use my skills, as architect to create something that for my village was new, but to make sure that it give access. I'm talking about the school, but I want to say my people has been supporting me to create a beautiful project. And without the dialogue, even within the community, me being seen as someone who left the community, like the village, the rural area, and have been to cities, and now have even given the chance to leave the country and then, studied in Europe, studied abroad. If you really consciously go deep in yourself and you think, you will see that it is just being far, and you have to make sure you close this gap that is given because I had access. And so how we do that, I will just really listen and try to figure out what is the real need and how can we work together to create something that nourishes the common sense. And so this is what I'm trying to do with my work. And that is a little example that shows you that with this kind of contribution, you can create something that makes the difference. Let me be really real, I have started back 2000 to work. And if you look at back now, what this work has led me to, like even to open opportunities that I see myself being invited to join an exclusive gathering like this one that we are having now. But what you don't know, or most of you don't know, it has given me a chance to empower people, to create a job that makes the difference. Living in Europe, that is at that moment, there's a big debate about young people trying to leave their places of the search for better places where they have economical opportunities. And as you know, many will embark on adventurous both and trying to reach the El Dorado, which is Europe, being the closest neighbor to Africa. And my work has created a potential. I have a huge workshop where really my team are capable to fit their 300 families, And this is what I'm talking about, hope, using access that I had through architecture, but to create something that has a bigger impact. And I think with this approach, I am not just creating architecture. I am bringing two worlds next to the other. In the school that I'm building, young people will be educated and they will have access to information. And they will may better understand your culture. And now that even we call it the place of honey and milk, that where milk and honey is flowing so abundantly, people also have here struggle. And that is the way we will understand each other. And together we may build a better world. But as you know, I am an architect. And I think giving a tool to someone, like my profession as architect, that is giving me a chance to travel around the world and really discuss. And at the end of the day, you will see that what is separating us is nothing, because we are looking for beauty. We are looking to find ways how we can make our families happy. So I have no sense about the time. As you have seen, I came from a meeting where I had to present my latest project to a president, and I went in. I don't want to take a lot of your time, and no one is giving me a sense that we still have time. So let me put it this way. Hope is about reimagining architecture to build relationships between peoples, cultures, and environment. It is a call to action for architects and planners to create a more equitable and sustainable future. My experience shows that through collaboration and shared learning, the global North and South can move beyond differences and work together to build a more united world. And at the same time, we're giving to a lot of talented young people in Africa the opportunity to really develop their creativity, their potential, and to contribute to a better world. Thank you so much. I heard nothing.
Thank you, Francis Kere, for his contribution, and thanks to all the talkers, the speakers, who've provided so much food for thought in a collaborative way, because collaboration, working together, is an ongoing topic, and these contributions are key bricks to build up our work around inequalities. We'll reconvene here at 3 o'clock. With the forum on the inequality politics, and have a good lunch. See you later.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here with us during the second session devoted to the topic of inequalities. The morning session was very rich and varied in terms of contributions and thoughts. As you know, this is just the beginning of a project which is going to lead us to next May, when we will inaugurate the next international exhibition here at the Triennale, which will be devoted to the topic of inequalities. And hence, today we are starting this research work, which is a result of the work of a group of selected thinkers and experts we invited to join us in order to tackle this theme. Anthropology over the last few years has become a sort of hegemonist discipline. I believe that no other social science or nature science couldn't avoid to actually take into consideration the strength coming from anthropology. And this is due also to the studies and the publications of Tim Ingold. We are honored of having him here today, and I shall invite him to join me to the podium to inaugurate this afternoon session. Tim.
Thank you very much, Stefano, and thank you all for coming. Humanism stands at a crossroads. As its dreams of worldwide prosperity and emancipation collide with the brutal realities of socio-economic injustice, environmental breakdown, and mechanized conflict, humanism has come under sustained attack both from the right and the left of the political spectrum. From the right, humanism's defense of individual freedom, liberal democratic governance, and the universal power of reason is routinely dismissed as the self-serving posturing of a cosmopolitan and meritocratic elite, determined to corner the benefits of wealth creation for itself, while riding roughshod over deeply held feelings of attachment to faith, ancestry, community, and nation among those left behind in the race to the top. The shameless exploitation of the grievances of the downtrodden, above all by malign actors concerned to protect their own ill-begotten and often inherited wealth and privilege, largely accounts for the rise of right-wing populisms in many countries around the world. Meanwhile, from the left, humanism has been exposed as having provided ideological cover for a world historical project of colonization that has brought untold affluence for some, primarily in Europe, North America, and Australasia, at the expense of the impoverishment, enslavement, or even genocide of others, the appropriation of their lands, and the devastation of their environments. Newer pathogens of humanism, such as corporate neoliberalism and algorithmic surveillance, are only exacerbating the situation, and we're already seeing the results in the form of climatic disruption, pandemic disease, and cyber warfare. For its left-wing critics, indeed, humanism is an ideology so corrupted by its association with colonialism that no post-colonial future is conceivable that is not post-humanist as well. But perhaps opponents of humanism from either end of the spectrum should be careful what they wish for. Do we really want a world riven by competing fundamentalisms, each intolerant of variation in its midst, pushing all difference onto an absolute boundary between us and them, and placing a patriotic duty on every inhabitant to protect the soil of the nation and its denizens from alien incursion? Such a barricaded world, as we know, not only from history, but also from today's armed conflicts, is hardly conducive to human flourishing. But on the other extreme, would we really want to discard the idea of making the world a more prosperous place for all? It's all too easy for intellectuals of a post-humanist persuasion who come predominantly from affluent countries and have enjoyed all the benefits of literacy, education, improved healthcare, and democratic governance, to pronounce that the days of humanism are over. Would they then prefer a world without libraries, without colleges and universities, ravaged by preventable disease, and ruined by populist demagogues? And this is no fantasy nightmare, since we are already seeing these things coming to pass before our very eyes, and seem to lack the resolve to prevent them. And what are we to say to the millions of people around the world who are still denied access to even basic education, not to mention medical care and democratic representation? Are we to tell them that the ship of humanism has already sailed, that we are in a post-humanist world now? Are they to be left stranded, washed up by the tide of history? So that's why I believe the manifold crises of our age demand a new humanism. It would be new, both in its commitment to the rejuvenation rather than the repudiation of the past, and in its desire to relearn the arts of coexistence with all the other beings, both human and non-human, with whom and with which we share our planet. But newness is not novelty. Part of the problem with the old humanism indeed lay precisely in its thirst for innovation, its insistence that the only way forward is to turn one's back on what has gone before. As generation after generation has claimed the present for itself, seeking in the name of progress to outdo the designs, inventions, and the discoveries of its predecessors, it has left an accumulating pile of ruination in its wake, and the majority of the world's inhabitants are now fated to live amidst these ruins. The latest conceit is to suppose that we are at the dawn of a new epoch, not just in the career of global humanity, but in the career of the very planet it has now fully colonized. For better or worse, the fate of the earth and all its creatures is seen to lie in human hands. For prophets of the Anthropocene, it is not just previous generations that we have to put behind us, but the entirety of human history. Having fulfilled their historical destiny, they say, humans are poised to become masters of the earth, only to find that they have released forces of a magnitude beyond their control, which threaten oblivion. Of course, there's no denying the scale of the crisis currently facing life on Earth, or the role of rampant industrial capitalism in bringing it on. But in the manner of its framing, this Anthropocene story is but the latest version of an old myth. Theorists of progress have always been inclined to believe that their own generation is on the point of opening the last envelope. So where then did the old humanism go wrong? Perhaps its destiny was already sealed from the moment when philosophers of the Enlightenment in the Europe of the 18th century decreed that the future for humankind lay not in following in the footsteps of ancestors or in aligning the ways along which human lives are led with the ways of the animals and the plants with which they coexisted, but that it lay in turning around to face in the opposite direction, In this about turn, they believed, lay the promise of modernity. Let us not follow the ancestors who are going this way, they say. Let us turn around and go this way and let the ancestors, let nature retreat into the past. We are the future. But with that, both human ancestral traditions and the life ways of non-human species were consigned to the past as a heritage to be preserved rather than a fount of renewal. Nature lost the power of natality, of giving birth to a world, from which it has taken its name, natus, to be born in Latin, and became instead something like a repository or back catalogue of final forms to be conserved for the future benefit of an encompassing humanity. It's in this peculiar sense that the concept of nature entered modern discourse as a domain opposed to that of human society and its interests. But contrary to the claims of many contemporary scholars of a post-humanist persuasion, the concept of nature is not itself an invention of modernity. What was new to modernity was the specific inflection given to the term by way of its opposition to human reason. So, where nature stood for an already superseded past, reason stood for the promise of a yet-to-be-realized future. But if by this about turn, nature was stripped of its power of natality, of bringing forth new life, so culture was stripped of the power of nourishment or nurture or care, which creates the conditions for this newborn life to flourish. Culture instead became a catalogue of lifeways, of beliefs and customs and practices already pre-packaged and available for transmission or for inheritance independently and in advance of the circumstances of their realization. Again, just as with the concept of nature, the concept of culture is not a modern invention. But what modernity did was to convert the nourishment that these old ways afforded for life to come, and to which the concept of culture originally referred, into an inventory of final forms. So culture as nourishment, as care and nurture, became culture as heritage. Now, if this analysis is correct, then to my mind the alternative is clear. It is to turn around once again, to cast our lot with the lives of those who have gone before us and those living around us, facing in the same direction as them, and in seeking a path into the future that we can take together. My ancestors walked this path, I will follow in their path, and I am facing in the ways of my ancestors. I have not turned my back on them, leaving them to go into the past while I head into the future. So I and my ancestors and my descendants, we will make that future together through the coexistence of overlapping generations. It is, in short, to regain the very ways on which we had once turned our backs. So with this, nature and culture are no longer opposed, but follow one another, as in the course of any life, the labors of birth, of begetting, give way to the labors of nourishment. This is what it means to coexist, not just with our fellow human beings, but with other creatures as well. It means exchanging the time of chronological succession as generation replaces generation with the duration of life itself as it ceaselessly begets new forms. So such would be a new humanism. Yet how would such a new humanism respond to the charges of anthropocentrism and Eurocentrism so often leveled against the old? On closer inspection, I think neither of these charges really stacks up. On the first one, the critique of anthropocentrism, thinkers of the Enlightenment, far from placing anthropos at the center of the cosmos, set out to achieve the very opposite, that is, to decenter the human, above all by detaching the faculty of reason, wherein, for Enlightenment thinkers, the essence of humanity was supposed to reside, detaching the faculty of reason from any worldly involvement whatsoever, and placing it instead at the apex of a pyramid with the world at its feet. So from this sovereign viewpoint, they supposed, the entirety of nature would be revealed to human oversight. So Enlightenment thinking took humans, decentered the humans, took humans out of the world so that they could look back on it. And on the second charge, the appeal to the university, that's the charge of Eurocentrism, the appeal to the universality of reason, which lay at the heart of the Enlightenment project, repudiates any affiliation to place, region, or continent. Reason, being everywhere, belongs nowhere. That's why we associate it with this mystical entity, the West, which isn't anywhere. You can go around the world heading west and come back where you started from. And so the West is nowhere. Reason is nowhere. And if everyone is equally endowed with reason, as the old humanists maintained, then it should in principle make no difference where they come from. Of course, it's true that most humanists of earlier centuries assumed that reason was cultivated to different degrees among different nations on a scale from primitive to civilized, and that in the nations of Europe, from which they themselves predominantly came, it was cultivated to the highest degree. It is undeniable that they were biased towards their own kind. But this bias was not intrinsic to their philosophy, as it was later to be to the evolutionary raciologists, nominally followers of Darwin, who linked degrees of ascendancy of reason over instinct to hereditary variations in intellectual capacity. But if the old humanism was literally innocent of both anthropocentrism and regional attachment, these should be foundational to the new. And this means acknowledging that humans are indeed exceptional, I think, in the gift of speech. And by speech, I don't mean an abstract capacity. I mean speech as I'm doing it now, words coming up out of my body and sounding in performance. Humans have this gift of speech. We use words, and this uniquely enables human beings not just to tell the stories of their lives in the living of them, as other creatures do, but to interweave their own life stories with those of human and non-human others into an ongoing story for the world. I mean, in some way, the life of an animal is its story, and the animal tells its story simply by living. There it is, it's telling its story by living it. But it doesn't weave its story into the stories of other lives, into a story for the world. And this is something that human beings do. And this story is, in effect, an ever-unfolding conversation, and the special, exceptional responsibility of humans is to open the conversation up respectfully to beings of every possible kind. And I must emphasize that just because humans carry a burden of responsibility that is not shared by other beings doesn't make them superior to these others. Quite the opposite, in fact. We shouldn't link exceptionality with superiority. Human beings are exceptional, I think, in the responsibility they bear, but this does not place them above everything else in the world. It places them in the middle of everything else in the world. So undivided by barriers of inclusion and exclusion, what I'm calling the conversation of life is universal, and yet its universality, its oneness, if you will, is quite unlike the universality of reason. In the language of the old humanism, reason speaks with one voice and one alone, regardless of the identity and background of the speaker. The conversation, however, encompasses as many voices as it has participants, and each voice is different, continually brought forth in its solicitation of the voices of others. Every voice issuing from somewhere in the world resounds to the depths of the region to which it belongs and of the relations it entertains with co-inhabitants. And in this sense, the conversation is not so much universal as multiversal, one in many and many in one. And I think it would be the vocation of a new humanism to listen to these voices and to heed their wisdom. But this can only be done by taking up a position not atop the worlding world, not at the vertex, but at its very core, in the midst of everything. So this new humanism would be animated above all by a love for the world, amor mundi, love for the world. It's thanks to this love that humans are not merely destined to be, but are blessed with the possibility to become. So humanity is not, as the old Enlightenment imagined, a condition to be achieved in either the life of the individual or in the totality of history. There is a duplicity in the Enlightenment concept of the human, because they say every creature born of man and woman is a human being. But being human refers to a condition which has to be achieved in life. This leads to there's the human being, which is the member of the species. There's being human, which is a condition which takes us above the world of nature, from which we can look down at ourselves as members of that species. And the result of that duplicity is that while all creatures born of man and woman are human, some are more human than others. Adults more human than children, the rich more human than the colonizers more human than the colonized, Western people more human than indigenous people, and so on. The latter are always a little bit closer to that nature which the former have already superseded. But if we could turn from human being and being human to human becoming, then it looks quite different. What I wanted to say is that in this sense that all creatures born of man and woman are human, but some are more human than others, we have introduced the fact of inequality. We've introduced the possibility that humans may be unequal. They may be unequal in their humanity. That inequality is itself a product of that Enlightenment logic, which sets up the human condition as a pedestal to be realized through progress from a basic human nature. If we move from human being or being human to human becoming, we also move out of the logic of equality and inequality into a different logic, a logic of togetherness and difference. And maybe the way to deal with inequality is not to keep struggling to reduce it, but to move into a different world where people are not equal or unequal, but are living together in difference. This as a fundamental feature of democratic life. So let us then treat to human as a verb. Let's say humaning is something we do. Let's say humaning is a task to be undertaken. And this is a task not just of living life, but of leading it, of bios rather than zoe in Aristotelian terms. And the task consists in the ceaseless intergenerational work of recreating ourselves, one another, and the world around us in the milieu of our common existence. That is to say, it is about living together in difference. So by lovingly honoring their old ways as they lead into the future, elders create the conditions for the young to embark on a path of rejuvenation. And in this lies the continuity of tradition. I think the tragedy of the modern era, bequeathed by the Enlightenment project, is to have sacrificed this continuity on the altar of innovation. Tradition is relegated to a bygone past. Progress celebrated as a record of serial replacement. And it's a record today clocked up in the advance of science and technology, which sees the future not as a life to be lived, but as a problem to be solved. So a new humanism would put this into reverse, prioritizing the reproduction of human life and its kinship with other planetary beings over the relentless march of technoscience. We need a praxis of study equal to this task, perhaps nothing less than a new science, premised on our inescapable involvement in the very work we seek to study, not on our detachment from it, but our involvement in it. Now, those philosophers of the Enlightenment that brought in what I've been calling the old humanism were working maybe 300-odd years ago, and they might have imagined what human beings would be like in 300 years' time. Those human beings are us. So I like to imagine what human beings, our descendants, will be like in 300 years' time from now. And I think there are three things, it sounds speculative, but I think there are three things we can definitely say about them. The first is that they will have to eat to live. And in order to eat, they will have to sustain some kind of relationship with the earth. And because they will be living in high densities, probably mostly in cities, that means that 300 years from now, cities will be places of food production as well as habitation. That's the first thing. The second thing is that those human beings 300 years from now will still have vocal cords, they'll still have fingers and toes and hands, they'll still have eyes, ears and noses, they'll be able to use their senses, they'll be able to use their hands to do things, even if they might have forgotten, but they'll be able to do it. And the third definite thing we can say about humans 300 years from now, absolutely definite, is they will have no digital technology. I am absolutely convinced, as convinced I am that I am going to die. I don't know when or how, but I'm absolutely convinced that digital technology will not last. Probably it won't last beyond the end of this century. The reason is because the demands of energy and infrastructure that it places on the Earth are manifestly unsustainable. It simply can't keep going. I don't know how it's going to crash, but it's going to go to end. Therefore, the people of 300 years' time are going to depend on those skills of using their voice, their hands, their language, their senses that we have now. And for the sake of coming generations, we had better take care of those skills and not allow them to atrophy and be replaced by this digital technology, which is not going to last us very long. So instead of planning for a kind of digital post-humanism, I argue for a kind of post-digital humanism. We have to think for post-digital humanism, and that is the new kind of humanism for which I've just presented a kind of manifesto. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Marco Sammicheli, and I'm the director of the Italian Museum, and I'm the director for Triennale Milano Fashion and Design. And I will be the moderator for this afternoon, together with Beatrice Balducci. We are going to connect directly to Theodore Gates, who is an artist, and I will give him immediately the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Very well. Yeah, it's good to be with you. I thought I'd start by just highlighting a few things that Tim suggested in his talk. You can start. Thank you. Right now, the translation is happening in real time in my ear. Is that how it will be? Very good. I'll try. I wanted to just say a couple things about what Tim has just suggested. This idea of inequality first seems to me to be it's the opportunity to change a national destiny that is unencumbered by things that are or encumbered by things that are systematic. And one of the challenges that I had as I was thinking about this talk is how do I think about the archive, or grossly speaking, as an opportunity to address the issue of inequality. And Tim Ingold suggested that that our humanity would require us to kind of walk in lockstep with history, that there would be a kind of coexistence that we'd have in the present with the past. And I think very much that artists who use the archive are engaged with not only examining the past, but also trying to find ways to exhume the past and bring it forward. I think art has allowed me to link history and the future through an aesthetic intention and kind of use the archive as a kind of counter position to like look again at the things that were not working in the past, not accept the past as wholly right, but to try to find a way to grapple more deeply with the past. So to that end, I'm gonna talk about three projects. I call them kind of my three treasures. The first is the Johnson Publishing Office Archive. And with this image up, I'll just talk about Johnson Publishing, and then I'll suggest the other two. The second is a hardware store in my neighborhood that became defunct that I decided to take over. And the third is a collection of ceramics, which I'll talk about, ceramics created by a gentleman named Yoshihiro Koide, who's a potter from the town Tokoname, Japan, where I studied. Johnson Publishing. At one point, Johnson Publishing was the largest Black-owned company in the world. They published magazines, periodicals, journals, and by the 1980s, as their founder was passing, and as publishing was changing, they found themselves in the conundrum that many have found themselves with in print, of trying to figure out how to go from a print-based company to something that could adopt new technologies. Next image. And when I met the heiress of the company and the company was closing, they were at a point where they were going to shutter the company, sell the company, and the building that the company had occupied, which was one of the most sophisticated buildings in Chicago on Michigan Avenue, this building was not only up for sale, but all of the contents of the building were in question. Next image. And what we're looking at is a series of images, the first two of how the offices looked as I had seen them right before removing the objects. And then here at the Walker Art Center, after I had extracted these objects, in some cases reconditioned them, restored them. We took the carpet, we took the wallpaper. On the back wall, you see an amazing bronze sculpture by the artist Richard Hunt, who was an important Chicagoan who had an early exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art, the first African American to show at the Museum of Modern Art. But all of these objects were in question, and no one knew exactly what to do with them. And so my studio decided that we would kind of take on the role of not only, rescuer of objects, which in a way looks a lot like a moving company, but we would also be the restoration steward, and then in a way the executor of the estate, because we then had the responsibility of determining what would happen with these objects. So that's a Johnson story. Next image. Right. And so what I decided to do was to simply use these objects in exhibition and go back to the archive, the images that are in the archive, the library of 26,000 books, the furniture, and I was trying to, in the present day, connect myself to this very important history, but also this kind of lesson learned about, the ultimate demise, or the ultimate truth of the future of things. And rather than imagining that the corporation failed, I imagined that the corporation shifted from an active capital-based organization to something more like a museum of publishing. And I'm using this museum of publishing, I'm acting as the kind of executive director of this museum of publishing in Black aesthetics. Next slide. Right. And so being entrusted with a series of images from the collection, from the corporation, I started to refer to myself as the Black Image Corporation and Black Madonna Press. I wanted to find ways to suture my living truth to its history as a way of continuing to create dignity for the organization, but to also demonstrate the value and the contributions that Blacks had done for publishing and fashion in the past. This is an exhibition at Kunstmuseum Basel, where we basically allow for 3,500 self-curated images to be touched by the public. And they were, in Basel, Switzerland, beautiful images of Black women wearing Italian and French couture. Next image. The second project that I mentioned is a hardware store. And in a way, it's the hardware store that's on the street. You know, in Milano, I would go past these hardware stores that were, you know, one store was dedicated to light switches and the store next door was dedicated to light bulbs and the electrical minutia necessary in order to make the lights work. Um, in Chicago and in the United States, we had this long history of storefront hardware stores, so that on the main street, you had a hardware store, and essentially you could go there and find almost anything you needed for daily life to kind of help keep your house together. Next image, please. And these hardware stores, two of them were going out of business in my neighborhood, and they were very important places for the people in the community, not only as places for buying objects, but also the kids could be dropped off there, the keys could be left there, mail could be received there, friends hung out there. The hardware store was a place of gathering and conviviality, at least these two in my neighborhood. And the owners, who had both were retiring age, we're trying to figure out what would happen with the spaces. You know, nobody really wanted the inventory, and they wanted to sell both the space and the inventory. And so I started getting really creative with the owners who had become friends. And if we go to the next image, I wanted to find ways that I could take this kind of mundane, everyday material that in a way would become waste, or there was so much of it that a person who was to receive it would feel inundated or overwhelmed by the sheer number of objects. But I love objects, and I love this kind of mundanity, and I was committed to trying to find a way to give form to this history and form to these relics. In some cases, they were objects that would no longer have usefulness in their original condition, but there was still necessarily life in them. So I started to, as I said, I started to kind of think about um, an aesthetic intention that could live alongside its an original past. Okay, next slide. I started to think about the architectural image of the hardware store on a block and how important that was, but also the architectural image, or the image of an archive, so that a thing that had passed could remain a ghost in real time, in real sight, in the same place. And I decided, in this case, the Gray Gallery, to create a home for these objects that were these kind of 5 by 3 foot gabions, and that I would fill them as a kind of almost like a waste material, like the way you would use a gabion to create a retainer wall. So this work is called Retainer Wall, and it was me trying to demonstrate what the mass of the hardware store looked like, and then show how form, or how in a newly formed way, history becomes a most sophisticated aesthetic intention. Next image. Ultimately, I decided that I would create a permanent home for the objects of the hardware store in its location. And that in addition to that history and those objects having a real life, that I would then create a complementary space or a counter space to that history on the perimeter of the space, so that you have both the entombed archive that can also act as an exhibition space where you can only use the things in the archive and they only stay in the building, accumulating a series of new works. And then on the perimeter of the space, we could have other activity. public conversations, conviviality, a good drink, discussion. It could be the place where we talk about the relationship between history or history and the future. Archive number 2. Next image, please. And then the third is a kind of more emotional project for me. 20 years ago was the first time that I went to a small town called Tokoname, which is in the kind of south central region of Japan. There I was met with some of the most amazing craftsmen I'd ever met in my life, and started a kind of journey as a maker, where I was encountering not only the history of of ceramic craft traditions that were amazing, but I was also being exposed to Buddhism, Shintoism, Japanese design excellence, and kind of old school craftsmen who lived in a very 1960s, 1940s kind of way. They accumulated their things. If nobody was interested, they continued to make. And it feels like the story of Frank Bowling or Sam Gilliam or something, that even in the absence of public attention, they had committed themselves to being potters. And this guy, Yoshihiro Koide, he had already passed, and I was looking for a kiln in Tokoname, and I was introduced to his son, Mune. Mune showed me his father's collection. Next image, please. And I was overwhelmed by the life and legacy of this guy's work. I decided to do more research. Next image. And felt very much like the work that I knew of in Tokoname deserved to be known more broadly, because Tokoname was a small craft town that was important historically, but people have kind of forgotten about because there are many craft towns in Japan. But I decided that I would take the 16,000 objects of Koide's and make those objects present in my most recent exhibition at the Mori Museum in Tokyo, Japan, and kind of celebrate Koide as exemplar of an amazing practitioner who is skilled, who is genius at the wheel, who had won tremendous awards and prizes, but had never really gotten the history. He was more a historic relic than he was someone that was moving the future forward. And I thought maybe there was a way that in my exhibition, which was supposed to be about contemporary art, that the most contemporary thing I could do was celebrate the great legacies of Tokoname and other towns. And so I think that my approach to the question of inequality in that sense is it possible for me to help be a part of a change in the systematic order of things, such that those things that are left out of an inequality conversation into the conversation through art and through the aesthetic. And I feel like through my music and performance and visual art, I've been grappling often with how to share that platform in ways that celebrate others. And in a way, I can simply become a platform, and the touch that I give actually in my artistic practice is more and more about the inclusion of others and less about the amplification of my own ability. So I think that in that sense, art is a kind of an amazing equalizer, and I'm very, very excited to share these 3 projects with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiester.
My pleasure.
Esther. See you here in Milan. Bye. Thank you. Non ci sentono. Ah, ok, ok. Dunque, proseguiamo la riflessione con un salto di scala.
Let us move on by leaping in scale and offering an unusual perspective on disequalities, the microscopic level of bacteria. We're going to look at inequalities in health in the broadest sense through Beatrice Colomina and Mark Quigley, and we will see how bacteria affect architecture and vice versa. So I'm happy to invite Beatrice Colomina, a historian, and Mark Quigley, a professor emeritus at Columbia University, who will, for the first time, account for their decade-long research on bacterial architecture that was also developed within the spaces of Columbia University. So welcome, Beatrice and Mark.
Buon pomeriggio. Buon pomeriggio, siamo molto felici di essere qua.
Good afternoon. We're very happy to be here at Triennale and participating at this symposium and the Inequalities session that is so interesting to us.
Ciao. Okay. Big exhibition about inequalities. We think there's some confusion in Milan. For us, the word inequalities just means health. Right? Inequalities is the well-being of ourselves, of our friends, of the plants, the animals, and the planet. Inequality is therefore really a question of thinking of the new thoughts about health, and thinking about health, maybe the most important thinking that we do, changes. And each change in the way we think about health implies a different politics and a different architecture.
Right, so the paradigms of what health is continuously change, right? And we are now in a paradigm that is all about the microbiome. You probably have heard a lot about it in the press, the trillions of microbes that inhabit us, feed us, maintain us, and defend us. Many of the diseases of our time, obesity, diabetes, many forms of cancer, autoimmune disorders, allergies, autism, or even Alzheimer's, many are now attributed to the diminishing diversity of bacteria. And this is the important thing for being in the Triennale. Architecture is involved in this, is implicated in this diminishing diversity.
Yeah, and these kind of diseases of the built environment, we could say, are completely inseparable from the health of the planet. So you can't take care of buildings, you can't take care of the planet, and vice versa. The whole biosphere, the world of life, life itself. Inequalities, therefore, have to be thought beyond the human, but paradoxically, this means also thinking the human differently, even it means thinking of the human as a kind of mobile ecosystem.
And nevertheless, Western architecture has always been understood in terms of the human body. More precisely, this human body, this athletic, white, male body that has been endlessly redrawn from the Renaissance to modern architecture, from Leonardo to Le Corbusier. So a perfected body immersed in a geometric system of proportions, which is of course a fiction that excludes most of the humanity. For once, half of the humanity, women are excluded, but also all other races, all other ethnicities. And also imagine that even if you are white and male and actually so athletic and so beautiful, how long does this last, right? So it's amazing that architecture is predicated on this fiction. But in fact, the real body of architecture is very fragile. It's a fragile body prone to sickness or already sick, a body in need of support. And architecture is kind of this support, an orthopedic support, a crutch or an artificial skin that somehow is for this very fragile creature that needs to be kept at 37 degrees Celsius, protected against the outdoor elements, but also against inside threats, diseases, mental instabilities, traumas, fears, anxiety, loneliness.
So in using architecture, this very, very pathetic, fragile creature, the human, which is part flesh, part architecture, uses architecture as a kind of medical bubble to survive. But in using this bubble, the human isolates itself from almost all other species, as if all other species are a kind of biological threat, or more precisely, that biology itself is a terrible threat to the human. Architecture creates a kind of division between internal and external life, an external life that is complex and multiple, and an internal life which is very particular, very selected. This is a kind of biopolitical division between different forms of life. Architecture is engineering, it is a kind of engineering of life. It divides the human from the kaleidoscopic end-shifting entanglements of diverse species of animal, plant, and insect life, but also divides the human from almost all other humans. If you really want to talk about life, and maybe we're a little bit scared to talk about life, the first form of life is bacteria, 3.5 billion years old. It is bacteria that made the plants possible and made the animals possible and eventually made the humans possible, but very recently made the humans possible. But architecture, that which only arrived 10,000 years ago, nothing in the scheme of things, treats bacteria as some kind of invisible enemy that needs to be exterminated. So architecture, the 10,000-year experiment, is an experiment in excluding bacteria which not only sustain life, they are life. Architecture is against life.
Okay, so we want to talk today and also in the exhibition about what happens when you put bacteria at the center of the sign, if we learn from bacteria. And this means, of course, the centering the human-centered design sounds good, but it's actually terrible for human, for other species, and for the planet. And besides, the human-centered design, as I have already explained, is typically male, and white, male, and Western. And if we center architecture on bacteria, we will take better care of the human, but it will not be this privileged figure that sees itself superior to all other species and also to most humans.
So here is the white man we were talking about. Some of you in the room. Actually, all of you in the room have between 5 and 7 meters of intestine. And if you're obsessed with the human, let's say you only care about the human and you don't care about other species, you need to be caring about your intestine. Because the human is a bag of bacteria, around 39 trillion bacteria, 37 of them are inside your gut, many of which have been around for millions of years. While the human is this very recent arrival, and the human might be, let's say, already on the way out. This is you. This is the real you. This is your brain. This is your thought. This is your health. You are wrapped around a tube. It's not so much that you have a tube inside you. You are wrapped around this tube, filled with these bacteria. The real limit of you, the real limit of the human, is not your skin, not the outside skin, but the inner porous lining of the gut, through which the world enters, and this gut is filled with thousands of species of bacteria in so many different strains. This is you, right? Swimming around. And in fact, there are more bacteria in your gut than there are human cells, and the human cells were an invention of bacteria earlier on. This so-called microbiome, this complex internal community, sustains your body. It is your immune system, your health, it is your brain, it is your emotions, it is your thought. To think is to be bacterial. We are nothing without these foreigners. We live in them much more than they live in us.
But architecture is, of course, phobic about bacteria. In fact, it flaunts in many ways. Modern architecture flaunts its cleanliness. Remember that sink at the entrance of Villa Savoye? For many years, I thought, oh, how beautiful. Le Corbusier understood the new plumbing system as a sculpture and all of this. And now, after COVID, I see, oh, no, this is actually, after 1918, the 1918 flu, he's telling us you need to wash your hands as you come into the house. Robert Koch demonstrated the link between specific bacteria and diseases like anthrax, tuberculosis, and cholera in the late 1870s and 80s, and launched a kind of media campaign against these invisible enemies. He exhibited the first drawings and photographs of these pathogens that you see on the screen in the big exhibitions in Berlin, and then in London, hygiene exhibitions in 1882 in Berlin, in 1884 in London. The public will stare at the deadly bacteria that was from Koch's laboratory through a series of microscopes, allowing them to imagine the bacteria in their body. You have to think that at that time, tuberculosis was killing 1 in 4 in the planet. In cities like Paris, it was 1 in 3. So, and in London, the same. So people could now visualize the idea of these pathogens that are swimming, that are living inside them. The exhibition, this health exhibition, promoted a new set of protocols for the design of the house and the city.
And of course, this transformation of design is very much part of the sanitary reform movement of the 19th century. So long before bacteria are specifically associated with disease, there is a kind of war against bacteria, the smell, which is the bacteria, which leads to a revolution of the interior and of the city itself. After around about 1880, there is a sudden moment where this architectural campaign, this dramatic architectural campaign, is focused against bacteria. Bacteria became the enemy, and architecture was the first line of defense against something invisible. Architecture, by the way, it's always about the invisible. It's never about what you can see. If you can see it, you don't need architecture. If you can't see it, maybe you do. Death, for example, meaning. Houses even started to look like sanitized laboratories. Leopold Bauer in the Villa Kurz here in 1902 designed the house entirely on what he called the hygiene principle. In exactly the same year, his teacher, Otto Wagner, complained about the cultures of bacteria of Vienna, and he called on architects to develop new forms, new techniques out of hygiene. In other words, the sanitary reform movement starts to infect the kind of avant-garde of architecture, and the avant-garde of architecture turns into a form of kind of bacterial analysis. Otto Wagner said that your hotel room should be more or less the same as a hospital room. For him, the vacuum cleaner is a medical technology to get rid of the dust, which means to get rid of bacteria. By the way, Otto Wagner would die of a bacterial infection in his own house before antibiotics were developed. I mean, great vacuum cleaner, but it didn't work.
Yeah, probably he had eliminated the good bacteria, and that's the problem. It was actually not until 1928 that the first antibiotic was accidentally, as you know, discovered by Fleming, penicillin, but there was already an antibiotic attitude towards building. So buildings, modern architecture was an antibiotic before antibiotics existed. But of course, this discovery is not new. There was an ancient knowledge of antibiotics in the health practices of many indigenous communities all over the world. And actually now the use of plants and fungi are now being studied in universities and medical centers all over the world as alternatives to antibiotics, particularly in the United States. They are studying these plants. And also we can remember Imhotep, the Egyptian architect of the step pyramids in Saqqara, who was also a doctor in 2600 BC, that is 2,200 years before Hippocrates. He used molded bread, which is of course like penicillin, in infected wounds. But before penicillin was rediscovered, there was already an antibiotic attitude towards building.
So this is 1911. Women scientists are writing for women's magazines and saying that housewives should leave petri dishes around the house to see that their cleaning of the house has been effective. So basically the housewife becomes a bacteriologist, a kind of scientist at home. This is more modern than the modern, or to say it another way around, modern is simply this, the campaign against bacteria.
Modern architecture simply channeled this antibiotic approach that was even in popular magazines. Le Corbusier obsessed about bacteria. He quoted counts of bacteria per cubic meter in a year. He described himself, as you can see here, as a bacteriologist and architecture as laboratory work. right? And then in order to do this, of course, 19th century architecture had to be demonized as an unhealthy germ that has to be eradicated, and white walls, ventilation, and terraces for the sun are presented as antidotes, as architectural sterilizers.
Talk about a germaphobe. Buckminster Fuller refused to sit on the same toilet as his wife. No, just to give you a sense, he centered his whole house on sanitary reform. It was a machine for removing bacteria. To live at home, to be happy, is to live inside an antibacterial device. This is the dirt in the skin of his students in Chicago, and he spent 3 years as the chief sanitary engineer for the #1 toilet manufacturer in the United States. And this is the bathroom he produced, and this is his clean rear.
Okay, so modern architecture is only modern as long as it's free of bacteria, right? And you can say you are anti-modern architecture. No, we are not at all. Modern architecture in many ways saves lives. In an age in which life expectancy was 40, in many ways with people mostly dying from bacterial diseases, I think you can clearly say that modern architecture created a healthy environment before antibiotics, but of course eventually also created its own monster. You have to go back. The battle against architecture, against bacteria, continues in the post-war years, even when we have antibiotics. In 1944, the IMS, for example, addressed the question, what is a house? And you wonder, what is a house? This house that is fully industrialized. In the post-war years, they say it will have to be sprayed with chemicals every 6 months to make it totally free of insects. Electronic devices will be continuously removing bacteria from the air, and sterilization lamps will kill bacteria in the water, in the food, and on any surface. In other words, you can say that the post-war house was really still at war, but now at war with bacteria. And it's just not the United States only. In London, in the UK, Alison and Peter Smithson produced this house, the 1956 House of the Future, an exhibition house all run by nuclear energy, very happy full nuclear energy. They say the food here is bombarded with gamma rays, which is an atomic byproduct to kill bacteria. The whole house is a super hyper clean space, a kind of molded space capsule. Enter through this door, which is the contamination system, and the whole antibacterial attitude continues throughout the house. But antibacterial architecture, of course, in the end produces sickness. For example, we can talk about the sick building syndrome, the air conditioning systems that Le Corbusier celebrated so much for isolating the inside air from the contaminated outside air. Bâtiments hermetiques, right? Hermetic buildings turn out to be reservoirs and vectors of disease. The kind of architecture that was supposed to inoculate its occupants against disease turned against them in a kind of science fiction movie.
So what are we saying? We're saying that illnesses and architecture are completely inseparable. Every architecture has produced sickness since the Neolithic times. Here is the skeleton of a Neolithic citizen with tuberculosis found next to the remains of a house 10,000 years old in Jordan, because for the first time, the tuberculosis, which is a bovine disease, comes into the human being and comes in through architecture, because architecture here is the first time a sealed space. This is the first moment of separation from the ground, completely lined with white lime plaster, which is smooth and dry. We become, the right angle appears, like we detach ourselves, but we don't detach ourselves from everything. We're also domesticating plants and animals at the same time. So we are creating a kind of miniature bacterial incubator with a very select group of species, including the bacteria, and we evolve together. We magnify our capacity, but you also magnify disease. Buildings have their own microbiome. This is absolutely crucial. This room is absolutely filled with bacteria. We are contributing to it and receiving it. And the diversity of bacteria in spaces, this space and all spaces, is just as important as the diversity in your gut. The bacteria of the building continuously enter you and the bacteria in you continuously enter the building. To say it correctly, you are spread through this building. You are never simply in this building. And there's no strict line between your body and the body of the building. In fact, this building is really an expansion of your gut. We are sharing our intestines using this building. This building is in this moment part of your gut. It's a way of sharing. It's a way of sharing between us, but also with other species and people that have gone. Reducing the diversity of bacteria is a total disaster for what used to be called the human. Antibiotic architecture, and perhaps the history of architecture is an antibiotic history, reduces microbial diversity. And here's the paradox. Reducing bacteria around you incubates ever more lethal bacteria, because the only bacteria that survive a sterilized space are the killers. But since architecture also reduces your diversity of bacteria, architecture simultaneously reduces your ability to defend yourself against the new bacteria that architecture invents. The outcome is you lose.
We are currently working with a transdisciplinary group of scientists on the microbiome, precisely of the built environment. And among of them is the microbial ecologist, Maria Gloria Domínguez Bello, who has shown what was a kind of puzzle to the medical establishment, why babies born by cesarean section sometimes had a very terrible health outcome. And she demonstrated that a year after the birth of these babies by cesarean section, they still have the microbiome of the room in which they were born rather than that of the mother, because they didn't pass through the beneficial bacteria of the vagina. And of course, these supposedly sterile rooms of a hospital are actually filled with pathogens, right? So if you happen to be one in which one of those creatures are there, you may have a problem much later. There are some attempts to kind of counter this by wiping the bacteria from the mother's vagina back into the baby's body, but this is not sufficient. You know why? Because we have diminished the diversity of our bacteria to such an extreme that is a killer. Lack of diversity in our bacteria is a killer. The age of antibiotics and antibiotic architecture is threatening our species. Martin Blesser, who is another scientist we work on, talks about the silent extinction of microbes, and he argues that the crisis of the diminishing diversity of the human microbiome is a bigger threat, listen to this, to the species than climate change. Indigenous tribes in the Amazon actually have the most diverse microbiome in the planet, and Maria and Martin have started collecting seed in the deep forest to establish a World Bank vault of the bacteria we have already collectively lost.
So to finish, what would be a biotic architecture if we've harassed you about the antibiotic crime that is architecture? Probably the architecture would be more like your own gut, our shared gut. Probably architecture is more porous versus the prophylactic attitude that has dominated the last 10,000 years of so-called architecture. The immune system is not the system that keeps the enemy out. The immune system is a curator which allows the enemy to live inside. It constructs a kind of balance. It is a kind of dynamic balance between insiders and outsiders. It's a political model. It's just nothing but politics. This is not an analogy. This is not like looking at bacteria and saying, this is something like politics. No, this is politics. This is living with the other. This means the very idea of shelter, that thing to which architects cling closely, has to be reversed. Shelter is not keeping the danger out. Shelter is a form of inclusion. Probably this means some idea about architecture which is more like a kind of rewilding of the interior. Again, in the spirit of Tim's talk, it means in a way going back and returning to exactly that which we have claimed to leave behind. We, if we can say that, we bacteria, we used to live intimately with many other bacteria to be found in the soil, the plants, and other animals. And we may very well want to urgently return to our companions, our old companions in the soil.
But we can ask to finish, is there any kind of precedent to this kind of biotic architecture we are asking for, one that fosters a trans-species community? And of course, we couldn't resist to bring Lina Bobardi here because, of course, she started her career as an architect here in Milano. When she designed her Casa de Vidro in Sao Paulo in 1949, a house suspended in the forest, almost like a tree house, she draws every insect, every plant, and every animal that is already living in the site with the same precision that she draws the building. For her, they are part of the building. If architecture is always about keeping the bugs out, for Lina, actually Lina embraces this trans-species architecture where insects are not the enemy, but intelligent members of the community, and humans are just maybe temporary guests. She made exhibitions and plays for children. Look at this, about this new understanding of community. Look at all the little animals that are in her architectural drawings, imagining spaces in which insects, animals, and plants are the real occupants. Don't step on the ants, don't kill the cockroaches, right?
And that's Lina.
This is Lina as a child, too, this poster for an exhibition. Next, even her dramatic demonstrations of geometry and force, like the MASPI, the Museum of Art in Sao Paulo, were originally drawn as a forest occupied and eaten by plants. Next.
So, Lina Bo, our hero, makes an architecture that's wet and moist and close to the soil. It invents the forests. Bo imagines spaces in which the human is always secondary, always a visitor, always fragile, maybe has not yet arrived or has already gone. For Lina Bo, architecture is architecture only in as much as it's dissolved by other species, right? This is a political ethic. This is an ethic of celebrating, learning from other species, including the ones that we host inside us, or more importantly, the ones that host us inside them. Thank you.
Thank you, Lina.
Thank you. Thank you so much to both of you, Beatrice Colomina and Mark Wigley, for this very brilliant introduction of your piece of research that will lead to an exhibition during the next international exhibition. I mean, the bases of modernism that characterize this building are sort of trembling. I would like to go back to what Stefano Boeri said in the morning. I'm going to introduce a friend of Triennale, a researcher of the unknown, and I'm referring to Emanuele Coccia, who contributed to our exhibitions, and he suggested a lot to us at Triennale. I would like to invite him to the podium because over the last years, he actually explored things that are part of our daily life, clothing or buildings, and he's going to talk about on love or how to play with differences.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Stefano, for the invitation. So I'll speak in English. If inequality is the form and cause of all injustice, there is something deeply unjust and unfair about every act of love. Indeed, to love always means to glimpse, affirm, and cultivate inequality. To desire means to realize that something in the panoply of a person's objects, atmosphere, events that surrounds us stands out from the rest, not so much or not only because it's different, but because it has a strength, a value, and importance that we cannot overlook. Sorry. I took the... Sorry, I had the wrong. What we love, what we desire, is not and cannot in any way be equal to others. To love is to cultivate the inequality of value of what we desire. We want the beloved object or person to be the closest to us of all the rest. And we give this person or object a different place and role in our life. It matters little whether it's a child or a partner, a dog or a cat, a skirt or a book, a childhood trinket or a political leader, or even yourself. By loving someone, we define a hierarchy in reality that negates the political ideal following which every person or every object should be equivalent to any other. There is always something politically scandalous about love and desire. That's why the law has always and everywhere, in every age, in almost every culture, tried to tame this passion for inequality that we call desire. Think of Leviticus, the legal code of the post-exilic Israel that first formulated the principle of love your neighbor as yourself, that would become the moral uniform of Christianity. Or think of Mozi, the famous Chinese moral philosopher of the 100 Schools era, who preached what he called universal mutual love or undifferentiated care, which said that it's necessary to love everyone and respond with love to the love of everyone else. These are clearly impossible injunctions. To marry or care for a child is evidently to have already betrayed this ideal. We always love someone or something more than something else. And to love everything and everyone is stop desiring. Love multiplies inequality, and a world without inequalities is a world without love. Why do those who love need so much to expose themselves to inequality? What happens in this strange and curious experience of inequality that we call love? So, love is the source of inequality. Is there some antidote? It's on this paradox that I think we in the Triennale need to question ourselves in order to avoid falling into empty political slogans that are completely vain on a planet that has the difficult task of creating unity out of an infinite congeries of diversity. I have, of course, no recipes for you, but I want to try to tell you a story that perhaps can help us find a way. Sorry, I forgot that I had some slides. So, beginning in the 30s, biology discovered that what we call sex is not a practice necessarily linked to reproduction. There are living things that practice sex without reproducing themselves. The first case studied is that of the Parametrium aurelia, a unicellular ciliated protista. Sex means for them that two specimens approach each other and start exchanging genes. Then, once they are done, they go their separate way. There is no third creature born, there is no multiplication of the extant entities, but each of the two is no longer the same as before. Try to think what a strange experience it is. It is as if we would be able to kiss someone, and through the same gesture and in the act of this gesture, we could choose to take the nose, the eyes, the hands, the hair of the person we kiss, and let this person do the same. It would be amazing, actually. Sex, we might say, is like the most disturbing and strange consequence of love, the most dangerous consequence of this exposure to inequality. One could say that producing inequality is only acceptable if we accept to be exposed to it in order to being crossed by the other and mixing our identity. And in a way, what happens through sex in higher and multicellular animals is that instead of doing the strange surgical hybridization hybridization of life, we do it on the body of a future life, that of our children, and not on our present body. My daughter has taken my eyes by the hair of her mother, my mouth by the hands of her mother. Now, what love can teach us is that perhaps the question is less about undoing or destroying inequality, but finding ways to expose ourselves to it in order to make out of it the source of a transformation of both unequal things. Love lets diversity and difference circulate everywhere without anyone being able to decide what their fate is. And perhaps the pleasure associated with sex lies in this acceptance of being transformed by inequality, contaminated by it, and no longer wanting to defend against it. We never think about that, but deep down, by the fact that we are the result of this pleasure-generating technology of mutual hybridization, by the fact that we humans, the result of sexual reproduction. Each of us is the almost geological sedimentation of an uncalculable amount of pleasures from other individuals and even from other species, from lives and forms we have never known. We are the foam of this pleasure, declined only in the third person, which we can never experience or not anymore. Life is only the echo of this pleasure that has become geology. Species are fossils of this ancestral pleasure of mixing their genes. And as volcanoes, however, we cannot stop ourselves from trying to repeat this pleasure linked to a strange transformation of bodies. And justice, perhaps, is just the attempt to share this pleasure with as many life forms as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Emanuele. This beautiful and extremely fascinating contribution that also gives us a positive perspective on inequalities. We can now look to them as a potential tool for interchange. And following up on this, I'd like to invite Giovanni Agosti, curator and professor of art history at Milan's Università degli Studi, to come to the podium. He will tell us an extraordinary story, a Milanese story, about the hospital Cagranda, which is based on relationships among different and unequal social classes. This will be hosted at the 24th International Exhibition in an exhibition curated by him. Good afternoon. When the other 2 years ago, last year, Stefano started to talk about this international exhibition and started to convene a series of people, including many of the people who are here, this evoked the thought of The Betrothed, a great novel by Alessandro Manzoni, and not just a great heritage of Italian literature, but also an anthropological, an interesting anthropological product about our country. Among the pictures that are said to have influenced Alessandro Manzoni in his 17th century story entitled The Betrothed, which was published in 1827 for the first time and in 1840 for the second time, is this painting, which is preserved at the central headquarters of the Milan hospital Cagranda, which means the house of all, which was built by the Dukes of Milan in 1456. I jotted down this idea of Alessandro Manzoni, but just for the sake of it. And the exhibition that myself and Jacopo Stoppa are preparing stems from a suggestion that Stefano gave me after I gave him this input. This place, this picture, which is a sort of snapshot of the last 25 years of the 17th century, included people from different social strata, social layers, and the hospitals at the time played roles that were not just confined to treating diseases. It is not necessary to mention Foucault here. Hospitals of the time contained many of the problems that the societies of the time had. Many of you know the place, the actual place that is portrayed in that painting, namely Ospedale Maggiore of Milan, Cagranda. But after the Second World War, the main headquarters of that university, of that hospital, has become the university where I teach. This hospital was broadened in the following centuries, especially the big courtyard, which is portrayed in the painting we just saw. Another northern architect, Mr. Ricchini, designed it. This place also includes a church. You can see the church at the back of the courtyard. And it has a feature that makes it unique among all known hospitals of the time. It used to organize the celebration of pardon, Festa del Perdono, which used to take place on the 25th of March every year. This celebration was held up until March 1867. On that occasion, in the galleries of this hospital, which was then turned into a university, these paintings were exhibited. They are all paintings that have the same size, or rather format, a large and a medium format. And nowadays there are more than 1,000 of them. What are these paintings? The previous picture, this picture dates back to just before the Second World War, and it shows a crowd of people belonging to all social classes taking part in this celebration in sign of gratitude for towards this place that contained and held back disease and poverty. And there is a collection nowadays that includes more than 1,000 paintings, and that over the years and decades has encountered a lot of exhibitional problems, because as you can imagine, it's a huge collection. Different solutions have been sought, and in recent years it has been placed in the underground areas of this former hospital in a warehouse. The current president then selected a few of the paintings and provided an exhibition. This is the stimulus Stefano, Jacopo Stoppa and I have taken to address an audience that is not the audience that usually goes to this hospital or that is aware of this collection, which is so unique to our town. It is a different audience, the audience of the Triennale Museum, and it includes a lot of portraits that are supposed to that actually come from representatives of the ruling class who actually made donations
to be used for treatment of diseases. We haven't chosen all of the portraits yet. We're probably going to choose the full scale, the full body portraits rather than the medium portraits. And all of the paintings will also provide an account of how the ruling class and its habits evolved in the way of dressing, for example. So we hope that viewers of this exhibition will also be led into reflecting not only on the customs of the time, but also on the notion of welfare. When I used to be a child, I looked to welfare as something that belonged to the past, whereas now it is much more important for me, and I have a completely different outlook on it.
Thank you, Professor Agosti. The next presentation will be given by Monsignor Luca Bressan, who, among other things, is the president of the Caritas Ambrosiana Foundation, as well as two institutions on arts, such as the Diocesan Museum and the Scuola Beato Angelico. Monsignor Luca Bressan is going to talk about the following topic: religions heed and interpret inequalities. It is quite customary to associate the concept and the reality of religion to inequalities, and unfortunately this habit is not always positive, because on the 19th and 20th century it was seen and thought that religions transform inequalities into conflict. They're the very source of conflicts. So here we have some examples, some contemporary examples that show some emblematic situations. For instance, war in Ukraine. Here, Christianities in two different versions, Orthodox Church, here you have Bacterial, and the Catholic Church, well, they both play an important role, whereas you have another example here, Palestine and Israel. But here I would like to show in my presentation that it is right to associate inequalities and religion, but I would like to show that religions are committed to working in a different way, and in order to manage this link in a different way. The religious dimension is often an element that enables to transform inequalities. I actually support the presentation that was given about the microbes. Well, I will give two examples and share a rule. Two examples. Here you can see the meeting in Abu Dhabi by Pope Francis, and the second meeting on the 5th of September 2024 in the Mosque of Jakarta. Well, in this picture, which is small, you can see that the mosque and the cathedral are close nearby. When they were built, it was decided to keep the two buildings as distinct, but linked through an underground tunnel. Pope Francis visited that tunnel in order to show those two important elements, that is, religions can actually help in overcoming inequalities. They can work in death and show that what is different above surface is actually a manifestation of what we have in common, that is underground, the research for deep roots, a desire the link, the bond, the desire to be loved. And the second element that he stressed was taking care of ties, of connections. Religions are based upon connections. And this is something that should be done. That's why he repeated the gesture that he made in Abu Dhabi in 2019. He signed a declaration on religious harmony for the good of humanity, in order to show that dimensions have different facets and dimensions. But today they want to take upon themselves that task, that of being bridges. The second example is from there's monks. There was also a film devoted to these monks. Christian de Serget, one of the monks who became a martyr, started in his one of his writings in commenting the Quran, and he said that if God had wanted, he would have created a single community. God talking to Muslims, but he wanted to actually give a gift. And there will be a sort of a competition among different actions. Then you will go back to God, and he will inform you on your divergences. That there is something similar expressed by St. Paul. It is interesting that actually God dictated this surah to Muhammad in order to show that it is not our task. I mean, we don't have to overcome differences, but we have to try and understand what differences mean. That's why this French monk said that he wanted to create a dialogue with Muslims, not only to create peace, but to try and understand what differences are teaching us. And his teaching became famous when the church, after the martyrdom, recognized him as a saint. And here you can see the picture for the ceremony of in Tangier, where he was made a saint. And bishops, in celebrating this recognition, well, they said, they warned and said that this Christian recognition does not have to lead to a cut. I mean, any type of difference. And our friends, our sisters and brothers would not like to be separated. They witness fraternity without borders, unconditional love without any differences. That's why their death shows a martyrdom of all those who, coming from all religions, built peace, and they were actually made martyrs because of that, and they were faithful until their death during the tragic period in Algeria. Well, of course, you know that in Algeria, there were difficult periods. Christians were expelled. We were there as representatives of Caritas, and we can no longer operate there. But our will is that of creating bonds and not getting divided. Well, this is the rule that is very well explained during the encyclica made by Pope Francis. He said, what is the role of all of us? We have to understand the complexity of bonds. And Cacciari, a free thinker, when he considered this idea, he actually reflected on what secular Europe has to recognize from the Christian tradition. That is, the recognition that conflicts do not have to be solved through revenge, through the simple logic of revenge. That has been shown by religious wars, where people realized that everyone was losing. So we can, as a pronoun, can work if we can all be recognized. And in this case, the European identity becomes a gift to the global context. We do not only have to try and understand the origins, but also try to use that understanding in order to try and decide where we want to go. And this is another part of the rule given by Pope Francis. The role of religions, if they do not want to become conflict generators, is that of understanding to show that differences as such can actually reveal bonds and ties among themselves, different forms of universality and fraternity. And Pope Francis is doing that quite often, and he recognizes it also when he talks about other religions. And this idea of well, this has been reconsidered by modern thinkers, but it dates back to Augustine, Saint Augustine. And it is quite interesting to stress this idea of having an order. And also for bacteria, we saw that we should focus on something that does not eliminate differences. And here you can see images of the first celebration in '86 in October in Assisi, where the various religions were meeting, everyone praying their own gods, but with the awareness that inequalities are bridges, and at the end, everyone becomes richer.
Thank you, Monsignor Bressan. Let us now move on to other community forums, the multifarious ones of the biological world, which are different, unequal, and to be tackled as such in a world such as biodiversity, where inequality is vital. Please listen to Telmo Pievani, a scientist and scientific scholar.
Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you, Stefano, for inviting me to this great adventure of research, and I'm very grateful. So biodiverse equity will be my word this afternoon, a fusion between biodiversity and equity, or if you prefer the negative side of the story, the link between the destruction of biodiversity and inequalities. Let me start with some data. According to a recent paper published in Nature Climate Change, so a very important journal, published by colleagues of Harvard and SciencePo, the richest 10% of the world's population releases 49% of the greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, while the poorest 50% emits 7% of the total. By contrast, the rich group pays only 3% of the very high price of the climate crisis, measured in terms of whatever costs of dealing with environmental disasters or losses in agricultural biodiversity, scarcity of water, additional health costs, and reduction of biodiversity, management of climate migrants, and so on. And the slower the transition, the higher the price will be for the poorest countries, and the greater the injustice. Environmental migrants and their denied rights are part of this structural inequality that we live today. As Gaia Vince said this morning, by 2050, 1.5 billion people will have to leave their homes. They will be forced to do that. It's not a choice. But there's no need to go so far into the future, because already in 2022, there were 100 million refugees worldwide, half of them children. 350 million undocumented people, 50 million people displaced by global warming. And let's look to this story from an evolutionary perspective. The optimal average temperature for human productivity and human wellness fluctuates, oscillates between 13 and 15 degrees on the planet Earth. We have shocked a precise and very precious climatic niche, and now it's too hot for us. So we have put ourselves in a difficult situation, and this is not very sapiens. However, there's no absolute opposition between humans and the environment. Human groups, according to another recent paper, have been modifying their environments and sculpting and shaping landscapes for millennia, co-evolving with local biodiversity and actively interacting with environmental opportunities. And even today, the areas of the planet with the most biodiversity are not those without humans, but those where native peoples have been able to wisely and slowly maintain ecosystems, diversifying habitats. Those native peoples today, without any idealization, are, as a matter of fact, the most discriminated and oppressed by environmental exploitation and the theft of their resources. A global movement is telling us that we will not succeed in protecting the diversity of plants and animals unless we do so together with the native peoples who have, and the local communities who have always lived with that biodiversity, and whose rights continue to be trampled upon in the name of a predatory world economy. It's called today in the scientific community biocultural diversity, and it's the true integrated heritage that we must safeguard and protect, making sure that protected areas are not just enclosures or sanctuaries without humans, but also opportunities for development and economic growth for local communities, letting them manage them directly as places of their ancestors, for example. We have very good examples. They have just virtuous examples, I know, but anyway, like, for example, the peace parks, wonderful peace parks imagined and created by Nelson Mandela together with the president of Mozambique and other nations decades ago in South Africa or in Gorongosa in the Mozambique, a wonderful park with many social activities related. And now the people that before exploited that park are the most convinced defenders of the park now, because they were able to create an alliance between people and biodiversity. Or like the national parks in New Zealand that now are managed directly by the Maori people. And it's wonderful when you have a guide, a Maori guide in these parks, because the Maori guide explains to you in a very scientific language the biodiversity of plants and animals of those parks, but also the fact that that mountain is a god against another mountain, and the volcanoes is a female, and so on and so on. Together, diversity, cultural diversity, and biological diversity. It's not too late, of course, for the crisis, but it's late anyway. Ron Milo, a biologist and ecologist at the Weizmann Institute in Israel, first managed some years ago to measure the weight of the earth biomass. So all plants, animals, microbes that we can put together on Earth. Then he was able to weight all its components, so how much for all insects, and recently he was able also to weight the immune system and so. So he's a guy that decided to measure everything. And in 2022, he calculated for the first time the so-called anthropogenic mass. It's the weight of all human artifacts in use, so buildings or bridges or whatever, roads, dams, cities, and so on. And the weight of human things in 2020, the pandemic year, has reached, for the first time in the history of life on Earth, the same weight of the Earth global biomass, so 1.1 teratons. This is what we call Anthropocene in a very concrete way, the poisonous side effect of the great acceleration of development after the Second World War. So, a triple environmental crisis, global warming, biodiversity crisis, pollution of land, air, water, and soil, fits and is in turn fueled by spreading social crisis, inequalities in opportunities, access to resources, vulnerability to risks. This social crisis fuels and is fueled by an economic crisis of increasing insecurity, linked to the rapid depletion of the planet's non-renewable resources, which in turn worsens the environmental crisis and foments conflict and geopolitical instability. It's a polycrisis that in evolutionary biology we also call a perfect storm. It happens when several interdependent crises begin to interact more closely and make each other worse and worse. So how can we read this perfect storm through the lens of evolution? Many species, such as beavers or cyanobacteria, are ecosystem engineers. So they are able to change the world for their adaptation and then have to adapt to a world that they themselves had changed. So it's a recursive process. Beaver dams are remarkable technological artifacts. They don't just experience the world, but they transform it. And by changing the world, beavers are able to increase biodiversity. Thus, the next generation has to adapt to the changes of the previous generation. This is what we call in evolution the ecological inheritance, okay? Because in evolution, there's not just genetic inheritance or cultural inheritance, but also ecological inheritance. Homo sapiens, on the opposite side, has been, of course, an ecosystem engineering without ecological limits for millennia, for thousands of years, shaping landscapes and reducing biodiversity. Thus, even for humans, the next generation must adapt to an environment plundered and destroyed by the previous generations, a negative ecological inheritance and environmental debt for the first time. So we are niche builders in our history of life, like beavers, but we are beavers now completely out of control. When a species gets into such a perverse dynamic of positive feedbacks, in evolutionary biology we say that it's entering an evolutionary trap. It means that we can no longer guarantee that future generations will have the same well-being and development possibilities as the generation before them. And the worst feedback loop that awaits us in the future is the one exactly between the environmental crisis and the social and health crisis. In a word, the worsening of inequalities. So finally, what solutions for me? I think that it will no longer be possible to return to something like an original or pristine nature. And the destiny of the relationship between the human species and the planet will reside in new and creative design capacities. A design that is fair, respectful of ecological limits, and not only sustainable, but also regenerative. It will be necessary, in short, to recreate connections, to mend the fractures, exactly as the next exhibition of humanity, and between humanity and the nature, designing new pathways of co-evolution between humanity and the ecosystem. Co-evolution is the key word for me, for the biodiverse equity, co-evolution. On the other hand, new technologies will be essential, of course, but for me, they should not be seen as an alibi for not changing much else, models of development, consumption, nutrition, and plundering of resources. Today, maybe due to an excess of pessimism or opportunism, there is an idea that is spreading also in the within the scientific community, that we will escape this new crisis only thanks to a great, decisive technological discovery. An invention. So bioengineering, bombing the clouds, or storing CO2, waiting for nuclear fusion. I think that this attitude could be very dangerous because it could be too late. So technological solutionism is too risky because in the meanwhile, the laws of thermodynamics are taking their course. And by 2030, climate warming will exceed 1.5 degrees, as we have seen this morning. So let's look on the bright side of the story. As also we have seen before, because polycrisis is anthropogenic in nature, it's a paradox because it means that we can change because we are the point of the problem. We can make a difference and reverse this bad coevolution. We are in the midst of an evolutionary transition, of course, which requires foresight and generosity to be addressed. We should adopt, I use this expression that I love so much, that is used in the United States, what we call a cathedral thinking. So maybe you know, the cathedral, medieval and Renaissance cathedrals were transgenerational enterprises, right? Laying the foundation today for results that only our children or grandchildren will be able to see accomplished and finished. So the Agenda 2030 is our cathedral. And now it's time to write another agenda for 2040 and 2050. The biodiversity crisis, climate change, the fight against inequalities are our future cathedrals. And they need generosity for future generations. So this will be some of the ideas and visions that you will find in the exhibition dedicated to biodiversity that will be staged here in the first floor, dedicated to biopolitics for the 24th International Triennale exhibition next year. So we really look forward to seeing you all in the next May here, and I thank you again.
Thank you, Professor Piovani. The next presentation will be on longevity, inequalities, cities, opportunities. And we'll be listening to Nick Palmarini with great interest, especially in the Triennale, because we are so interested in the reversibility of processes and longevity of objects. He's an expert in innovation on aging and longevity and co-founder of the Watson Longevity Lab. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Stefano, thanks for inviting us. Marco, for all the amazing organization, for allowing us to listen amazing stories, literally to a very touchy one. Amos Gitai this morning, the Grenfell Tower. That's reality. We touch it. So it was so powerful. Thank you so much. So briefly about so many dimensions of a topic, which is us, because we're getting old. I don't know if you're realizing. And just to set the stage, a lot of things has been already said this morning, but let me just put one point. I think you see the intersection here between geo and bio. It's where the earth and the humanity touches together. And there are two things that are happening to our planet which are interconnected one to the other. So I think we have to start thinking that we don't want simply a nicer, healthier planet just for the sake to see some ducks flying. It's just because we are living in this planet. And these two things are connected one to the other. So I think it's important that we start realizing that everything that happens there is connected here, which I know sounds obvious, but I think it's time we see what is the outcome of the things that we want to do when we do intervention in the biodiversity or in the political side on ourselves. Super briefly about giving you the stage of where we are, because otherwise it just seems like something happening somewhere. And this is exactly what is happening today. In 2050, 31 countries will have the same number of older adults that Japan and Italy, let me say, already has today, which I think allows you to see one big player in the picture here, which my suggestion to you is just if you want to observe dynamics about aging, look at China. Because China, it's a little slower than us in the process of aging, but has dynamics happening in a very vast scale of the population. By 2050, there will be 450 million over 60, okay? Now, if you just go this way, it gives you the picture of a slice of the planet in the next 30 years that more or less will be this size. I'm not sure I did it right cutting this way, but by then we will have almost 2 billion people expected to be over 60 by 2050, meaning that all of us will be there, different from what we are today, in a planet will be different of what it is today, with all the things that we have heard today. Now, there are two things that I would like you to consider. One, it's not simply that the things are moving forward on a dynamic that we didn't know. This morning, Professor Billary, I think said very clearly, we already know today what's going to happen tomorrow, and we have to do something today if you want just to live better tomorrow. There's a lot about birth and the fact that we're in a demographic winter. Personally, I think we won't get back from there. So there will be no children anymore in the future. I know it sounds a little pessimistic, but my point is just to see the other side of the coin. If there will be no children, who's going to be there? And will be older people. Now, we have learned three things about longevity for sure. That we are mainly aging in better health. So it's not simply that we're getting older. We're getting older healthier, that no one of us in this room age in the same way. No one of us. Just where you were born, just where you do every day, what do you eat, what do you breathe, your microbiome has been said before. And finally, we have learned one thing: we can handle this process. Up to 40, 50, 60 years ago, nobody wanted to become a geriatrician. Why? Because you have to care about people who's gonna die. Now, if you see how many geriatricians are stepping back and starting to cure or care about older adults, I think it tells you a lot about how much malleable the process of aging is. Literally, if you think about Michelangelo sculpting a piece of stone, you can think about what you can do about yourself. So we can literally change it and shape it. The point is that we all know these things, and will lead us to one main point I really would like you to take away today. It's not anymore an aging society. We keep on saying that. It's not that society. We're in the longevity society, meaning that we're not living healthier for longer. We're just having a journey in this life that it's taking the different perspective, that it's not only a matter of getting old, but it's just a matter also to live longer in this trajectory. Which leads to the key point of the discussion of today. The paradox is that we knew it. What did we do? Nothing. Nothing. We're just waiting. Think about yourself and aging. What are you doing thinking about the future until you don't get the classic 60 years old and you start thinking, oh my God, I'm 60. But at 59, you were not thinking about it. So it's something that it's a paradox that we knew since the number, since demographic, it's a very solid science. And it's something that I think it's just putting us on one page. I pick one of the many nuances. This is Chicago. In literature, is a very known story. 8 miles, 30 years of different life expectancy between Streeterville and Englewood. So it's 8 miles, 30 years. And if you think it's only Chicago, because you can say it's okay, black population, racial issues, London, 11 years between Tower Hamlet and Chelsea, okay? So it tells you that it's something happening geographically and biologically in the space, because the factors that are here are multiple. But just to show you the difference, this is what's happening, or to show you the difference, this is what's happening. So are we just bringing dogs out, or are we bringing humans out? And it's happening. This guy, Chuck McCarthy, the one you see on the right, invented this idea of people walker because he knew there were people stuck in their homes that couldn't be brought elsewhere by anybody. Someone already saw all these things a lot before us, right? 1958, Jacques Tati already designed all the things that are happening here, and he just raised the bell at that time, but probably we didn't hear that well. Now, what are the things that are affecting our life expectancy? Because obviously, the main things we always think about is health. And in fact, where we put all the money, we put all the money there. If you see all the factors that are influencing healthcare, which is behavioral, which are economic and social factors, which are environmental factors, which are the genetic factors. But genetics weighs only 22%, roughly, right? 21. Social and behavior, 60% of it. And then the environment. And the environment, it's also architecture when we talk about environment. So the point is that why don't we start thinking about investing in prevention and education instead of just simply the idea of care. Now, what you see here is what is happening in the day of our life. We wake up, yellow big bubble, and then we do things. And all these things are happening mostly more and more and more in cities. That's why cities are so crucial for trying to influence the differences and fighting the inequalities which are behind these factors. Just by the way, there is one data I would like to highlight for you. If you think about inequalities only from the, let me say, evidence side, there is one discrimination which is called ageism, is the discrimination against age, which is something that was not in the D&I plan up to a few years ago. So we start thinking about ageism as a discrimination, which has been coded by Professor Butler in 1969. It's something that we think it's something very, you're not good with the people, you should have to be more careful with the people. Ageism weighs $63 billion a year in the United States. 70 millions of causes related to cardiovascular diseases are generated by ageism, by the discrimination toward ageism. It's a very solid study by Professor Bacterial. I invite you to have a look at that. Now, the role of city is this one. Romans knew very well what cities should do. Salus populi suprema lex exto. The welfare of the population should be, not is or must be, should be, very wise. The main purpose of cities. And cities also has this power to bring the participation of people, things that government can't do. So the city also are literally with the hands in the mud in our everyday life. That's where we can make a change. By, as has been said before by Professor Piovani, adding the word co in the beginning. Co-do things with the people because it's matter us. It's us the subject of this thing. Now, there is a lot on cities and aging. WHO 2011, when basically they designed this frame about age-friendly city. If you see this frame, it's very passive. It's there, just like us, looking at people coming and the cities sitting, there are people getting old, so we have to adapt the city. But it's enough? I mean, can the city do more? That's the point we're discussing. Because aging does not begin when the population gets old. Aging is all the flow of the population. It's our flow of life. You just get old, not even when you were born, where your mother was living. So there's a lot that can have to be done on the way. So my team, we work on the idea, can we transform the fact that city, instead of being passive, could be the proactive actor of solutions for longevity. So we have spent a lot of time designing what we have called a toolkit. It's define the city of longevity. So we coded so far roughly 300 touch points that if you combine them, you can create formulas for longevity, considering most of the factors that we have decided and discussed, today. So the idea is literally just to have a sort of a tool that's allowed to play with the things about the city. Who are the target population? Because you say, oh, citizens. Have you ever thought about citizens as a political definition? Citizenship is a political definition. So you can't call citizens citizens, because someone could be offended because it's not a citizen, even if you live in that city. So it's commuters, it's residents, students, for example. And then what are the values that you would like to develop? What are the disruptors? What are the social factors? Where things happen? Yesterday we were discussing about dance halls, hairdresser, museums. It's there where we can do intervention in which the city can become the actor for your longevity, and you can measure it. Because the other problem that we have, we design solutions, but we don't measure what could be the potential output. Now, this tool has been empowered by an AI tool. So we just put some artificial intelligence to understand the combination of factors that could bring to that type of outcome. I think we have talked about evidence, the whole things are happening, and these are the causes. But since we know the evidence, why don't we take advantage of that knowledge and try to do actions to design and change the things? So we had this engine that somehow impacts the omics. We have talked about the microbiomic, you have the metabolomics, you have the genomics, you have the exposomics, which are the all other dimensions out of our gut that influence our gut. So if we don't intervene there, then we won't have any chance to empower the gut, as beautiful said before. Finally, we are creating what we call longevity protocol interface. Like a computer has API, we have LPIs, so that cities can exchange rules between cities, because our cultural factors that could work in Milano not necessarily are good in Genova or in Oslo. Now, we have a quite stereotypical view about older people today, right? That's how we think we are. And typically someone also teasing people about it, okay? This is how you observe workers, and then someone says, okay, why don't we make an economy out of it? But my suggestion, my recommendation today, just to think a little broader and look at ourselves, because the aging population is not them, it's us. And us are the one that owns the economy, us are the one that somehow are the spending power of the future, us are those that have the interface with all the activities that are happening. Us are those that don't believe or don't feel are old when someone tells us that we're old. Because just like someone far more famous than me said, the longer I live, the more beautiful life becomes. So my invitation to all of us is just we have to work in this direction for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick Palmerini. Our next guest is going to tell us about another possible paradigm change. Nicola Perullo is a philosopher and professor of aesthetics and the dean of the University of Gastronomic Sciences of Palenzo. He suggests the notion of quality as an alternative, mainly through food. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and thank you to Stefano Boeri of Triennale for this wonderful invitation. The idea of this topic, quality versus inequality, which is a kind of strange head title, occurred to me a few months ago while I was holding a public competition at a school for chefs. I started to think that in technical and professional vocational schools, it would be good to propound the idea that the goal of school education was innovation. People were wont to thinking that these schools should teach the quality of things. Inequality means a lot of things, and in technological innovation is a word that is often used in these schools, but learning often implies throwing something away and replacing it with something else. What about quality? Where does quality end? People today focus very little on quality in education, in politics and institutions, and also in the realm of food. Everyone wants to innovate. And so I wondered whether it was possible to introduce a new attempt at highlighting the importance of quality. And when I was asked to hold a talk today, I came up with an idea I'd like to suggest to you, which is a rather strange idea. Accordingly, if quality is understood in a certain way, it is not allied to inequality. Usually in the realm of food, people use this refrain saying that quality is something you have to pay for and it's not for everyone. So quality seems to be the very imprint of inequality. But there is a different way, a different meaning we can ascribe to quality. When talking about inequality, what comes to mind is that inequality in food is apparent. Food quality, land grabbing, all these are very key. However, I believe that it is very interesting to bypass this and to focus on equality by changing our attitude to quality. A while ago, I read a book by Robert Pirsig, who was the author of Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, that talks about the metaphysics of quality and which I found very important. And I also read a booklet entitled On Quality that came out a few years ago, written by him. In his books, he said that there are qualities that are inherent to an object and qualities that are inherent to the subject, to the mind. But the fact that quality is inherent to the mind or to an object is due to the fundamental dualistic view according to which the observer and the observed are separated. But when quality is observed, the observer and the observed are not separated. So it's a notion of quality that he describes as such. The quality is not distinguished from the world. There is no distinction between the self and the world when there is good quality. And by following quality, one comes to the conclusion that the world and the self are not separated. This monistic idea, notion of quality, opened me up to the fact that we usually think of quality in a strongly dualistic way. There is a subject and an object, and usually there is a subject that recognizes and acknowledges the qualities of something. Formal qualities, the qualities of an object that is finished, that is done, that is shaped. But Pirsig offered a notion of quality as a relationship and as a process which is very different and, in my view, very interesting. He also added another thing which I found enlightening. He wrote, obviously, thinking that something has quality or not greatly depends on one's cultural biases. Quality depends on cultures. Each culture has certain quality paradigms, and it's all very well, we know that. But if you overturn the perspective, as Pirsig did, you will see that it's even more true the cultural development of every community and every reality is the response to an impulse towards high quality that is oppositional. Quality is the cause of social development. So according to Pirsig, quality is the conatus, the impulse to the development of life and the sustainability of life. We go forward because we have an impulse, a movement, we strive towards quality. And so in this respect, quality is a complete change of paradigm. Quality is no longer a subject that recognizes or acknowledges something in an object, leading to hierarchies, differentiations, and distinctions as if nature created a hierarchy of higher and lower quality things. And this leads to economic inequalities, social inequalities, etc. But if we see quality as a process and a relationship, we are then confronted with a different paradigm, which is highly related to many of the things that have been said when talking about other areas. If quality is to do something that is relational, it's a process, and a process has a duration, something that lasts over time. Up until not long ago, the idea that quality of an artifact was its durability was taken for granted. Nowadays, innovation has replaced this, and very often people mistake quality and innovation, whereby innovation is good per se, whereas quality as durability and as a process is something to do with sharing, with community, a community. In this respect, quality can be recovered as a tool for cohesion and cohabitation that is based on shared criteria and a shared community dialogue. Hence, it is not linked to a fragmented and separatist view. When I think of strongly ultra-processed foods that have a high technological character, well, these foods are to be tasted and consumed. There is a high degree of technology and instantaneous consumption that is not high in quality. When I think of low production, low technology foods, the so-called artisanal foods, well, these foods require care and attention by their users that leads to a fusion between the subject and the object, leading to a notion of quality. Pirsig wrote that when one wonders what quality is, it's like time for St. Augustine. Everybody knows what it is, but it's very difficult to define it. It certainly is to do with care, attention, duration, process, and sharing. So, well, there is a population in Papua New Guinea, the Hus, who identify the quality of food as the word nu. Nu is a vital essence that creates the quality of food throughout the process of those who produce, touch, perceive, and see this food. In other words, quality is not related to the end object, but it is interspersed in this process. I believe this could be a useful tool to be used together with other tools, this new notion of quality, in order to reduce inequality, and that this could be done also by using food and applying quality to food. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Perula. Now we're going to talk about access to knowledge, education, and the topic of gender gap. And I'm going to introduce Ms. Cecilia Vaudo, an anthrophysicist, who is also the curator of the 23rd exhibition in Unknown, and she's going to talk about mathematics as the leveling up and uniforming inequalities, especially gender inequalities. Can you hear me? Thank you. I'm always emotional and happy when I come here to the Triennale, and I'm very happy to be here today. Well, first of all, I would like to focus my presentation on a key topic when it comes to inequalities. That is education. This is a sentence by Virginia Woolf: £500 and a room just for yourself. This is what, according to Virginia Woolf, was necessary in order to affirm yourself in a man's world. So basically, individual freedom depends on economic independence and being actually economically independent and autonomous. This is something that she was saying when going to female boarding schools. It was 1929 at the time, and somehow that was the year where universal suffrage took place. A revolution was starting, but 19 years were necessary before England could recognize students, female students from Cambridge, the legal value of their university diploma. So education was lagging behind some political achievements. We can certainly say that if one revolution has taken place for women, it is in the realm of education. Today, we have far more women in OECD countries who get a university degree, more women than men. So today, we have more female professionals than male professionals. Of course, we know that it is more difficult for them to find a job, and there is a talent dispersion at all levels, also top levels. If we consider what has been published by the Global Gender Gap of the World Economic Forum, the gap in order to achieve economic equality is something that has some progress, but some backlashes as well. And this is due to systematic lack of women in STEM disciplines. These are the sectors which enable to have higher salaries and higher or better professional opportunities. So the fact of not having enough women in those areas is at the very heart of this gap that hinders economic equality. Of course, there are also stereotypes that have an impact. It is 3 times more probable that parents ask whether if their a child is a genius rather than if their daughter is overweight. So there are high expectations when it comes to education. However, stereotypes are not set in stone. Well, let's consider gigs. Of course, we normally refer to Silicon Valley nerds or the Big Bang Theory characters. But if we think about computer scientists, the first was Grace Hopper in 1969. Here we have a page from Cosmopolitan. She was interviewed because she invented the COBOL language. She was one of the most important innovators. She coined the term bug because a butterfly had entered her computer. In this interview, she was asked what you need to become a good professional in her sector, and she said it is the same as preparing a meal. You have to find the right ingredients and mix them up. This is a stereotype. In the United States, until the 80s, the number of girls in IT was very high, and then it started declining. So in some way, there is no trend, no cyclicity, because the stereotypes might go up and down. And there is a paradox that I would like to show you. In the countries that have the higher gender equality, for instance, in Scandinavian countries, we have the lowest number of female students in the STEM disciplines. And in those areas, in those countries where there is a very low gender equality rate, such as Tunisia, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, we have up to 70 women choosing STEM disciplines. The first Emirates project so that women are protagonists. So in those countries in which female emancipation is the most difficult, women realize that STEM disciplines can be a game changer. This is a graph by the OECD showing that in STEM disciplines, the most complex, the most critical part in terms of female presence is for computer science, physics, IT, etc. It is normally considered or thought that men are more interested in things, whereas women are more interested in people, in relationships. That's why many more girls opt for medicines and many more men opt for engineering. But this is not what we can see here, because women study mathematics quite often in these disciplines. Children are explorers. They dare asking things. They are stubborn. And they want to know. However, they become anxious as soon as they start attending school. Girls are afraid of failure, especially in those countries that are characterized by gender equality, and they consider themselves to be less clever, less brilliant than their male mates. Now, I would like to focus on Italy, on our country. Here we have some figures we should not be proud of. If we consider the gap in mathematics, we see that there are geographical gaps in Bolton, in the northern part of Italy. We have results that are comparable to Scandinavian countries, whereas Sardinia or Calabria have very low results. We can also see differences when it comes to gender, and especially those who come from a disadvantaged background tend to be excluded from mathematics, which is a key in order to enter sectors where you can easily be empowered. And this applies to all OECD countries. And when we consider the difference between female and male adolescents, we see that there is the highest difference in competencies and skills, and we are 87th in the scoring. We are behind many African countries. Well, today, girls do no longer have the possibility of choosing for engineering if they are lost in terms of mathematics studies during primary school. Exclusion from mathematics is a problem, a great problem. In France, some years ago, Macron declared that mathematics was a national emergency. There had been a decline at the time for two reasons. One is quite self-explaining. A country that is weak in mathematics will also be economically weak. Singapore were the last one generation ago, and now they are ranking among the first. But those who feel they are inadequate in mathematics will be more inclined as an adult not to believe in science, not to believe in experts, and be a victim of fake news. And it will be more and more important to oppose all this. Those who are excluded from mathematics will be easier to be manipulated, more open to populism, and democracy will be more at risk. Democracy is at risk every time there are no key elements such as critical thinking, and this is also key in order to become conscious and aware citizens. Well, there is another record in Italy that is the highest number of adults who do not understand anything when it comes to mathematics. It seems a virtue if you say that you are not good at mathematics. We tend to prefer to be, more inclined to humanities, whereas it is very important for our democracy to enable everyone to be good at mathematics. We need to learn mathematics, that is the language of the universe, the language of STEMs. It is key for equal opportunities. If we are excluded from mathematics, we won't have the same opportunities as the others in the future, and this is a key element in order to defend our democracies. I funded an association which is called the Itinerant Sky. We go around with the van, a van that is full of telescopes. Children take part in our activities, and I can tell you for sure that when we go to disadvantaged areas and we enable children to observe Saturn rings, something happens. A desire is triggered for those children, for themselves, and this is key in order to be able to improve our own situation for our future beyond conditions imposed by the context. These are just some images. I would like to show you a short video that shows that social injustice linked to inequalities is something we can't accept. We are not ready to accept. We are not wired for accepted injustice. We cannot accept that someone might have more than others without any reason. I'm showing you this video.
Non vengo da Ponticelli, però vengo da Secondigliano. Non so.
This is not the right video that I wanted to show. That's the one. Here you can see two monkeys. The assistant is given cucumber to the two monkeys. If they deliver a stone, they get something in exchange, some food. The monkey on the right receives grapes, whereas the other receives cucumber. Well, the second one does not accept that the other monkey has received something better from the researcher. So we do not accept injustices, and this is something that makes inequalities an explosive danger. Mathematics is something that can improve our future, and future is us before happening. So let's preserve the future of our children.
Thank you so much. It was really interesting, and the idea that the activation of desire can break a form of determinism is really interesting. The next talk is by Mathilda van den Bosch. Her research explores the connection between the health of ecosystems and human health. Mathilda van der Bosch is a physician with a doctorate in public health, and now is researcher at the Salud Global Institute in Barcelona and another.
So, when I was young and foolish, even more foolish than today, I studied medicine and worked as a doctor for a number of years, first as a general practitioner. And I met patients who were suffering from general fatigue. They had itching souls and bodies and hearts. And I was scratching my head, and I was looking through the literature I'd been studying for 5.5 years, and I didn't find any treatment for the itching souls. I couldn't come up with any medicine or anything. At a maximum, I could give them some antidepressant pills to maybe make them feel that I at least tried to do something better for them. Or I could use the arsenal of lifestyle advice that you should go out and be more physically active, you should avoid alcohol, eat healthier, be less stressed, and all those things. The problem with all these advice is that it doesn't take into account that the opportunities for people to use these advice, the opportunities, the environments for people to be healthy, to live healthy, differ a lot. If you tell my patient who has been struggling since childhood, who has been abused, who has lived in poor conditions, to get a pair of Nike shoes and join a running club, and probably lost that patient to another bottle of alcohol. So this means that it's not biological reasons. For me, as I saw it as a doctor, I couldn't see that I couldn't do anything from the hospital side, from the healthcare kind of side. So I felt this is something to do outside general practice, at least. So I went to the hospital, to the University Hospital of Lund, where I joined a larger team, and I worked as a radiologist. But I kept on feeling that disease is failed prevention. We should do something before the patients come. Why should we do drastic operations on people suffering from cancer when we can prevent a cancer to occur at the first place? 80% of all non-communicable diseases, of which cancer is one, can be prevented. 80%. We could basically make all the doctors unemployed and have people not have to come to these ugly buildings. At least in Sweden, hospitals tend to be very ugly, awful, non-salutogenic buildings like this one. This one has already been discussed because Dr. Palmarini mentioned already exactly the example of Chicago, a city in the US with a 30 years life expectancy difference between the different neighborhoods. But as also Dr. Palmarini said, this is not only in the US, but also in Sweden, a welfare state. The difference in Stockholm, for example, the capital of Sweden, is 10 years between Rinkeby and Djursholm. The difference between the wealthiest and the poorest neighborhood. So again, it's not a question of biology. It's not that people of poorer income or lower education have a different kind of a biology. There's something we need to do outside the hospital. And this is from the website of the event, and I just think it's such an excellent illustration. And for me particularly, you can see from above. Really, you see from above the differences between the neighborhoods. So you can see, for example, children living in this side. And now, I can use this pointer, right? In this side, and this was just one of the examples. This is Mumbai, and we have South Africa, the Cape Town, and Mexico City. Children living in this side, they have much less green areas, for example. There are less opportunities to be in nature and be exposed to biodiversity. Biodiversity, we talked about the microbiome as well, which is very important for the immune system development. And they are exposed to air pollutants, they're exposed to poor water quality, and so this creates a tragic imprint in the children that they will carry for the rest of their lives. And we also talked about the epigenetic imprint, so that what the mothers of the children eat, what the mothers are exposed to, will also influence the health of their children across the life course. So if I tell my patient when she or he is 35 years old what they should do, it's already too late. This is something that has to be addressed early on from childhood. We talked about longevity and life years, and this is a slide from a study by Michael Marmot, one of the gurus in terms of social determinants of health. And they're showing the 17 years difference in living without disability. And this is 17 years gap. So in the most deprived area, this is the data from UK. In the most deprived areas, you have a life lived without disability around 50 years. And in the least deprived, the wealthiest area is 17 years longer. And this, again, is just one example from England, from the UK, but we see similar trends, gradients across cities across the world. And as I say, this is a gradient. We are not doing well. We're not doing okay at all. It's not just about those in the least deprived versus those in the most deprived versus those in the least deprived. If we're talking on average, we're talking on average 8 years difference. 8 years of earlier onset of cognitive decline, earlier onset of disability, mobility disabilities, and so on. This means that it's a universal problem. This is a common cause. We need to make this into a common cause, something that is universal, that we need to look at across the society before people end up in hospitals and before they get disabilities. So I hope that I have with this convinced you that I made at least reasonably logic choice to leave the hospital and try to make people healthier outside the hospital. I grew up on the Swedish countryside, and I spent my summers in a very peaceful Swedish forest by this very, very tranquil lake or my parents' summer house. So it was not only because I left. Yes, I said that I hope that I convinced you, because I was struggling to convince my colleagues and my friends and my parents. They thought I was pretty dumb when I left an excellent career as a physician, you know, been working in a prestigious hospital and all those things. My mom stopped talking to me for a year because I was so stupid. Huh? But I had the simple answer for doing this was that I really wanted to help everyone. I wanted to make people, all people, healthy, and also nature, because I think I had this imprint of living in a healthy environment. I wanted to sort of also provide these opportunities to be in nature and to take care of nature. I sort of saw this link, and I wanted to study that and invest my time in that kind of career instead. So I love trees, and that's one of the reasons why I actually love Milano a lot. The Forestami Academy is a great initiative, and of course the Bosco Verticale, fantastic examples of how you can integrate forests and trees to make a city healthier. Because what I did was that I went to the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences and got a PhD in landscape planning so that I could pursue this dream of integrating my passion for nature with trying to make people healthier as well. So since then, I've been studying how nature-based solutions can help contribute to making people healthier, and worked first with the stress-reducing impact of nature, and then continued to look at childhood neurodevelopment, and I went to Vancouver. So we conducted one study looking at the risk of ADHD and found a strong interaction effect. So children living in poorer environment with high air pollution levels and low levels of green had a 62% higher risk of developing ADHD, while those living in very healthy environments with a lot of green and very little air pollution, on the other hand, had a much lower risk of air pollution of ADHD. Then I moved to Barcelona. I currently work at the Barcelona Institute for Global Health. And we looked at what happened during the lockdown, during the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, in a cohort of around 10,000 people, and compared or looked at whether people had access, views over green spaces, over nature, over trees from their homes, which was of course important during the lockdown period when people could not leave their apartments, couldn't leave their homes at all. And we found very strong, significant effects. So those people who had no views of green whatsoever had a 2.5 times higher risk of developing severe clinical depression. So this is clearly something that shows, and from an equality perspective, this is very important, because you can imagine the people who did not have access of views over green spaces tend to be people living in more deprived neighborhoods, and they did not have access to their own private garden or anything like that. Currently, I'm working also within a EU-funded project called Resonate, where we're looking at the resilience and nature-based therapies and how that can improve different aspects of health, and trying to find better causal evidence for this. Talking about evidence around nature and health, I wanted to quickly go through what we talk about, the different pathways, because we do know now from a number of studies, from a lot of research, that exposure to nature, living in green areas, having access to nature does improve a number of health outcomes, does reduce disease prevalence and make people live longer. What we talk about a lot is, first of all, on the top, we have biodiversity. That's sort of the fundament for everything. If we don't have biodiversity environments, we don't have functional ecosystems, and then it doesn't really matter a lot. From an urban planning perspective, we talk about having access to green spaces is important for physical activity, to providing these opportunities to live healthy lives. It also contributes to social capital in the community. It's a democratic space where people can interact and meet other people in the neighborhood. Finally, I also mentioned the stress reduction effect that I was looking into when I was new in the field, so to say. Okay, I said it reduced the risk of a number of diseases, mostly chronic diseases, cardiovascular diseases, stroke, diabetes, depression, asthma, cancer, and so on. I can make this list can actually be much longer by today. So many studies, epidemiological, longitudinal cohort studies that demonstrate that we have a lot of evidence for this. Please send me an email if you want even more studies, and I will be happy to share with you. The beautiful thing with nature as a societal intervention to promote health is that it seems to have the highest impact for those that need it the most. This is a groundbreaking study, a landmark study published in The Lancet in 2008 by Richard Mitchell and Popham, showing that the nature seems to have a buffering effect that reduces this gap, this inequality gap. People living in the least, so along this axis you see the level of green. So where there is very little green, we see this huge gap, which we expect everywhere, basically, or which we see everywhere, that is people of the lowest income have the highest mortality level. But the gap decreases as we move towards along the axis towards the greenest area. Basically, the most important from this graph is that you see how the gap between those that are the richest and the poorest decreases as we get more and more green in the area. This is a very important study, and a few more studies have confirmed the same kind of results. So this is why I see that nature-based solutions is a very important societal intervention to reduce inequalities. And the mere definition of nature-based solutions, I think, is beautiful. Nature-based solutions address societal challenges through actions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural and modified ecosystems, benefiting people and nature at the same time. People and nature at the same time. This is really the critical point. We cannot. It's really both people and nature, and it brings it very close as well to the planetary health concept, which refers to the health of human civilizations and the state of the natural systems on which it depends. Planetary health goes beyond public health, and it takes into account also the health of the entire planet. Because, as I said, I talked about biodiversity, healthy ecosystems, and a healthy planet. This is it's intrinsically linked: the health of the planet and the health of the people. Briefly, we have been talking about many of these things before as well. Yes, we are going in the right direction. The levels of poverty are decreasing, the child mortality is decreasing, and life expectancy is increasing. However, this has come at a cost. If we do live longer, children survive, but it comes at a cost. We have degraded ecosystems. We are extincting species, emitting greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, destroying the air we are breathing through different pollutants, and through deforestation, we are losing a lot of biodiversity as well. And this has also been demonstrated before, but this is kind of a disgusting image, I think, showing on the top slide, we see the top part of the slide, we see the greenhouse gas emissions, how it's dominated by the global north and the high-income countries, while those that suffer the consequences for this, that suffer the climate change-related diseases, are to a disproportionately disgusting high extent positioned in the global south, which are not responsible for the emissions. And we also see the wilderness areas that are globally decreasing, and we can see that we have lost 1/10 in the last 25 years, and with the speed we can expect that my children, your children, our children will probably not, there will not be any wilderness left to explore. There will not be any of the benefits that we can reap from nature. So for this reason, I want to conclude with saying that we really need to start recognizing again the power of nature. We need to take nature-based solutions seriously and implement them equally and fairly and reciprocally. We cannot just think about the health of people. We need to think about the health of plants, of forests, of birds, of butterflies, of the entire planet. That, my friends, that is equality. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to have the last presentation, an online presentation by Paolo Antonelli, who's a curator of the Museum Department of Architecture and Design, MoMA's, and after the important exhibition that took place, she actually promoted the concept of restorative design. Her presentation will be on creatures, experiments in communication and empathy. Welcome, Paolo Antonelli.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be with all of you today. So I wish I were in Milan, you know, my hometown, but unfortunately I'm stuck in New York because it's the beginning of the season. Yes, going back to nature and trying to place nature in the center of everything that we do. It's all been a series of inspiring presentations, and it leads me to something slightly corny, to the idea that after all we need in order to communicate with each other, with objects, animate and inanimate, is love, you know. And as corny as it is, it's one of the prime forms of communication. So today I would like to talk about creatures, about the need for a more contemporary form of animism that can help us really relate to other beings, also to other objects, and maybe by doing so will help us also have a more sustainable and responsible attitude towards the rest of the world, because it really begins with a shift in the way we think of things. So I'm going to share with you my presentation. As always, there's a moment in which, can somebody just give me the thumbs up if you can see it? Thumbs up from the screen, yay? Okay, thumbs up, thank you. All right, so you can see it. So creatures, experiments in communication and empathy. The slide that you're seeing here belongs to a great exhibition by Forma Fantasma called Oltreterra that was in Oslo last year. That was about the whole system of wool all over the world. But as often happens with Forma Fantasma, they are the animists par excellence. They have been talking about this emotional connection to wood, to even electronic waste, and now also to sheep and to the primary source of wool. But I'm talking about them today because exactly of the emotional side of their exhibition. They're always happy and eager to create a connection with objects that lets us deal with them at a very different level. Lets us find the points in common, lets us find a shared future and a shared hope. The same happens with so many artists. For instance, Rodrigo Braga from Brazil, and you see here one example from one of his performances. So the connection with others, or my beloved Laura Aguilar. This was an image that was in the Triennale, in the 22nd Triennale, Broken Nature. And Laura Aguilar, photographer, this is a self-portrait, used to say that she could relate to boulders. When we get to this kind of connection, we can really understand more. And I'm not talking about going to the length of Erica Eiffel. Erica Eiffel is a woman from San Francisco that fell in love with the Tour Eiffel, she says, even sexually and erotically, so got married to the Tour Eiffel. You see on the right-hand side parts of the wedding ceremony. So there are actually human beings that relate at an erotic level with inanimate objects, and that's an interesting viewpoint. But I'm not talking about going to those extents. But can we establish a different relationship with objects that makes it so that we use some of the basic strategies of restorative design, which is, for instance, not to dispose of them, not to consume them. I've always had a real hate-hate, not even hate-love, but hate-hate relationship with consumption and the idea of consuming. So I'm showing you here one of my favorite objects, the beanbag chair, and then you have Linus and his blanket. So could we establish some kind of relationship with every single object so that it becomes part of our life, a companion, a friend? And I'm not saying anything new, because there's been, in the course of history of design, always a relationship with objects that's been made more explicit with the advent of digital technology. You know, the Mac 128K was the first Mac that really was a pet, a Macintosh that you could put in your domestic environment and treat like a pet. And then, of course, there are parallelisms that are established by technology that are even more blatant. You see here the Tamagotchi, my beloved Tamagotchi, which has the value of instilling anguish in the life of children at a very early age. Well, the Tamagotchi can also poop, which is a fascinating way to really create this parallelism with the world. Of course, creatures can be born and can die. I don't know how many of you consider this one of the most beautiful scenes ever from Blade Runner, when the android dies and lets the dove fly and talks about the loss of all of his amazing knowledge and memory and the sadness of death. He's an android, but of course we have already forgotten it during the exhibition, during the whole movie, but at this point it becomes even more harrowing, because he can express the sense of the despair of death better than any human can with the right words. So creatures, everything is creatures. If we think of this animism, everything is born, dies, eats, sleeps, remembers, forgets, mates, communicates, finds shelter, builds, colonizes, and in other words, exists. And what I'm showing to you here is something that I'm going through right now, because I'm trying to translate this into an exhibition. And it's not my idea at all. I mean, people like Janine Benyus with her biomimicry has already been trying to find the similarities in functions between human beings and other beings, usually animate, or like animals or even plants, not the inanimate yet. But it's very important, in my opinion, to try and find these points in common. I was touched a few years ago when there was the announcement of the death of a glacier in Iceland. And even more harrowing was the message that was left on this particular plaque that says, in the next 200 years, and this goes back to what was just said, in the next 200 years, all our main glaciers are expected to follow the same path. This monument is to acknowledge that we know what is happening and what needs to be done, and only you know if we did it. It's really fascinating, because by giving this kind of personality and persona to natural elements and acknowledging their death, we can really feel it at a different level, at a different kind of really visceral level. We're talking about birth as opposed to death. The xenobots are the first robots that are also biological and that can reproduce themselves. They're being developed in Cambridge right now as we speak. So we can give also this kind of biological arbiter to inanimate objects. Of course, mating is one of the most kind of like the easiest way to find commonality. You might remember this was in so many exhibitions. It's from the Cornell University ornithology departments, all the birds of paradise videos that were shown also at the Fondation Cartier in the beautiful Great Animal Orchestra exhibition a few years ago. So the fascination of looking at the kind of rituals that are sometimes funny, but always like involve beauty and involve communication between genders, among genders, is something that we can relate to. And something else that we can relate to is the idea of memory. This is a drawing by Via Selmins, the great artist, that is just evocative of the fact that it's just been discovered that oceans have a memory that they release over time. So we can find also scientifically this kind of parallelism. And the idea of personhood of nature, I'm showing to you here a conversation that I had with Eduardo Con a few years ago, in which he talks about how, especially in Latin America, especially in Ecuador and in Colombia, the idea of personhood of natural elements has gained a lot of traction and has become really instilled and part of the law of the legal code, is something that makes us understand that there are all these different agents in nature. And of course, going back to wisdoms that have developed over centuries enables us to regather this knowledge of things. Oops. Sorry. And now, of course, artists are the ones that sometimes really bring us closer. Simone Forti, the great dancer and performance artist, and her series Zoo Mantra, Sleepwalkers, has been trying to understand animals by mimicking them, by moving like them. And this is something that has been repeated many times. I really love Isabella Rossellini Green Porno series, in which she kind of like personified different animals and showed how they mate, how they reproduce. So the idea of trying to learn more about nature by embodying it is something that's been done many times. And John C. Lilly's experiments with dolphins in the 1960s and 70s that have been very controversial because they involved a kind of connection with dolphins that maybe went overboard, will remain always very important to study in this particular kind of field. There are other ways in which we try to understand and to connect with nature. This is going to be particularly relevant to what is being done by Beatrice and Mark in their part of the Triennale that will be about microbes. There's an anime and a manga in Japan that's called Moyashimon Tales of Agriculture that is about this boy that can see and speak to microbes. So the whole world becomes revealed to him at a different level. And we've been trying to connect to microbes at a more empathetic level for a while, first thinking of them as functional agents, our microbiome and others. But could we get to the point that we love microbes? Maybe we can get there too if we can love the Tour Eiffel. I was telling you before about the 128K and about objects. Objects and design have been really part of this evolution for quite a while, giving objects this sense of presence in our life. And the 128K was also helped by the icons by Susan Kerr that really gave expressions and communication devices and tools to the computer itself. And now we're at the point that instead there are apps that mimic best friends. So kids log on to Replica and choose one avatar that is not themselves, but rather is the person that they wish they had as a friend, and really download all of their ideas and all of their fears onto this particular avatar, which is quite interesting. One could think that it's dangerous, but on the other hand, it helps sometimes avoid feelings that are extreme of self-harm and even of suicide. So there are ways in which this idea of animism can help us evolve without sacrificing. Now, of course, there are also negative parallelism, viruses. This is the COVID-19 virus, and it's what you see. This image that you see here is a design image because the real virus is certainly not as pretty and as terrifyingly pretty. It is a blob, a gray blob that instead has been made into a hellraiser here. but humans can be viruses, and humans are viruses that colonize. Only viruses are more just. Viruses colonize in order to reproduce themselves, and instead humans sometimes colonize just because they're bullied, just because they want to get further. So we can learn a lot from the beginning, the 0 degree of our behaviors of today that we can find in nature and that we can find in inanimate objects to maybe try to correct it. And even though this presentation might seem a bit simplistic, because if we look for parallelism, there's a big difference between a bear and human beings. Still, we can reflect and we can understand how this particular polar bear and these polar bears in Coluchin Island that have had to find a new kind of shelter because of the ice depletion that is happening at the North Pole have a sense of migration and despair that maybe we can relate, even though it's morally completely different, to the refugee camps, to the Zaatari refugee camp in Jordan. So what I am proposing is, as a way forward, besides all the kind of serious studies that we're all operating in our various fields, is to try and think of objects really at an animistic level and to really look at the whole world from that viewpoint, to have a different sense of ownership and relation to all of it. So thank you very much. Let me stop sharing and thanking you in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Paola Antonelli, for your talk and for showing us once again a pantheon of opportunities, showing also that the formidable and the unexpected show us that we need to gather all these suggestions and not just keep things in museums. I would like to ask Stefano Boeri to come up here to the podium for the closing remarks.
Thank you so much. It was a very long, intense day. So, Carla, please come, Direttore Generale, and Achilles, please. So, just to conclude, I think we absolutely have no interest, and absolutely we don't want to propose any kind of conclusion. It's completely impossible. I think we have to digest and metabolize all this amazing contribution. First of all, thanks so much for all your help and also for your passion to stay with us for this entire day. So just few words, and thanks Carla for all what you've done, and for the team of Triennale who was, as always, extremely, let's say, professional and efficient. But with Achilles is probably you know him well. He is a thinker, a journalist, and the founder of the Demography Forum in Athens. And also the promoter and founder of Art for Tomorrow, which is an amazing event happening every year since.
Can I say a few words?
Yeah, since
2015.
2015. So we have the honor to just today that the next Art for Tomorrow Forum will be hosted in Triennale exactly in the days of the opening of the next exhibition. So we are very happy of that, and we thanks so much Achilles and his team for this amazing opportunity. So please.
Thank you, and thank you to both for a really stimulating and thought-provoking program. You've weaved very difficult topics in a really great sequential and consequential way. But the big thank you is that you came up with the theme of inequality. This is very important in the times that we live in, because yes, climate change, climate crisis is our existential threat, but really the big threat for our society, the cancer for our democracy, is really inequality. And this is what we need to deal with. And unfortunately, most of our political establishment, but also part of the elite, have let us down in dealing with inequality. And, you know, we're faced with a situation where so many people out there have lost trust in governance. And this is where we come in as a foundation, the Democracy and Culture Foundation. We try to identify the nexus of culture and democracy. Democracy is culture. I'm not sure whether culture necessarily is democracy. But we believe that by leveraging culture and the arts, we have a much better chance of galvanizing citizens and bringing them with us and regaining trust in the governance and hopefully regaining trust in democracy. So this is what we're going to be doing. May 12 to 14, our Art for Tomorrow conference that we founded at the New York Times 10 years ago. So next year is also our 10-year anniversary. So happy to be celebrating this in Milano. So we will be bringing this conference to Milan to continue these discussions. I'm very intrigued to see how all the wonderful things, all the very meaningful things that we heard today are going to turn into an exhibition and into an artistic expression in May. So it's going to be up to us, I guess, and the New York Times journalists that we will bring to try and bring out the words and continue the very, very great discussion that we've had today. It's been a tremendous launch of Triennale 2025. Thank you both, and thank you to your teams.
Thank you so much, Achilles. So I think it was the best way to conclude. That is the next step with New York Times, Achilles. Grazie mille a tutti, è stato un piacere avervi con noi. Tutto quello che oggi è stato presentato è disponibile sul sito di Triennale. Tutto l'evento è stato in streaming e anche in doppia lingua, quindi siamo stati in questo caso affordable. Grazie.